Hello, what nuts, Humpty Dump nuts, and Ryan Lambert nuts. It's me, Pete Blackburn, joined by my friend RL here, who's joining the stream. It's weird to do this without DJ. I've never done the hello, what nuts thing. So, excuse me if I'm very green at this, like, pseudo-hosting thing, but thank you for joining me, RL.
It's simply my pleasure.
I hope that this series becomes a series tonight because I'm pretty nervous. I'm nervous for DJ. I'm nervous for myself. I'm nervous for all of our Oilers friends. We have many Oilers friends and not many Panthers friends, which is not surprising based on the fact that we pay 90% of attention to the Oilers and then whatever is remaining to the Panthers.
And I'm a small market defender, but it is not the same fan base as Edmonton's, I would say.
No, definitely not.
By the way, huge market, Miami. Unbelievable, like the 5th biggest market in the country. But I would say more of it as a consequence of how bad they were for much of their existence. Nobody cared up until the last few years. And now they're like selling out games. And you can say, oh, you know, people aren't like losing their minds at every, like, you know, goal or whatever. But
it wasn't the liveliest building in the first two games. But I'm also not like a market shamer. They kind of... You reap what you sow, and they sucked for like 25 years.
And then they put the stadium outside of the city.
Yeah, right. That's a big part of it, too, is going to Sunrise kind of sucks. It's close to Fort Lauderdale. It's close to Miami, but it's not Fort Lauderdale. It's not Miami.
Right. Well, the other thing is I would love to go back and see how people felt about like the Tampa Bay Lightning in 2004, right? Before they win their first cup. And it's like, yeah, they were selling out games. People were very excited that they won the Stanley Cup, but like, was it what we think of Tampa now? No, it couldn't have been. Like, definitionally, it couldn't have been, right? They'd only existed for like 10 or 12 years at that point.
Right. I mean, the shift has already happened. Florida is taken seriously. Definitely. 100%. Like, Florida has become a model franchise somehow in like 2 years.
Yeah.
And we had light blueprint talk today's episode about like what teams will try to copy in a copycat league from the Panthers if they win the cup.
Sure.
And it's going to be ugly.
Yeah.
So many teams are going to copy the wrong shit.
Yeah, they're going to be like, oh, why don't we get a bunch of guys like Oliver Ekman-Larsson? Well, hold on, big dog. You gotta get like a Matthew Tkachuk. Because that's the thing. Oh, the Panthers are hard to play against. Yeah, because they have a 6th overall pick, like a 4th overall pick, a 2nd or 3rd overall. What was Barkov? He was there. Third, I want to say. Yeah. And like those guys, those guys are all hard to play against, but also were picked in the top 5.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing is that they have a bunch of guys who are gritty, greasy, but they also know how to play fucking hockey.
They play like assholes, which is different than being traditionally hard to play against.
So we're a big endearing versus, in parentheses, endearing versus derogatory.
Totally.
And like they play like assholes. Endearing
parentheses versus they should,
yes,
right, like,
versus they play like assholes, fucking asshole, derogatory assholes,
right. I use this example all the time of like exactly the kind of hockey player I like, which is the first time I saw Brady Tkachuk play at Boston University. His first shift, he has 2 high danger scoring chances and ends it lying on top of the goalie. I'm like, this is my fucking guy. This guy is so sick, man.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
Also, if you can find a Gustav Forsling, go for it.
Sure,
like if you can find a guy that nobody
for
wants
free,
to turn him into one of the best defensemen. Yeah.
If you can turn him into like a Norris level guy.
Yeah. If everyone could do it, then the Panthers probably wouldn't be that good.
Yeah.
Yeah, a copycat league. I'm excited to see all the defensemen claimed on waivers in the hopes that they'll be the next Gus Forsling. I'm sure that won't end poorly for a lot of teams.
I know.
Yeah, DJ is in Edmonton. I don't know if any of you knew that. He hasn't been like just nonstop tweeting about it, and he looks like he's having the best time. He is an oil man in oil country. He was texting me and Sean like throughout the day saying that like they are embracing him.
Oh yeah, he's getting recognized by Whatnuts.
He also unsurprisingly spent like $1 billion at the pro shop today.
Oh boy.
I don't think he didn't tell you anything that he got, right?
Nope.
So he did debut some merch today.
On the show?
No, he took a picture with somebody and he retweeted the picture. So he sort of spilled the beans a little bit.
Oh boy.
I tried to like pull something out of you yesterday about the merch drop that we are like sitting on.
Well, I have no idea now. I thought there might have been like a little like hiding it somewhere or something like that, but the fact that he took the shirt that he took suggests to me that he doesn't have anything for us. So I don't really know. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. So DJ, we worked with we did a collaboration with a merch company. Wow. They sent us some stuff before like a full release.
Oh yeah,
and
he did.
DJ wanted it in time to go to Edmonton to be able to wear it in Edmonton. And then I asked him before he left yesterday to go to the airport. I was like, "Hey, did you forget to bring the shirts for us?" And he said, "What was his name?"
He was like,
"You'll find out.
You'll get them, or they're coming." Something
he
like
said
that.
like something very, very
it was
vague
very
or
mysterious. Yeah.
And then left and went to the Edmonton. And I asked you, I was like, "Does he have something up his sleeve?" And you were like, "I think so."
Yeah, but now it
seems like you're now
I'm
convinced that he didn't have anything up his sleeve.
Yeah, no, I must have been overthinking it because I don't know what's going on now.
We got a lot of puck soup love in the chat. So there you go.
Thanks. I don't know.
It's you, McIndoe, and Sean doing puck soup?
Sean is McIndoe.
No, other Sean, Gentili.
No, he is not on
Okay.
Puck Soup. He is on my other podcast, Stick to Sports.
Okay.
Where we refuse
Don't
to talk
do that.
about sports.
Yeah, love that.
We talk about like candy and movies and
Well,
stuff.
I mean, we were we got the DJ calling in. I'm excited to see what this looks like. Come on, patch him through, baby. Patch him through. There he is.
Wow.
Inside the arena, boots on the ground. Hello, Deej.
Hi. Hold on. Let me. I don't know where I think I'm going where it's not going to be crazy, but. Hi, boys.
How are you?
Hello.
Oh, this is much better. Let me get over here. Sit over here. I'm great. I'm on cloud 9. Just watching the boys hit the ice for warm-ups. Let me see if Darnell Nurse is out there.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to keep an eye out for. I'm like, I never thought that I would get to a point where I felt.
Cody Cece is out there.
Cody Cece's out there. Love that.
Cece
He's
is
on the
out
ice.
there.
He is on the ice. Darnell Nurse on the ice.
He was the second one out for the Oilers as they took.
It's a sad state of the affairs when
I
I
see him. I see
feel
him.
like their chances live and die by Darnell Nurse's presence
Yeah,
out
you
there
need
for
him
game
and Cody
3 of the
Cece in
Stanley
the
Cup
lineup.
final.
Evander Kane not on the ice. Corey Perry is on the ice.
Okay. I didn't expect
Evander
Evander
Kane
Kane
as well?
to be
Yeah.
there. So how was your day, Deej?
Unbelievable. Did the show this morning. That was a blast. Did Pro Shop Wars. Pro Shop Wars is amazing. The Edmonton hockey fans are the best. They're so nice. Got stopped a bajillion times by people who are like Oilers fans who listen to What Chaos. Amazing. Mission accomplished on the whole What Chaos thing. Oilers fans listen to it. And then I went to the Chicklets pregame thing and was outrageously humbled because absolutely I was like the 900th most important person there. It made me feel good, made our operation feel lean, but it was great. Saw Biz, talked to Brunel a bunch. You know, they're good people over there. Talked to Ryan Whitney about There Will Be Blood. He's a big There Will Be Blood guy, so stonks up on that guy.
I didn't see that coming, but that's welcome news. I love Wit and I love There Will Be Blood. I love them loving each other. Although I don't think There Will Be Blood knows Whitney exists, but
also spent a lot of time with the Powers brothers. Love those guys.
oh yeah, they're the most pleasant people to be around like ever. They're nice to the point where I think that they're hiding something.
Right. Something's going to come out about those guys, for sure.
Yes. Skeletons in their
And
closet
the
for
New York
sure.
Rangers will be the ones that put it out.
That's also true. Yes.
What's up, RL?
What's up? Oh yeah.
I'm chilling, man. How about you?
I'm amazing.
Hell yeah.
It feels. I feel like I'm watching a better show. Like,
Well,
you know how often, just from editing stuff or whatever, I see what I'm looking at right now, but it just currently looks better because Ryan Lambert there is.
you can't
there
look
instead of
back
me.
like that. You can't put yourself in a position where you're looking at your own shit because you're just gonna be like, oh, I'm really stupid and I look and sound dumb all the time.
We have to look at our own shit though. Like he said, lean operation.
No,
we
I
have to do
understand.
our own editing and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
it's
I would
tough.
love to be able to just ship it off and be like, I'm never looking at this ever again. But
I mean,
don't have the
everybody-
luxury.
I feel like if my voice were a little dumber and dopier, it would be easier to deal with because then I'd be like, I unequivocally have a dumb and dopey voice. But when
Yeah.
I watch my own shit and look at myself, I'm like, am I dumb and dopey, or does everyone think that about themselves? I would love if I had a reputation for being dumb and dopey, and that was just like, if you know, the D stands for dumb and dopey. That guy sounds weird, bad voice, looks very bad on camera. Then I would never doubt myself again because I would know it's not bad intrusive thoughts. It's just life.
Very DJ like reaction to having to edit your own stuff is I sound way too smart. It's too painful to edit my own stuff. I sound too smart.
I feel like I'm stupid when I'm watching it. I wish I were more, with just like 10% stupider, so there could be no doubt that I think I'm stupid because I actually am stupid.
I wish that I could give you the 10% that I'm hogging out of like my 90%. But two very important questions. Number one, what's your ticket situation, or are you doing the credential thing?
I am a credentialed member.
Wow.
There are some cool standing areas though, so I'm in one of those, I believe. And I actually gave up a really good spot to come over here and have this conversation, but I would do that all the time. Anything for the show. I talked to a couple of guys from Australia, Australian Oilers fans, and let me tell you, shout out my guy Connor, because they don't make hockey fans like this guy. He came from Australia, watched Game 2 in LAX, had the worst experience of his life, but now he's here and he's excited. He bought the same Zach Hyman jersey I had.
Hell yeah. That sounds great. Are you worried? Are you nervous?
No, I did discuss with a friend of the show, Paul Bissonette, that the massive swing there will be of people leaving the building tonight if it is 2-1 or if it is 3-0. There is just no bigger, unless it were 4-0. There is no bigger swing than the positivity and the inertia of winning your first game of a series to cut it to one game, or basically the series being over and everybody spent their life savings to be here.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel good about any team being down 3-0, obviously, and needing to win 4 straight. But I certainly would not feel great about the Edmonton Oilers needing to win 4 straight games against the Panthers and being adults for 4 straight games and not being assholes that cost them 1 game.
So that I agree with Ryan. Wouldn't you think it would be an asshole team that would win 4 games straight? That's kind of I don't think they would win, but a stupid "this is not what hockey should be" thing is kind of like what the Oilers do.
So-
You're absolutely right about that, for sure.
I'll tell you something that I did yesterday, and it has kind of changed my life. To up the vibes for the Oilers and for our show, I went back and I watched Game 7 of the 1987 Stanley Cup Final between the Oilers and Flyers, and I watched it in full. It's available on YouTube. It was an incredible experience. But during that broadcast on CBC, there was a turn of phrase or a descriptor used that a team was like a teabag, that they needed to be in hot water for a while before the flavor started to come out. And I've started using that like fucking crazy when talking about the Edmonton Oilers.
I like
in
that, but it's also
2024.
not true at all.
It is very true. Think about the way that they started their season.
Sure, yeah. I guess they got 850 goaltending for like the first 10 games or whatever.
The Oilers flavor did not come out until they were sitting in hot water for quite some time.
I thought you meant in a series.
I mean, they faced some adversity in a series. Like Vancouver, they made a fucking adventure out of that.
I guess
Stuart Skinner had to sit in some hot water for a while.
Yeah, he lost his job. But I guess what I mean is, what adversity has Florida faced, really?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Edmonton is the team, is the teabag team.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is that I could expect some flavor to come out tonight, but I'm not expecting that flavor to last for 4 straight games.
I would say even like when they were down, when the Draisaitl Barkov hit happened, there was some flavor there. I mean, you can't say there wasn't. And like, you know, wait, what do you want to call that? A cup check? Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Like that's flavor, right? Like, but you gotta.
That's not good flavor. Though.
Well, so here's what I was going to say though: is like there's a line that Florida is walking where they're getting the flavor. I don't know if you saw this. Like, the Danish government or the Netherlands government was like,
you lost.
Okay, recalled a bunch of South Korean ramen bowls.
Okay.
For being too spicy.
I'm interested.
Like the government had to intercede and be like, we don't.
I'll tell you what. I'm interested. I want to get my hands on that ramen.
Yeah,
if the government thinks that it's too
so spicy that it's illegal is cool, right?
Yes.
But you don't want to. You want to be like right on the other side of the government is interceding to say you can't sell your ramen in our country anymore, right? Like you want. That's where the Panthers are.
Yeah.
And the Oilers. Draisaitl aside,
the Oilers are dying from spicy ramen.
That's exactly right. Yes. This is a perfect analogy.
Deej, any final thoughts? I want to let you get back to soaking up the scenes.
Yeah, I just found out some friends are in a way cooler spot than I am, and I was like, can I make that happen? So, final thoughts. I think the Oilers win this game. I would like to hand off as like a closing thought. I'd like to hear RL's thoughts on the thing we discussed today about Knobloch can get McDavid away from Barkov, but does that mean Sam Bennett is gonna like flick McDavid in the you-know-whats? So do you just have to put up with, Barkov's gonna make life hard on McDavid and then just win the rest of the matchup? I'll call back in at some point. I promise I will.
Okay, cool. Great. Love you.
All right.
Enjoy.
Love you. Oh, wait, one last thing.
We're not going anywhere.
Yes, sorry. Pete, if you could get up and run to where we keep some supplies near the bathroom, the lower right cabinet.
Did you hide the fucking shirts?
I put some things there.
You motherfucker. I'm glad you said it.
It's not all
Okay.
It's not a shirts thing.
You got shirts and honey mustard dots pretzels. That's my guess.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna run.
Do
you want to see me go find it when I bring it back?
Yeah, I want to see you go find it.
I'll be right back.
All right, I guess I'll vamp.
I'm slightly
Ryan,
confused.
I can tell you straight up, that's exactly what is in there. It's a box of shirts and some honey mustard dots.
Okay, so I was right, and then that's what I thought had happened. But then I got a little confused by the shirt situation, so I wasn't sure if I had misunderstood what was going on.
All right, we have honey mustard dots,
Best pretzels on the planet.
Adult size, which
that costs like $80.
Yeah, I got a little tiny bag for like $5.
Yeah,
so this has to be at least $30.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, more than my trip to Edmonton. Yes.
All right, official merch reveal.
Ooh.
We have Dish and hats. These are great. These are not like What Chaos branded. These are just Dish and hats, but they're awesome. And the collab is with Dishin. So they made this incredible Chaos Chain shirt, which is unbelievable. I'm very, very excited about this. And then they also made
The shirt DJ was wearing today.
The shirt DJ was wearing today, which is a What Chaos like logo branded tee. Fucking oversized logo. Awesome.
That's my favorite one. It's so good. It's so good. All right, I'm gonna walk around. Bye, boys.
All right,
see you.
Talk soon.
Bye.
And then there is a black version of this. It's not in here. I think DJ took all of them. But yes, we have like the logo tees. They're fucking awesome. We also have, I think we have hats. Or are these?
I don't know. I don't know about the hats. I know there's one other shirt to sign that's kind of like the pocket tee. Like, doesn't have a pocket on it, but
I don't know if that one's in here. I think DJ may.
I don't think so. I think he only got white ones and the Chaos Chain ones.
So yes, we're having a collab with Dishin that is going to be like officially launched very soon, I think. I don't know for sure, but very soon. The Dishin guys are incredible. Go follow them.
Buffalo guys.
Buffalo, Pride of Buffalo. That's right. Them and New Era are the two best fucking clothing companies in Buffalo.
Although New Era has been shipping jobs out of the city. I'm not fans of them at times.
Really?
Yeah. They had the naming rights of the Bills Stadium and they lost those. And yeah, they are
What's
shipping
the
operations.
Bill Stadium now?
Highmark.
Oh.
It's like a healthcare company.
Ugh.
Yeah. I miss when it was the Ralph.
I feel
Named
like
after
it'll
our-
always be the Ralph.
It will be.
Yeah,
well,
nobody.
they're building a new stadium that opens in 2 years or a year. Yeah, 2 years. So I feel like you can't call that one the Ralph because it was never named the Ralph.
What?
You can call it the Terry, right?
Yes.
Everybody likes that guy.
Everybody loves that guy, especially Sabres fans.
Oh, yeah.
It's going great.
Well, I feel like Bills fans love him more because he saved the team from being owned by Bon Jovi, who was going to move them to Toronto, or 44th president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Yeah. Trump owning a sports team would be hilarious.
I just want to know so badly how different the world would be if that had happened. It's crazy to think how.
I mean, he was president.
Well,
it's not like he went away.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like I presumably
yeah.
wouldn't have ended up president, but I guess I don't know that.
He probably still,
nothing would have stopped him from becoming president.
Right.
He was on that track, I feel like.
Probably. But I just would have loved to see how the world would be different. / if the owner of my favorite football team was the president of the United States. What happens there?
That would have been
What
crazy.
happens there?
The fix is in. Oh, they won 4 straight
It's just
Super
like,
Bowls.
it's interesting. Every year, the Buffalo Bills visit their owner at the White House.
Do you know Our Lady Peace? Because they are performing in. You do?
Yeah.
I don't know them.
They were one of those like bands where it's like
huge crowd.
They were one of those bands where it was like you can tell they're big and good because they got out of Canada. You know what I mean? But like they were, in my recollection, I was like 12 years old when they're big. I couldn't tell you the name of the
so
record.
they've been
Clumsy?
around forever?
Yeah. I think Clumsy was the record with a song called Superman's Dead, if I'm remembering correctly. And they were like one of those bands where it's like, oh yeah, they can play like the Paradise here in Boston, like a 1,200 person venue. And then they go to Canada and it's like, well, football stadiums obviously is the only place this band could possibly play.
That crowd was huge. That was massive. Did you see Florida had the Kid Leroy and DJ Khaled for each of their 2 games. So
I love that Ariana Grande just big time them. She's like, I'm coming here to watch hockey. I'm not singing shit.
But they had Our Lady Peace, which drew a massive crowd, and then they have Shania Twain for Saturday night.
She might outsell the. I mean, I know it's going to be
You
free,
better
but
fucking win this game, because if you're down 3-0 and that series is over, and then a bunch of Oilers fans have to go and like cry through
Let's Go
tears
Girls
and
at
enjoy
that.
Shania Twain.
Although I will say, if you're down 3-0 and then Shania Twain performs and then you win Game 4, Shania Twain is at every game.
Well, also you can say that don't impress me much. To be up 3-0? Okay, so you're Alexander Barkov.
That's a good point, but it would also work if you're only up 2-1.
Yeah,
it would literally not impress her much if they
No,
were
it
up
really
2-1.
wouldn't.
So be a little bit more impressive up 3-0. I hope it doesn't happen. That's my rooting interest. So we were talking about movies before we came on here. We're talking about The Hitman. Watched that this week.
Famously,
I didn't like
I
it.
watch a lot of movies.
I didn't hate it, but I didn't like it.
It was like a B for me, B- probably.
That's too high for me. Are you a Letterboxd guy?
No, I can't be logged. Like, to me, I really, in the last year, 2 years, something like that, really moved away from like, I gotta be on like social media. You know what I mean? Like I still look at Twitter, but like the idea of posting to me is very.
You don't post anymore.
No, I know.
You were a big poster.
I was. And now, I don't know. Maybe I turned 40 and I was just like, fuck it. We don't.
Have you turned 40?
Oh, yeah. I'm 41 years old.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
You look great for 41.
That's very nice of you to say.
It's
Thank you so
not,
much.
Like, that is not blowing smoke. Would you? What would you
I would
have
not have
guessed?
thought you were 30.
I would have.
Come
I
on,
would
guys.
not
I would
have
have
guessed that you
closer
were
to
older than
31,
like 35.
honestly. Yeah.
Well, this is so nice to hear.
You
Wow.
look great for 41.
Wow.
That is
What can
unbelievable.
I say? What can I say? But that's why I know who Our Lady Peace is.
Okay.
You know, because I was like in junior high when they were a thing.
Well, you said that, and I was like, oh, so they've been around forever, and that was like assuming that you were around my age.
No, yeah, I'm not, I guess.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that makes sense. You were telling
Rocked
me you
my
were at
world.
the ECW event.
Yeah,
and
I
I
was
didn't really put
telling
that
Sean
together.
before the show. We were talking about wrestling, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I went to ECW shows in high school." And Sean was like, "Oh, okay, cool."
I didn't think about it at all.
Didn't process it, but like ECW stopped existing in 2000, I want to say.
something
So
like that, yeah.
How old do you think Sean is?
28, 26.
I appreciate I turned 26 in a month and 2 days.
There you go.
Nailed it.
Only 10 years away from the perfect age, which is 36 years old.
36 does seem like it's a great age.
It's a great fucking age, man.
People, I was like dreading turning like early 30s to like not quite mid 30s, but like sneak in there. It's probably like the best time I've ever been alive.
Mm-hmm.
Having
Yeah.
a good time.
Like, and
Reassuring, I
you're
guess.
talking about like socio-politically, right? Like everything's just going great right now, like across the board.
Yes,
Yeah,
100%. It's just coinciding with everything lining up. Just
Mhm.
unbelievable for me.
You're so hyped for November. We got so much coming up, folks. Here in the year 2024.
RL's going to start posting again.
That's right. Well, especially if my man gets back into the White House. You know what I'm saying?
Should have been owner of the Buffalo Bills.
My man. Objectively, like the funniest president we've ever had.
Not even close. All this stuff about sharks the other day.
The batteries.
Unbelievable.
The fact that like AI exists
Yeah.
and they keep doing like all these like voiceover things, like the LeBron seeing shit coming,
Yeah.
like that is in no way he could have ever seen coming. The fact that like nobody has even tried to do that with Trump because
He's-
it
I
would
think
just
he's
be
AI
way
proof.
less ridiculous than the actual
Yeah,
things that come out
He's
of his
AI
mouth.
proof. If you anything,
unbelievable.
anything he says is would not anything you could possibly come up with on AI does not register in the top 50 things he's done since he became president.
He's so funny.
Just they were
It's
trying to
way
tell the
easier
doctors
to
were
say
saying
that
it
he's
wasn't a
funny
big
when
deal.
He's not actively president though.
Yes. Although
Emily-
again, like the posts were funny when he was president. Everything else was not so much, you
New
know.
desk
But
alert, by the way.
What?
Emily
They
Kaplan
somehow made the desk worse.
Emily Kaplan has been crushing her outfits.
She has, but like,
Yeah,
she's
no,
not.
she's not even behind the
meant
desk.
to be at that desk.
No,
no,
not at all.
they made them convert it to Canadian desk size when they crossed the
no.
border.
It's like honestly
it's
the
like
exchange rate.
72%.
Yeah, the exchange rate probably would have covered.
Oh,
Emily
it was an
Kaplan.
incredible theory that they set a budget for a desk. It was already hilariously low.
Yeah.
And
And then
then,
they're like,
they
"Oh,
forgot
fuck."
to convert to
Yeah.
Canadian. And so they set the same budget and they were like, fuck, we have to do a desk for $14.
I like that they were clearly like, oh, you thought we were shipping the desk? Oh, no, that's too expensive. We've got one.
What
each.
happened? That looks like an IKEA desk.
It literally does. Like,
It's
it looks
from
like
the
just a wood top.
Canadian equivalent of Staples, I'm sure.
That's tough.
It's bad. There's no two ways about it. And
How do you
yet-
feel about the ESPN coverage?
I say this on my podcast sometimes. I listen to games or I watch games with the volume pretty low.
Really?
Yeah.
Like no matter what?
Yeah, pretty much. Because here's what happens. Like some guy like who's like the third man on the St. Louis Blues broadcast will say something and I'll just be like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, come on.
But I love that shit.
That
No,
honestly,
like I just
It's
get
like half the
annoyed.
appeal for me. It's not half the appeal, but like
I just
it
get so
adds
annoyed
to
with it.
Like I genuinely watched that game 7 the other day on YouTube, and I was as intrigued by the broadcast as any other part of
Sure.
that game because, well, I guess because it was 1987 and things were a lot fucking different.
yeah.
But
know,
like
man.
it was also Hockey Night in Canada, and they sent a reporter to each of the provinces to have like a live person in a bar to watch Game 7 of the Cup final.
Unreal.
And it was wild.
That's dope.
It was crazy. So yeah, I mean, I love hockey broadcasts even when they're kind of shitty.
I like them during the regular season because I like watching other teams' broadcasts.
It helps
a
you
lot.
get a sense of like the personality
Yeah.
of like a team
Sure.
and their base.
And
Like, that's
you
why
just
part of the
learn
reason why
stuff.
we fell in love with the Oilers.
Yeah, very much
Because the
so.
Oilers,
Best broadcast in the game right now, in my opinion.
it's not even close.
No, I've been saying this for years. Like, I know you guys have obviously tapped into it quite a bit, but like Gene Principe is lapping the fucking field when it comes to good, like knows hockey, obviously, but like he's having fun out there in a way that like everybody else just not even isn't, but like can't, if that makes sense. You know
Well,
what I
like
mean?
sometimes he can't.
Yeah, you get
Yeah,
some
when we talked to him, he was like, "I have to be like national Gene, and then I can get to be regional Gene." But when the Oilers are on the national Sportsnet broadcast, they don't let him do shit.
It's pathetic to me.
It's so sad.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a Gene Principe, and you're gonna like tell him, like, to bring it back to wrestling, it's like having like a Rey Mysterio Jr. and being like, "Don't do any flips though, big dog. We need you. We need you doing the technical stuff only tonight." And it's like, no, the flips are the thing.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
It's incredible. Also, like the Panthers, I know the Whatnuts were not a fan of Steve Goldstein's appearance, and he was a little.
Well, the Bruin whatnots were not a fan.
Oh, I think most people were like, "What the fuck is he talking?" Like, 'cause
I
he
loved
was
him.
so firmly in the Panthers' corner,
Yeah.
for the Sam Bennett goal, which
Yeah.
that shouldn't have counted.
I mean,
there was
his
no debate over
his
it.
explanation all made sense. I don't think he at any point was like, it wasn't goaltender. I mean, he kind of said that, I guess. But
he said it was not goaltender
Yeah.
interference.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a
I guess he did.
Crazy thing to say.
You could say,
He's employed by the team, but you can still like
well,
be right.
okay, you know what? Then again, you watch a lot of these broadcasts, and they're just like, no, the guy like threw his stick through another guy's neck, and the guy's like, "Oh, that's a dive." You know what I mean? Like, and you're just like, "Come on, man, you
So
don't
he
have
got him, but did he sell it too? Yeah.
You know what? It should be
Call both.
It should be throwing his stick through a guy's neck and embellishment. If we're being honest, okay.
I honestly think that one of my favorite things in broadcasting is when like the Homer announcer says like, "Oh, come on," and then the replay comes up and they're like, "Oh, well,
okay,
yeah,
sure,
yeah,
yeah.
maybe."
I love my Sabres broadcasts. They're like wildly unoffensive, but I would love to have a Gene. Like Duffer is
the
not.
intermission show is so fucking low budget.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's MSG.
painfully low budget.
Yeah. I think those guys are good.
SNY,
MSG.
MSG.
Yeah, those guys are good.
I
But
love
they don't
Marty
have,
Biron,
Marty
though.
Biron is
Yeah.
rocks.
Incredible.
I love Duffer, but like they only get to do so much. They couldn't be Gene if they wanted to be.
No, but that's nobody should be trying to
That's
be
what I'm
Gene.
saying, like-
Gene is Gene,
Okay.
and that's
He's
why
one
we
of
love
one,
Gene.
as they say.
But like even like Jack Michaels is one of the best play-by-play guys. Louis great. Then
Bob.
you got Bob. Fucking and then like sometimes Craig McTavish shows up and is just the third man. What an embarrassment of riches to just like have
The other
Mac
Sportsnet,
T just sometimes show up.
Yep.
the other Sportnet cities probably fucking hate Edmonton. The guys show up and they're just like, these guys are the fucking shit.
Did you see the stuff that happened this week with apologies if I butcher his name, Luke Gazdick?
Yeah.
Do you see the stuff that happened?
I saw that it was happening. I don't see what he said. I didn't see what he said to like incite their rage. But like I said this the other day, like Vancouver fans are still bringing up the Aaron Rome suspension, and it's like, okay, man, I guess so. Let's go back. Let's go back to 2000. Like, and I should be clear, I don't give a fuck about the Bruins. Win, lose, I don't care. So like, I'm not even saying it from that.
But I mean, like the Nola Chari trip happened 5 years ago. And when it's still brought up, I'm like, just fuck it. Like it was obviously wrong and it cost the Bruins a big game, but it's fucking 5 years ago. Let's move on at some point.
But like my point is, I don't even know what you're talking about. Like,
you don't know the Nola Chari trip that led to the third period goal for the Blues in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final?
See, I like
that broke the Bruins.
I needed the context. Whereas like the way they bring up the Aaron Rome hit, I'm like, oh, like on Nathan Horton in Game 3 or whatever it was,
Yeah.
like middle of the ice, Bruin. Yeah, I remember that, but only because Vancouver fans are still bringing it up. So like, I didn't see what Luke Gazdic said. He might have said really like, you know,
It was like
horrible stuff. or
No, it
whatever.
wasn't like really horrible.
Yeah.
It was just like he said like Canucks fans are like pathetic and like poverty
Losers,
franchise or like just like sort of podcast talk on
Yeah.
an Oilers podcast.
Yeah, so it was on an Oil. It wasn't even on TV.
Oh
no,
no, yeah.
it was like an Oilers podcast.
It was
who cares?
Vancouver
That's
fans.
what I'm saying.
Vancouver
Fuck.
fans are such. They are. I feel like if I lived
I'd
on the
be
West
mad
Coast,
at them, but I wouldn't be like pull them off a hockey night in Canada or
I would,
whatever.
I
Like,
would treat them a lot like I treat Bruins fans, which is very hostily.
with contempt.
With
yeah,
contempt.
the
sure.
line has to be moved when you go on a podcast.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
So that was all weird to me. And I think that he was pulled off the Hockey Night in Canada desk or something for the final,
Great.
which fucking.
I mean,
Vancouver's
sucks.
not even in it, so who cares?
Right. Yeah, good point. Like,
Luke Gazdic played for the Oilers. If anything, like Kevin Bieksa should be pulled off. We get it. You played for the Canucks.
Kevin Bieksa rocks. though.
He does. No, of course he does.
Kevin
I'm not.
Bieksa
But
rocks.
I'm just saying, like, if we're doing the like, we should have like the Homer guy on the show.
Yeah, just have somebody to counter him. Like, if
Perfect. Have a point.
If you're gonna put
counterpoint
Gadget
segment.
there, have Bieksa sit right next to him.
Yeah.
I just love like. Are they just not going to watch the cup if he's on it? Are they going to watch?
Well, I mean, this is the
Is
nasty.
Vancouver gonna boycott the fucking Stanley
Stanley
Cup
Cup?
final?
Here's the thing they don't tell you about the Stanley Cup final, though. When your team gets eliminated, you stop watching hockey. In my experience, this is how every fan reacts. Oh, the Bruins are up. Fuck it, I don't care anymore. It's
Bad behavior.
That's
it's-
that's obviously not
Yeah.
a blanket statement, but I'd say generally speaking,
Yeah,
there
probably.
are like nobody watches hockey in the way that people are like, you know what? It's 4:00 on a Sunday. I'll watch a fucking Bengals Cardinals game. Like, there's nobody that does that for
Football's
hockey.
the wrong example
Well,
to use
no,
that
I'm
for
just-
because fucking people will watch
I'll
Thursday
say,
night football.
as
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying though. Like, people will watch anything
Yeah.
in the NFL, and if your team or the team that your team hates isn't involved, you're just like,
yeah.
I would say as a Bills fan, since we have been good the last few years, I almost always take the round after they get eliminated off. I can't watch football. Like it drives me because especially with the way the Bills have been eliminated over the last couple of years, I am so upset that I just can't watch it. I need to take a little bit of time off. But like when it comes to the championship, whatever sport it is, like I'm definitely still watching.
I don't know. Like
Yeah.
I'm not programmed that way.
I am with the Bills in particular. I don't know how I'd be with the Sabres. Obviously, it's different because I don't really have a choice but to watch hockey now. But like, I genuinely don't know what
Sorry
it
to
would be
do
like.
that
Gun
to
to
you.
the-
Well, no, but like, I genuinely
You
don't
do
know.
have to.
It doesn't matter though because I haven't seen the Sabres like win.
Yeah,
to be
I
in
don't
the
know.
game.
Like I will say, it pains me to say it. Most Americans don't watch hockey like Canadians watch hockey.
no.
Where it's like if their team is out, you're probably right. Most of the time, those fans will check out.
Yeah.
Which breaks my heart.
That's why it's a gate-driven league.
It's fair. Yeah.
We got a Coyotes fan talking about the broadcast. Tyson Nash. The Coyotes.
Tyson Nash, unhinged.
Oh,
Sometimes.
brother.
Yeah.
that's
That's
a
a
great way.
great word
Great
for
way
it.
to put it.
Yeah.
Great way to put it. He was, I'll say, polarizing to say the least in Arizona.
Yeah. I mean, was it
Yeah.
Zegras?
The
Oh, yeah,
hot
yeah.
dogging.
He was the
skilling it up.
main.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
hot dogging and that was
Yeah.
so
That was
funny.
wild.
That was so funny.
Do we know if like the Coyotes broadcast is going to Utah too? Do we know that?
I don't know.
Wouldn't imagine.
I
did
don't.
I
see-
wonder.
I did see Craig tweet today that a lot
About,
of
like,
layoffs.
A lot of
Strategies,
layoffs. Yeah,
yeah.
Understandably so.
Well, yeah.
I know,
they
like
don't have a hockey team. They're not gonna. Yeah,
they're one of their.
They do have
their
a
reporter.
They do have
the AHL team.
Yeah,
is
the AHL
staying in
team.
Tucson though. I'm pretty
and
sure.
playing in they're playing in Mullet.
They're playing.
that true?
They're
Yeah.
playing
I thought-
6 games in Mullet. They're playing.
Oh,
they,
really?
They
That's
still
what
have
I
to
thought.
play
Yeah,
most
I
of their
thought they
games
were-
because they have a lease in Tucson.
Right.
Um,
That's right.
but-
Unhinged is good for home broadcasts sometimes. Like there's a line.
There's
for
a
sure.
line. The
Like Jack
Colorado,
Edwards.
the Colorado broadcast is unhinged and parentheses unwatchable.
Had-
right? Like that's the.
I do love me some John Michael Lyles in his little wine cellar in the intermissions though.
Yes, that's
it's
true.
crazy.
But I don't know if you ever seen clips of the Minnesota Vikings radio guy.
Yes.
The unbearable to me. I could never. just as screaming, no, that can't happen. I was like, fucking relax, dude. That's the craziest shit I've ever seen.
I do feel like you still have to call the game.
Yes,
People complain
Rich
about
Jeanneret is the greatest play-by-play guy of all time, in my opinion.
people complain about
very
Jack
good.
Edwards a ton, and like I get it. He's a crazy unhinged homer, but he also like calls a hockey game like he enjoys the hockey game.
Yes.
Like regardless if the Bruins are getting smoked in a game, he will still call the game pretty passionately.
Right. But like meanwhile, like again, to use the Colorado thing, Colorado's down 6-1. They give up a 7-1. This doesn't happen very frequently anymore, obviously. But they just be like, he shoots and he scores. Like,
I hate that shit.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to watch a hockey game.
Yeah, and like I get it from the point of view of those people are, for the most part, like catering to Colorado fans, right? Like you're watching it as a Colorado fan. But
again, if you can't convey like negative emotions in a way that isn't just like sounding like you're miserable to be there, then you shouldn't have the job.
But that's how Colorado fans act. That's been my experience with Colorado sports fans.
Sean hates DNVR people, not DNVR,
not
people,
DNVR
Denver people.
Denver people.
Denver people.
I do not hate our coworkers.
Your exposure to the DNVR fans has.
Well,
I
famously I hated the reaction to the Denver Nuggets winning the championship because there was not a moment of enjoying it. It was all fuck the doubters, fuck the haters, look at me now, and that drove me crazy.
We've got some of that from Florida. Like after Florida went up 2-0 in the last game, had like a flood of people showing up being like, fuck the Oilers, or like fuck you guys, you didn't believe in us. It's like, how are you not celebrating in the immediate aftermath of going up 2-0 in the Stanley Cup final? How was your first reaction to be like, I'm going to go get mad at people?
Yeah. Coming into this, who wasn't picking the Panthers? Like
that's
a
also
lot of people picked the Oilers.
What was it though? Like 60-40? Like I think the Panthers were the odds-on favorite, right?
The Panthers
like,
were the favorite, yes.
Yeah. So like you can't go to all the people who doubt. Like it's like the Celtics the other day, or was it Jalen? No, it was Tatum. Was like, well, like all these stats about like how dominant we were. You're just going to say we didn't play anybody anyway, and it's like you're the favorites though. You don't get to be like all the haters and losers. Like you won because everyone thought you were going to win.
Oilers are opening this game as like way more significant favorites than I thought. It's like minus 138 for the Oilers to open this game.
Wow.
I mean, it just feels like they kind of have to win this game. It doesn't feel like there's another option. Like, obviously they have to win it, but like, there's no way the Oilers get swept, right? Like, they can't get swept, and if they're gonna win one, it's gonna be this one. I feel like
can totally get swept.
I know they could definitely definitely get swept, but there's no way they can get swept. There's a Ninja Turtle behind Paul Maurice.
Oh shit!
The kid put a shirt on.
Oh,
the kid has a shirt on.
Did they make him put a shirt on?
I think they made him put a shirt on.
Security came over and was like, no, my friend.
I bet you ESPN put a call.
How much money does that fucking kid's
That's
dad
what I'm saying.
have?
I don't like him. I can't like somebody that rich. I can't. I don't know him. But
not only did he travel to Edmonton.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
He's behind the glass.
He traveled to Edmonton and paid however much money it took to basically get the exact same seat that he has.
That's
I didn't even think
part.
about the fact that they were in Edmonton now.
That guy's dad has to have
so much money.
So much money.
So much money.
He's liquid.
That's right.
This place is going to be a fucking madhouse in this game.
Absolutely. Until they go down 1-0 30 seconds into the game, in which case they are streaming for the exits. I don't think that'll happen, for the record.
That would be so depressing.
It would also be so funny.
It would be kind of funny. It would be, again, I'm not putting that out in the universe because I love my pal DJ, and he would be distraught if he went all the way to Edmonton to only watch his beloveds fall down 3-0.
I say it all the time. The thing I root for in sports, the funniest possible outcome, whatever that is in any given situation, I'm happy for it. Like when the Patriots lost the Super Bowl on the helmet catch.
I wasn't particularly a fan,
right?
But I could see why it would be very funny.
My
to a
point
lot of
is,
people.
I was at a Super Bowl party with a bunch of Patriots fans, and I was dying laughing, and they were all like throwing their beers against the wall. Or whatever.
I love that moment.
Lucky that it wasn't at you. If I had a guy at my fucking party that was like actively rooting against the Patriots,
you gotta
I'd be
think
like,
it's funny.
I loved that moment so much that I became a Giants fan for like a solid couple of years. Eli Manning,
Eli Manning, 2-time Super Bowl MVP. Eli
as
Manning.
Pete knows, I am if nothing a hater at heart. The thing I love more, like I hate the Yankees more than I love the Red Sox, undoubtedly.
You
and
are a hater
the same
at heart,
way
for
about
sure.
the Patriots. I, especially during that time, hate the Patriots way more than I love the
They're
Bills.
cheering for Cody Cece. That's nice.
I love Cody Cece. I mean,
Yeah, it's easy to say when you're not an Oilers fan, I guess. You know what I
exactly.
mean?
Cody
100%.
Cece, agent of chaos.
He is the term chaos god exists for like Cody Cece, Ryan Lindgren,
Sure.
Rasmus Ristolainen.
Yeah.
Like those guys, fuck yeah.
Ristolainen.
When they're out there, anything can happen.
It's fun to
Might
watch.
throw Nico Mikkola in that list after last game.
That goal was crazy, man.
That goal was crazy because 10 seconds earlier, he almost fucking spinoramaed it into his own net. The most
People say this is
the most
the best
unhinged
sport ever.
sequence
It's
I've ever
crazy.
seen in hockey is a defensive defenseman spinoramaing on his own net, then going coast to coast and fucking
The
putting
best
a
part of
perfect
that
shot
play,
on
by
net.
the way, was Bobrovsky reacting like in making I guess you can call it a save, in stopping that puck. Like he just kind of looked around like, what the fuck? Like, whoa.
And he also like good rebound control, sent it to the corner.
Talented guy.
Love that guy.
You think he's a Hall of Famer? 2 Vezinas? If he
wins a cup, like it's
I'm gonna even
Especially
say
'cause
this,
he's gonna end up winning
back-to-back
Conn
trips
Smythe.
to the Stanley Cup. Do you know how few guys have won the Vezina twice, like since they started actually voting on it?
imagine not many.
I believe the number is it's just him, Hashikwa, and Brodeur.
That's wild.
Those
And
3 are the
soon
3
to be
greatest goalies of all
Connor
time.
Did Tim Thomas have 2?
Oh, Tim Thomas did have 2.
yeah.
That's right.
Those are the 3 greatest
That's
goalies of all time.
crazy that
And
Tim Thomas had 2 Vezinas.
2 in 3
As a guy
years.
who broke into the league at like 30 years old.
2 in 3 years, just like at age 34 was just like, no, I'm gonna be absolutely fucking insane one year, win the Stanley Cup and the Conn Smythe, lose my job the next year, and then get the Vezina of the year after that. Unbelievable.
Incredible career. Ambassador Grease said that is the thesis behind What Chaos. Basically, yeah, saying that the funniest possible outcome is what we root for.
Yeah,
As
and
long as my team's not involved.
the way the Vezina was awarded before they voted on it, also Ambassador Grease is asking, was it wasn't voted on at all. It was whoever had the best goal, not whatever the Jennings is
Oh,
now.
yeah.
Is what it used to be.
That's
so like
insane.
if you look at like the guys who have won a shitload of Vezinas,
It's just the
it's
team.
just like guys from the Canadiens in the 70s, including like the backup. Like if the backup played whatever number of games behind Ken Dryden, I think it's Bunny LaRocque is the guy's name. He has like 5.
Wait, so they gave out
give
like
it to 2
2
people.
Vezinas a year?
It was the Jennings before.
They would give, give it
That's
to both. 'Cause
crazy.
I remember,
Yeah, so like Bunny LaRocque is this guy who was a perfectly okay backup for the 70s Habs and played like 15 games a year, but they were like, and of course you get a Vezina.
That's like Yaroslav Halak having like 6 Vezinas.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yaroslav Halak's super underrated.
Yeah,
So
he
good for 50 different teams for a really long time.
Except
But
for the
no,
Buffalo
it was
Sabres
never
for the
like
30
the
seconds
best
they had.
goal.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
He's
But
an
like
all-star
just-
1 year, I think.
But like
least.
9-12 every year, like put it in the fucking
You
bank.
take that 100%.
Awesome. And because he only ever cost what, like $3 million? Like,
Hell yeah. I'm excited for this game.
yeah,
I'm
this is
excited
so
for-
sick, man.
That's great. I didn't know that they used to do that. That's wild.
Yeah.
Although
it's-
I can kind of understand it, like where hockey came from at that time, where it was like nobody played defense. So if you gave up the fewest amount of goals,
No, in
you,
the 70s, it was all.
the grinders, but like
No, I'm
goalies
saying it was very
also
low
just-
scoring. Unless, so again, like post expansion, they were just like, okay, we'll take all the old teams. Those guys were in one conference. All the expansion teams. So it was like just like the way the Bruins won the Stanley Cup in the early 70s was just like we played two absolutely dog shit teams in the Cup final, but like the conference final was the Stanley Cup effectively.
I just figured that like if anybody was making saves, it was probably the good goalies because nobody was fucking making saves. Goaltending back then was,
Didn't exist.
it was insane.
Yeah. Well, so that's more like the 80s into
Okay.
the.
Well, I mean, the 87 Cup final was Fuhrer versus Hextall.
Yeah.
And that game 7 that I watched, I only watched the game 7, but the game 7, both those guys fucking rocked.
Yeah.
It was insane to watch.
Sure.
I was like, how are they saving anything? They have throw pillows on their legs, and they're just like,
and they're standing up.
they're
They
standing up
they
and
don't understand that
wildly
they can drop
skating
to the
out.
ice. Yeah.
Yeah. Oilers up 3-1 going into the third period, and they'll lose an OT, calling it now. That is horrible vibes.
Again, you got to say it's very funny though. That would be extremely funny.
Oh my God, DJ! I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine DJ. Like just
That's true. Yeah.
DJ and the vibes there. If they were to blow a lead.
Wait,
Oh.
they're starting Corey Perry
Perry
and Cody Cece. Are they trying to get scored on the first shift?
That's usually their MO, I guess. Well, first shot.
Maybe they're just trying to protect Draisaitl.
That's right. Yeah.
They're like, if any bullshit happens off this drop. For anybody who's watching at home, I'll let you know when the drop happens, just so you know where you are in relation to us.
You can sync it up or whatever if you really want to.
We have puck drop. There it is.
There it
Game
is.
is underway. All right.
Wow.
So ESPN Bet has Edmonton minus 140, which is even
That's
steeper than
two more than the other thing.
two more.
Yeah,
Like,
you
oh,
said
like-
138 before.
Yeah, right.
So now it's 140. That's two more.
It's 2 pennies more.
Mm-hmm. Try to tell me it's not. You can't even do it, folks.
It's my 2 cents.
That's
Somebody
right.
would say.
Yeah. Hashtag it's my 2 cents.
Hashtag serving hunt.
Serving hunt. Yeah, we decided today that we were going to redo the Panthers hashtag, which is hashtag time to hunt.
Yeah.
And we decided it would be more appropriate if the C word was in there because that's how they play.
Sure. Okay.
So-
yeah. I get it.
Instead of including the C word, we just decided to do a play on words and do serving hunt.
No, once you said, yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Can I?
Nice.
Can we do? Can we do a quick side? I know we're 1 minute and 10 seconds into the game here, but
Yes.
can we do a quick sidebar on how much I fucking hate team hashtags?
Yeah.
They're,
Why do you hate them so
They're
much?
stupid. Who gives a fuck? Like, am I trying to find like in 2024? Am I trying to find posts about like the fucking Denver Nuggets or whatever with
So
hashtag time to nugget? Like, I don't fucking
That-
who
that's
cares?
So fair point. I've
like,
never
the
used
slogan hashtags are stupid, but I don't mind the actual like if you want to just do fucking hashtag Oilers.
Sure.
I like having the logo pop up on Twitter.
Yes,
Like,
that's true.
It's
That is
pretty
fun.
aesthetically.
That I do.
I'm with you on that. But like,
So like you should either if you want to do your fucking slogan thing, have the
there
slogan
a way
thing,
to look this
but
up?
have 2 hashtags for every team.
that's fine.
Do hashtag Oilers and then like hashtag Let's Go Oilers.
Well, there's certain ones like for the Bills, like Bills Mafia is like the thing.
Sure.
So like that there's certain ones where it makes sense, but the other ones feel very forced.
That's what I mean, though. Like, it feels so like cooked up in a marketing meeting.
But
and, and like some of them are so bad compared to the other
Exactly,
ones. Like
yeah.
Time to Hunt is like kind of cool. Like it's something. And then you have the Dallas Stars, which is Texas hockey.
Right. Okay.
And
I
it's
have the
like,
full list.
What
Cool,
the
bro.
fuck?
I have the full list. The Devils, hashtag NJ Devils. The Rangers, hashtag NYR. Islanders, hashtag Isles. Blue Jackets, hashtag CBJ. All fine.
Yeah, I
that's
would agree.
fine. Flyers, hashtag Let's Go Flyers. Penguins, Let's Go Penguins.
Oilers, let's go Oilers.
Caps, all caps, in all caps. I get it, whatever, sure. The Carolina Hurricanes, cause chaos.
Yeah.
Take a hike.
Yeah.
Don't need that.
Yeah, if it's not immediately obvious to me what's going on there without the little thing popping up,
Yeah.
you're missing out.
The Red Wings LGRW, like it's very like COYS for come on you Spurs or whatever,
Yeah.
but it's just like
Just do hashtag Red Wings.
yeah, that's exactly right. C Kraken is a stupid one. Just do well, I guess you can't do hashtag Kraken because of like what is it, like a crypto thing?
Sounds like crypto.
Is that
If
right?
you get bullied by a crypto company, that's tough.
I
well,
mean,
I mean
bad
they
luck
came
for your
along that,
franchise.
but the Ducks are fly together. The Knights are Vegas born. Come on, man. I'll tell you this too. When team reporters use the official team hashtags, dork mode.
So the
You
only
know what I
thing-
mean? Like,
I get it.
I'm here covering the hashtag Let's Go Flyers.
I get it,
Grow
but
up,
also like
man.
it makes the logo pop up. Which
If you're a reporter,
so
what do you give a fuck?
Our behavior has been just include it below whatever you want to say. So like the reason that I hate the team hashtag is that like if you're doing something and you're like, is it time for the Panthers to scratch this person? I'm not doing, is it time for hashtag time to hunt to scratch this person? So I'm doing like, is it time for the Panthers to scratch this person? Space, hashtag time to hunt. So that you can kind of like file it as a thing.
If you ever see me using those team hashtags, which first of all, you won't because I don't post anymore. But
true.
If you ever did, I can tell you I was either making fun of it or I got a team to pay me $10 every time I used the hashtag. Those are the only two ways I would ever fucking do that. I think it's embarrassing.
It's a tough scene.
It is.
Also, Stuart Skinner made his first save.
I love that.
1 for 1.
Love
baby.
that.
Lock it in.
Do we have shots on net for both teams yet? Well, there's
one.
Another save for Stu. All right, we got shots on net.
Wow. 5 shots total in a little over 3 minutes.
Stunning.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
The way game 2 went, Jesus Christ. Not a bad look. You'd like to see Verhage get a little more on that, I guess.
I like that Stu's sealing it up.
Square to the puck. Yeah.
Stu has not been a storyline in this series through 2 games, which I hope remains the case. But
I think they need him to be a storyline positively. Like I think that the way things have gone, they need more from him. Like he's doing as much as he can.
When you scored 1 goal through 2 games.
But what I'm saying is, they're just like, again, especially after the way things went in game 2, like they need him to steal a game.
I mean? It could really get them fired up if he goalied them to a win.
Well, I mean,
and also would get them fired up if they just.
I also think that like the Oilers winning a game that they don't necessarily deserve to win would be very good for the Oilers. It would kind of make.
But wouldn't that require a good Stuart Skinner game? Or are you saying that they would?
No, like you could score on like. I mean, they had 10 shots in a game 6, and Stu was good in that game, but like their defense was the story of that game more than
for sure.
Stu.
Yeah,
and they won a game in which they had 10 shots on goal against fucking the Stars, which was stunning.
That was a wild ass game for sure. Yeah.
That's the reason that I kind of like started to really believe that they could win the cup, is that they were winning games that previous versions of the Oilers could not even fathom.
No, you're
winning.
Absolutely right about that.
I mean, the Oilers at the start of the season couldn't have fathomed winning that game, getting games like that.
The Oilers at the start of the season were fucking horrendous.
Literally one of the worst seasons.
Again, I think that was just a combination of Campbell couldn't make a save and Connor McDavid was clearly hurt for the first like 20 games or whatever.
But they also they had no defensive structure whatsoever.
I don't think their defense is that good.
Well, I mean,
they hadn't decided that Bouchard was like the clear number 1 yet.
They play team defense now, though, under Knobloch. That's the difference.
No, I'm not saying like no,
boy.
like.
What do we got going to the box?
Let's go.
Is it
Yeah,
Bouch is struggling, man.
Oh no, it's Nuge. Let's see. Mark Stewart, incredible beard.
Mm.
What?
I didn't. Oh, it's not the replay.
Yeah.
This is it. Yeah, that's interference
by letter of the law. But I mean, if you're setting that standard, hold to it for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean,
there is interference like on every play.
Well, sure, but not like that. I mean, the puck was
impeded
15
progress.
feet past him.
4 feet in front of a ref, too.
But like, did you see that thing about the Department of Player Safety, why they didn't suspend Draisaitl? I can't remember where I saw this, but it was earlier today, and it was like
the justification.
They were like, they didn't feel like it necessarily rose to the level of suspension, which, okay, sure. I wouldn't agree with that, but okay. But then they were like, and also they thought that there were other hits in the game that got less attention because, and were just as bad. And it's like, well, that's not.
So you're just saying the refs didn't do their job
Right.
properly.
It's like, they were like, well, people only paid attention to it because it was, a top 5 player in the world and the best defensive forward alive right now. And it's like, right. Yes, you're accurately describing why people paid attention to it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right. I mean, I for sure think that hit is suspended in the regular season.
100%. Not even a question.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh, boy. PK kind of cooking.
Yeah, the Florida power play hasn't looked great, I would say, in this series.
At some point, Edmonton's got to get something from special teams.
You would think, but I mean, this is a problem dating back to the Vancouver series at this point,
Yeah, but I mean, they did break through against Dallas. It took 5 games.
Yeah, and they only it was like 1 goal though.
They had 2, I think, in each of Game 5 and Game 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah, like the power play was basically the only reason that they
right. You
they
know what?
won
I'm
those.
thinking of their PK stretch where they finally allowed a power play goal against.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
last game.
Right.
That it finally snapped.
Maybe that's what
and
I'm
it was.
thinking of, yeah.
I mean, Florida's power play has been really bad.
Mhm.
They had a 5-minute major in which they took 2 penalties to go to 4-on-4.
Yeah.
And they gave up a shorthanded, or it was a 4-on-4 breakaway to Connor McDavid.
I mean, you're going to give up breakaways to Connor McDavid, though.
That was one of 2 rush opportunities in that game. Like, they played a almost perfect defensive game, and the one that they gave up was on 4-on-4. Which, a little bit more ice, maybe. You can excuse it a little bit.
That's what I mean. Like it's like what the Celtics are doing to the Mavs right now, where they're like, we're gonna let Kyrie and Luka shoot.
Yeah.
We'll just cover the other guys who aren't good because of the combined. Those 2 guys can only score like 70 points.
That's true,
right?
Yeah.
And we'll get more than that because we'll keep the other guys to 15 combined.
It's
right?
a wild strategy, but honestly,
it's 1,000,000% working. They're taking the dog shit out of the
It is a
Mavericks.
very funny strategy to be like, well, we'll just leave their two good
We won't
players
double
uncovered.
them. We just won't double them. That's it. That's all. That's their whole strategy, and nobody thought of that.
That's so funny.
It rocks.
We'll cover the guys that suck.
Because that way the
That
guys
is how you lose, though, is like when you leave a guy who's not that good open and he goes off for like 25 points. You get 25 unexpected points.
right.
Because like you're still going to get solid contributions from guys who are like undeniably good.
Yes.
So it's working for the Celtics.
Yeah.
Celtics
no,
rock.
but that's what I mean though, is like the Panthers, you just kind of have to go, well, look, McDavid's going to do some crazy shit out there, right? Like it's just
Hasn't
going to
yet.
happen. You have to live with that. And so the matchups that you're going to be looking for are further down the lineup. You don't want your
Yeah,
you don't want to get beat by their second, third, and fourth line. Well, I mean, their second line has Leon Draisaitl on, but you know what I mean.
but I mean that's how they beat the fucking Stars. Like this, their depth beat the Stars, who were allegedly had the deepest team in hockey.
Yeah.
They got more goals from forwards than the Stars did, which is crazy.
Well, I guess what I would say is like, I don't feel like we ever really got the full injury list from the Stars, other than like Joe Pavelski's retiring. But like they just had all their good players go cold at the exact wrong time, is I think what really sunk the Stars. But again, like I'm not trying to take anything away from the Oilers. They're really, well, I mean, they got the 2 lines, and
you're trying to take away something from the Oilers.
and the 1.5 defensemen they have, and the goalie who's fine. But like, are we gonna act like this isn't? I know we're like, I saw people in Edmonton being like, and this actually kind of vindicates Peter Chiarelli a little bit. And it's like, well, hold on.
That's wild.
Yeah, he stopped being GM like a decade ago. That was so long ago.
And like not even talking about the current GM, I don't know if this lets Ken Holland off the hook.
It definitely doesn't, man.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, how are we going to pretend this isn't sheer force of will from Draisaitl and McDavid?
I mean, the team around them is better this year than it has been in previous
But like,
years.
people are like, "Oh, it's Zach Hyman. He's awesome with McDavid." You know what I mean? Like, perfect complementary player to McDavid. They suit each other so well.
But you get credit for identifying those guys and not overpaying.
Absolutely,
them.
no. That's a really, really like unbelievable. But like, you know, it's like, oh, Ken Holland. Like, we're all mad about the Darnell Nurse contract. Who signed that again? I don't remember. Could have been anybody.
Did you see the stat they threw up there about Nurse?
No.
-13 this playoffs, which is tied for the second worst all time. Do you know who's first?
No.
Sam Reinhart's dad.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Wow.
That's fun.
Sam Reinhart, his dad, I think, is extraordinarily rich.
Yes, he is.
Not from hockey.
No.
From like investing his hockey money
Yes.
in.
He became a stock market financier and investor. He was briefly involved with the Vancouver Ravens of the National Lacrosse League in the early 2000s. Fun fact.
Which
I mean,
seemed to fly
that's
under
where
the
the money
radar
is.
when everybody was criticizing Zach Hyman for having rich parents. The guy who scored 50 goals at the same time as him, his parents might be richer.
I mean, I feel like that proved the original point, though. The two of the best goal scorers were two of the richest kids in hockey.
Every hockey, almost every hockey player comes from rich parents.
That's exactly right.
I know.
No, that was really funny. Just because, like, yeah, you know, there was a quote from, I think it was, I don't know, it was some old Oilers goalie being like, "Oh yeah, no, like Connor McDavid." Oh no, it was Felix Potvin, I think. Did you see this quote where he's like, "Oh, you know, Connor McDavid used to come over and like shoot on me when he was like 6 years old or whatever." Like he came in, and it's like, hold on, what? It was when he scored that crazy shorthand or power play goal against Dallas.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, he tried that move on me all the time when he was like 8." And it's like, what?
That's first of all, being like an NHL goalie and then just like having somebody's kid come over as
Well, I mean,
8
he's
years
retired
old.
at that point,
Even still,
probably,
like
presumably.
Being a former NHL player and having like 8-year-olds come over and shoot on you is fucking wild.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, what's that? I feel like there wasn't enough digging into that story. Like, why was he over there? Like, are you just his dad's friend from the gym or something? Like, what's the story there?
DJ's calling in the middle of the first period.
Must be going great.
Concerning.
Hi, Dave. Hi, Dave. There's no way you can hear us. No audio? Can't hear us?
Oh, wow.
Or is he? You just calling in for
Oh, they just went on the power play. You're so far ahead of us, DJ.
Ah, okay.
Delay a game.
All right.
Well,
so
I don't think we
will
can do
know
this.
if the Oilers score a goal.
Yeah, DJ is going to spoil it like 30 seconds beforehand.
This is crazy.
He's so far ahead of us.
They haven't even started playing yet.
No. I can't look at DJ. I can only... Here, let's see if we can...
Can we figure out where is he? Has he changed his shirt?
No, he's still wearing the I'm an oil
man.
man shirt.
Okay. Is he in the crowd? Deej, are you in the crowd?
No, he isn't. He's clearly in like the press box.
Well, no,
in
I think he said he was in like a standing room.
Yeah.
area.
It is wild behavior to call in and just like not speak whatsoever.
And just to spoil what happened.
Oh, that's why he reacted like that.
Oh, yep. Okay, he's so far ahead. Like,
Yeah, it's
35 seconds.
Also, we're just gonna hear the siren.
I know,
it's getting
right.
louder than him.
Yeah.
I mean, they have an unmistakable goal song.
That's by Our Lady Peace, right?
Is it?
No.
Oh.
That's
Chat
another
loves
thing.
it,
Like
so.
people are always like, "Oh, this goal song or that goal song." I'm just like, I guess I don't know what the goal song is because I listen to the game pretty low.
Well, I mean, their goal song is like pretty nondescript. It's like, oh. It's like a lot of O's and it's like chanting. I mean, for like all the weird stuff that DJ does, chat fucking loves the weird stuff.
I guess so.
They're eating it up.
All right, in 35 seconds,
Yeah, we'll see something
crazy
crazy
gonna
happen.
happen.
Pretty wild.
We're gonna have a near conversion.
This is way more fun if they do not score on the power play. I'll say that.
Yeah, of course it is.
Oh, the boost bomb, was that what got him going?
Oh no, I feel like
No,
he's
it's-
farther ahead than that.
Yeah.
Oh, Nude's cooking. Wheeling and dealing.
There it is. That's
yeah,
Draisaitl,
yeah,
come on.
Draisaitl
Yeah.
one-timer. I mean, to be fair, he is selling things that are worth selling.
Yeah, no, he's not overreacting.
There's nothing worse than somebody being like, "Oh shit," and then like 15 seconds later, you're like, "That wasn't even close."
Do you think he's just gonna like hang up the second the power play ends? It presumably already has.
So we do overtime streams, and what happens on our overtime streams is that as soon as one of us sees the goal, or I guess as soon as Sean sees the
Yeah,
goal,
more or less.
he ends the stream immediately.
Got it.
So sometimes like you don't
Yep,
even get a
there he goes.
reaction. Nope.
So he gets
It's
it.
either he's 38 seconds ahead and the power play ended, or they scored a goal.
Oh, we would have heard a
I
siren.
think
We
we
would have
would've-
heard the crowd.
yeah.
Yeah,
true.
that's true.
So 0 for 1 on the power play, even though there's 30 seconds remaining.
It's a comfortable chair. I'm loving this chair.
I have no complaints about the chairs.
Great chairs.
Shout out Wayfair, I believe.
I think that one is like the less comfortable one too.
Wow.
Because I
According
think
to
DJ was like, "Fine, I'll take the less comfortable one."
I'm loving this. This is great for me.
Love to hear it. There's nothing worse than having to like do an uncomfortable seat.
I'm always saying that. What's worse?
DJ said, "Stupid kid here," sent a picture of the formerly shirtless Florida Panthers fan, and then said, "When there's an Oilers power play, I will call in Sans headphones and just watch the power play."
Well, yeah, that's why I saw that text, but then he called, and it was obviously like a minute before the power play started on our end, so I had no idea what was going on.
They did have a couple very good opportunities on the power play.
They did.
So that's a good
McDavid
sign.
right out front and Draisaitl on the one timer from the dot. Like that's what you're looking for.
I wonder if Draisaitl's hurt. Hasn't looked great.
The Panthers -3 in the first period in the playoffs, and they're 2 games away from a Stanley Cup is so funny.
But they're like plus like
100
like
in the third
100 in the
period.
third
Yes,
period.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, if you just said like, oh, you know, the Stanley Cup champions, how much do you think they outscored the other team in the first period? Because, you know, usually you score the first goal in a game, you win like whatever, 60% of the time or whatever it is. And it's like, oh no, they got scored on way more actually than that.
Did you see the stat about when the Panthers lead after 40? They are,
I'm sure they're like 59-0-2. Yeah.
67-0-4.
Yeah.
That's
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Wild. So good luck to the Oil boys. I've never had dots.
Nor I.
You never had dots, period?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
The regular style dots are incredible.
I hadn't had
Red honey
dots until
mustard.
like 2 weeks ago.
Huh?
I hadn't had dots until like a couple weeks ago because
DJ.
I don't
DJ
like
brought 'em in, right?
Yeah, I don't like pretzels, but I don't like hard pretzels, but they are so good.
Okay, these are tremendous.
Yeah, these are really good.
They flavor blast the fuck out of them. I love 'em.
The best thing is that it tastes like it's covered in honey
yeah,
mustard.
yeah.
There's nothing worse than like trying to capture the taste of something and getting like a little close, but being like, this doesn't really taste
Anything
like
that's like bacon flavored.
The hint of lime Tostitos
Always.
are like like my go-to example of that, where it's like, I guess this kind of tastes like lime.
But then you have like Chipotle chips where they actually squeeze lime on it. And you're like, ah,
Right.
What real-
You can't like
That's exactly right.
usually can't replicate the actual thing.
I
This
love-
tastes as close as I could imagine.
I love Chipotle because they embrace the fact that every chip is different. They embrace the fact that sometimes you're going to get one that's just going to be salt blasted.
That's why I like Doritos, honestly, because sometimes Doritos, if you get like the perfect Dorito, you
Mm.
feel like you fucking like hit the lottery.
Yep.
I don't like Chipotle or Doritos.
Both understandable. I
Mhm.
can't even think about the last time. I don't know the last time I had a Dorito. I don't eat chips very often. Chipotle I eat relatively frequently.
Well, you got to go through with the damn camera nowadays,
Oh yeah,
or else they're gonna give you
I saw someone
bad food.
I saw someone not film, but I saw someone the other day. I was at Chipotle, like halfway through it, they're like, "I'm good," and threw out an entire bowl. I'm just like,
that's the new trend. It's like, I have a great idea. Don't fucking eat there then.
Yeah,
like,
just stop.
It's not
you're just wasting food.
And you think like the guy who's
Exactly.
like
The poor
Dan
employee
down at Chipotle is like, you know what? This guy doesn't get a fucking
They're just
regular
doing
amount of
their
chicken.
job.
Fuck you. No, it's like a corporate directive.
I also love when people are like half scoop. They do half scoops, and then the video was them doing like just 2 scoops of the spoon that they're given, and it's just like, what do you expect them to do? What do you like? It's just their job. They
You just don't fucking go there. It's not that good anyway.
And you know what? You know what would do better to get them to stop if they're just people just stop showing up. Like if people just stop showing up to Chipotle, I bet you they'd change things.
People are so fucking annoying.
Agreed.
Their TikTok trends. These kids today. I'm 41.
That
by the way.
shit worked though. Did
No,
you talk
but
about
like
this?
the point isn't that it worked. The point is that like doing it is like you're being an asshole to someone who's making $8.50 an hour and doesn't fucking deserve it. They can't take a tip there. Like, what are you supposed to fucking like? It to me, it's
I get what you're
pathetic
saying,
behavior.
and it's not good behavior. But it sends a message to the people that actually can do something about it and should do something
For
about
now, they're not changing the size
no,
of their
they're not gonna
spoons though.
fucking do that
Like
shit.
the spoons are going to be the same size, and so eventually it's going to die down.
No,
and they're going to
they'll make
stop
the spoon smaller, and
that
then
or that. Yeah.
then you go look. It's the full
Oh,
fucking.
here 3
What,
scoops.
what
for
they
you.
really need is an overseer, like a manager at these Chipotles.
But I don't think it would change anything.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's a corporate directive.
Right.
Make it so you scoop less. That's what they're saying. You're scooping too much. That's almost certainly what's happening here. Like I said, it's not the guy scooping it who's like, fuck this guy.
Yeah, no, the people who are making the bowls or burritos and stuff are not trying to fuck the customers.
That's
They're
what
just
I'm
trying
saying.
to get through their shift.
That's why I
Yeah,
think.
so don't put them on fucking TikTok. Like, look at this asshole. Like, fuck you.
And it's just going, the heat is going to die down eventually, and they're not going to have actually changed anything. They're just going to be like, hey, make sure, especially if a camera's out, give them a little extra. And then people are going to stop pulling their cameras out, and they're just going to go back to what they were doing.
I just hope that Chipotle gets the messages received from the execs and they like establish better quality control or like standardization of the process.
We'll see, I guess.
We got some super chats.
Wow.
Stacey Faye says, healthy Sprite?
Healthy Sprite, the drink I invented.
What's healthy Sprite?
You take a lemon spindrift and a lime spindrift and you put it in one big cup.
Genius.
Healthy Sprite.
Fuck yeah. I love Spindrift so much.
Yeah, it's
That's
so
a great
sick.
idea.
When I go to Costco and they have the 30 packs for like $17 or something, I'm like, I'm buying 4 of these.
Costco is the fucking
The
best.
best, man.
It is the best.
Absolutely.
Sean, go to Costco.
I've been to a Costco.
Sean,
I don't
we gotta
actively
get
go
you
to
a-
Costco.
get you a
an
card, brother.
executive card.
Another super chat, $4.99. Puck follower.
Puck
Shout out
follower.
GH and Penny Ann. We've got a special guest back, which means
Hell yeah.
it's time for an Oilers power play.
I'm guessing we got a power play.
He's not going to respond to you.
I feel like he can hear me.
No, he can't. He
eyebrows.
doesn't have his headphones in. How can he fucking hear
He's
you?
raising his eyebrows, and I said the name DJ on the previous power play, and I saw him glance down.
I think he's just
My
doing a little.
conspiracy theory: people think that Stevie Wonder could see.
Oh, yeah.
I think DJ can hear. Thank you, Puck follower. Thank you, Stacey Faye. Much appreciated. We love you.
Those are both people who listen to my podcast. Folks, you could have given me that $15. What are we fucking doing here?
Pregame
You know what?
stuff.
You're on Patreon.
I am on Patreon.
We're not on Patreon.
That's
so
true.
This is basically our Patreon.
Oh, they got Pepsi at the Oilers arena. I hate to see that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I had to go to a Regal Cinemas recently to see Furiosa.
Yeah. So you're anti-Pepsi?
I'm definitely anti-Pepsi.
I don't like it. Well, I'll put it to you this way: Coke or Pepsi? You know, like when they say, "Is Pepsi okay?" I'm like, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah.
don't have a problem with it, but I don't prefer
If
it.
you're,
certainly.
if you go to like a
Agreed.
convenience store and you get a Pepsi over a Coca-Cola, you're a crazy person.
What's
That's right.
What's Pepsi's like sister brands? Like I know they have Mountain Dew.
Powerade.
They have Dr. Pepper.
No, Powerade is Coke.
Nobody
Powerade
has
is Coke.
Dr.
Dr.
Pepper's
Pepper's
its own
thing,
thing.
It's
right?
federally protected.
And I did see that Dr. Pepper,
The number 2
number
beverage.
2,
Took over
jumped
Pepsi.
Pepsi. That's such a bad look for Pepsi.
The
It
federal
certainly
government-
is, but Dr. Pepper hasn't figured out. They're doing so many flavor varietals now.
I mean, Dr. Pepper is incredible.
I love Dr. Pepper.
I
It's
just
so
bought.
good.
I just bought. I've never seen it in stores, so I had to buy it off Amazon. But I just bought Cherry Zero Dr. Pepper, or Cherry Dr. Pepper Zero, I should say. It
No
is
way.
incredible.
I do love a good cherry Dr. Pepper. I only got into Dr. Pepper a couple years ago. I love the fact that it was invented literally just to taste like nothing, like to taste
Doesn't
made
taste-
up.
yeah.
It was supposed to taste different,
A
and
classic pepper soda.
it's legally not allowed to be bought by Pepsi or Coca-Cola.
that's bad behavior from Brandon Montour.
Yeah, you can't do that.
So that's the cheap shit that I don't like. I kind of defended the Panthers on today's episode where I was like, I think a lot of the dirty talk about the Panthers is overblown. That shit is cheap, and I don't like it.
Yeah, like there's just no cause for it, right?
Like, that's not a hockey play.
Right. That's just, again, like asshole parentheses derogatory versus asshole parentheses
Right.
congratulatory, whatever you said.
Are
This
we
is
hearing
actually
people
kinda
yell
electric.
shoot in the background? Is that? Yeah, it's just people screaming shoot.
It doesn't sound like this power play is going well for the Oilers. I'll say that.
They are passing around a lot.
In 35 seconds, we're going to find out what that guy's so mad about. Sick.
Someone said, "Can we turn DJ up?" DJ's not talking, so no, we can't.
As a youth, Pete came from a no-setup household. When he went to another house, he had like 6 Dr. Peppers. That is underselling it.
You're from a no soda household,
Yeah,
bro?
I was too.
Yeah.
I didn't.
I would go
Wow.
over to my friend's house. We would play Madden all night, and I think there was a time when I drank like 9 Dr. Peppers.
You got it at that point?
and then went home and slept.
I was a
The human body as a child is incredible.
I was a
Amazing.
no soda household and a no sugary cereal household. So when I went to college for the first time and we had
I was the same
dining
thing.
halls with soda fountains and unlimited cereal choices,
Yeah,
it was
man.
I would eat cereal and soda so often.
What was your go-to cereal then when you were?
Captain Crunch and Berries.
No. I'm saying before.
Before when I was
yeah.
Mine was like Special K Red
I
Berry.
love
Yes,
Special
which is
K.
great.
that different kinds of Cheerios we would do.
Sure.
Life.
Life, yep. Cinnamon Life went crazy. Oh boy.
Cinnamon Life was great.
I hated Life, man.
Yeah, so no goal for the
Nothing
power
here.
for the power play.
Cinnamon
again.
Life was good when you didn't get to eat real cereal.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, then I got to college and it was Captain Crunch and Berries, Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I went to a friend's house once, and you remember that s'mores cereal?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I had that, and I was like, this should be illegal. It's so good.
When I was a kid, Cookie Crisp was big, and it was literally just mini chocolate chip cookies.
It's mini
crazy.
chocolate. A bowl of
Literally
mini
chocolate
chocolate
chip
chip cookies for
Craziest shit ever.
breakfast.
So I don't know if you guys know this. Like cereals, like we're talking about, don't really exist in Canada. So a friend of mine.
We got Tim Hortons apple fritter cereal over there.
Wow. A friend of mine, like every once in a while, will be like, "Can you just send me like 4 or 5 boxes of cereal?" And I'm, yeah, happy to. No problem.
Jeff and Jim, neither one of them has had a Dr. Pepper.
I
It
hadn't
is
had a Dr. Pepper until
incredible.
a couple of years ago because I never liked like root beer and I generally wasn't a dark soda person. But I had a girlfriend at the time who was a huge Dr. Pepper person. I finally tried it. and
I don't
got
understand
onto it.
how like people go their entire adult lives without trying, like out of curiosity, trying things that are very popular.
No, like any
Like
fast food
mainstream
place.
things.
Any fast food place puts out a new product. I'm like, when
Gotta
can I
try
get
it.
this? Please. I'm
Arby's put out
begging you.
Arby's put out a burger and I was like, I need to have.
And that burger
Arby's
is
cheeseburger.
unreal.
I don't remember if I ever had it.
It's an Angus burger, I think.
I think I did.
Their fish sandwich that they introduced a couple years ago,
Mm.
unreal.
That's-
so good.
People, I feel like generally are like, I don't do fast food, seafood, or fast.
Definitely.
It's fucking fast food. It's all bad. It's like it's all gonna be just as good. McFish or whatever the hell they're called.
I just
A
don't
filet-o-fish?
trust it. I just don't trust like the ocean.
That's fair. But, like-
But like I don't think that McDonald's is gonna fuck up like a fillet of fish because it's not really
It's so
fish.
standardized.
like a place
fried
a
shrimp
place
from
that presents
Popeyes.
itself as like we have real fish, but is like a little shady, is way more likely to kill you or make you sick
Totally.
than McDonald's.
Oh yeah,
The
like
Popeyes fish sandwich is sick.
Popeyes is different.
Popeyes fish sandwich.
Yeah, they have it. It's like a flounder.
Popeyes is like, I feel like Popeyes used to push the fact that they did seafood a lot more, but they've leaned a lot more. Obviously, they're a chicken place, but like
Popeyes is fucking incredible.
it really
Yeah,
is. Popeyes very big in Edmonton.
When I lived
Makes
in
sense.
Quincy, I had like a Popeyes, a McDonald's, and a Wendy's all like
They were
within-
across the street from
yes,
each other. Yeah,
it was,
I
and that was
also
right
used to
down
live
the
in
street
Quincy.
from me, and I was like, "This is
Oh,
unbelievable."
Make me
Oh
getting a little
boy,
feisty over here. Oh,
Hey, come on, guys.
I want to see some.
oh boy.
Got a helmet
This is
on.
why
Oliver
Drop
Ekman Larson
'em.
just sunned somebody, which is hilarious.
I forgot to say earlier, the reason I wore the ECW shirt is I think it's going to be fight night in Edmonton.
I would like to
Is
see
that really why?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Okay. Do you think they respond
Full
to
open himself
Draisaitl?
up the ice.
No, I think it's just like the temperatures increased, and if Florida starts losing, they're going to do Florida shit because like, okay, we're losing anyway, might as well whatever
Run
take our
Bob,
pound
what
of
happened?
flesh.
Oh,
And
yeah,
then-
you can't do that.
Yeah,
Oliver Ekman Larson went after
Corey
Corey
Perry
Perry.
being a fucking rat, dude.
yeah, that's gonna.
I mean, I like that they're getting in Bob's face. I like this.
no, I mean,
This is what you need to
Kulikov
do.
shoved him into him, so like that's
But like he was there. That's
Yeah,
more
no,
than you could
for
say
sure.
for game 2.
absolutely. Yeah, I did not think we'd have 3 power plays in the first period. I'll tell you that.
I definitely didn't think we'd see DJ call in for any of them.
Yeah. Getting back to the festival.
OEL winning a cup the year that the Coyotes moved to Utah
Stop it.
would be funny, but it would also be very funny if it happened the year after he got bought out by Vancouver.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Yeah, that's roughing.
I mean,
The spinning back.
yeah,
fist
I
to
know.
Hurricane.
Yeah. I mean,
Straight
Kachuk
up-
threw like six jabs before he finally got one of
Yeah.
his own, and of course, it's the one that gets penalized.
Splash around in here.
That is big splash around energy. Did Kachuk get a penalty?
No,
Yeah,
it was not Kachuk. He was cleaning his visor at the bench.
Four and four
Oh, it is
bodes well for
Kachuk.
the Oilers.
Okay.
Oh, so they did give it to Kachuk? Good. He was the one who threw. He was just going like to every player on the ice.
He hit him with the Eddie Kingston, the spinning back fist.
I mean, if you open up to 4 and 4, I feel like that benefits the Oilers. So
100%.
I love
Never
when
mind.
two guys get like offsetting penalties for
Yes.
just fucking with each other because it's got such
go to
like,
your room.
Go to your room energy.
Oh no!
See, this is what I was saying. It really benefits the Panthers to be
Yes.
4-on-4.
That crazy video.
Man,
That's tough, man.
DJ. This is when DJ should be calling in. This is what I want to see. This is DJ immediately after.
You want to see him tying a noose? Yeah.
Immediately
Great stick by
after. I just
Barkov.
wanted to see him distraught.
And that's Bouchard getting cooked there, too. That's not
Dude,
good.
poor Boosh.
was
I
that
really,
tipped? Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like, I came in, I was like, Boosh is my sleeper for,
Man.
oh boy. My sleeper
And that's
for,
Ekholm getting beat at the net front, too. That's not what you want, man. Those are the guys you need
That's
to...
a guy that's like the one guy that you can trust to make a defensive play.
But, you know, kind of the opposite of what I was saying earlier about, like, sometimes McDavid's going to cook you. Like, sometimes Gus Forsling's going to do that to you. And
I mean, Gus Forsling's been good offensively.
he's awesome.
Yeah. I didn't know he had the offensive game in him as much as he does.
Well, it's the transition game,
Yeah.
right? Like, and especially, I don't think Edmonton.
but then he
necessarily
just
has
started shooting a lot more, and he fucking
Yeah.
has a good shot.
Yep.
Oh,
No.
boy, it's gonna be a nervous intermission.
Who would have thought that we would be through 7 periods of the Stanley Cup final and the Edmonton Oilers would have
One
One
fucking
goal.
goal. One fucking goal from Matthias Ekholm when
yeah.
he shot it basically at Bob's logo and somehow made it through.
Is Barkov a Conn Smythe lock? I wouldn't say so. I would say that Bob has a.
I mean,
gotta have the
I think
best
you
odds
can
right
make
now.
a case for.
I think you can make a case, but he's definitely
Barkov.
not a lock.
You can make a case for like this is why the Panthers are winning. You can make a case for like 4 guys.
Yeah.
Right? Like this is why the Panthers cruise through these playoffs.
Forsling, Barkov, Bob.
And then Evan Rodriguez
Verhaeghe.
is scoring all their goals.
Up until
I think it'll
this
probably
series,
be-
you could have said Verhaeghe anyway.
I
He's
feel
been
like it's going to be
fine.
Barkov just based off of like
Reputation.
in the matchups. Like,
Yeah, for sure. And like again, wouldn't be undeserved. There are so many years where I'm just like, yeah, I get like when they screwed Kessel out of it and they gave it to Crosby. It's like I get what you guys are doing if Kessel was from.
I thought Eichel should have won last year too.
Yeah, but what's the common denominator here? None of these guys are Canadian.
It's a good point. Yeah, we should. DJ should call in with a vibe check. I do want to know how he's feeling. Also, this desk is horrible. I can't get over how bad the desk is.
At least I got coasters. Yeah, it is really amazing.
We are sitting on top of the desk
Why have coasters
when you don't have drinks.
if you don't have drinks?
It's just amazing to me that like because it seems like they have limited space, and maybe it's the fact that like, especially in Toronto right now, Sportsnet's probably got the better or in Toronto, in Canada, in Edmonton, Sportsnet's got the better spot.
Oh, for sure they do.
But
yeah.
it didn't really. I don't know why that would have been the case in Florida. I guess they had a slightly better desk in
At least
Florida.
they had a bigger desk. Yeah.
Yeah.
That desk doesn't even have any ESPN branding on it.
No, it's literally just a like.
They got
It
it
seems
from-
like a table they pulled out of a room somewhere.
They got it from IKEA. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. I feel like I haven't seen the Wegovy commercial before.
I don't know that I have either. The what a pro wants commercial seems to be dead.
Oh, my sister lives in Hawaii and we went to Hawaii for her grad school graduation and I guess in the beginning of the second round, I guess maybe.
Okay.
And they don't have legalized sports gambling in Hawaii. And so there are no gambling ads, no what a pro wants ads, because maybe Verizon's like not as big of a thing there or something. It
I never
was
even thought
heaven.
about that.
Oh, and also they're 6 hours behind us, so every 7 p.m. game was starting at 1 p.m.
Huh, which if you're on vacation,
You eat lunch,
That's
you're sitting
so
by the
good.
pool. It was so sick.
I
man.
love that was the one thing I loved about being on the West Coast, like being in Arizona.
Yeah.
You get and like you do your work, whatever work day, and then 3 p.m. there's sports on basically. And it's
Absolutely.
the best.
Would you be able to screen grab me a shot of the desk? I want to make fun of the desk on Twitter. I haven't quit posting yet. I'm still posting.
Look,
posting
I get
through
it. You haven't turned 40, you know?
Yeah.
I turned 40, you
I
stopped
did
posting.
delete Snapchat the day I turned 30. So
Smart. Yeah.
there are those benchmark things I got to get off this thing.
Yeah.
My family in Europe are astounded by all the drug commercials in America.
Yeah. It just doesn't fucking
Like,
exist.
Oh,
the
boy.
pharmaceutical?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you know all the cocaine,
cocaine
commercials you
commercials.
see?
Well, I mean, they do have like the weed commercials.
It's
I
very
guess
interesting because I was an advertising major in my undergrad, and it was like you either went to an ad agency or you went to a health ad agency.
Sure.
And it was like its whole own world, which is very interesting to me because every medication ad seems exactly the same. Like you can't. 98% of the dialogue in those commercials is dedicated to legalese.
Yep.
You can't do anything creative.
But there's like a guy smiling playing catch with his kid.
Yes. Or
Yeah.
there's somebody dancing in a park.
It's golden hour.
Yep.
Gotta be. What does this one in Russian say? Well, I guess I don't know that it's Russian. It's certainly in Cyrillic.
Every time I just call him comrade. Anytime I see someone that comes in that's just in that look, it doesn't, it's in Russian or acrylic,
Yeah.
you said, comrade.
I'm so distracted by the desk. It's unbelievable.
It is really bad.
I'm not like super discouraged, and I don't feel terrible for the Oilers.
No, I
They had
think
some good
they're-
opportunities in that first period.
Hello. The person that was in Russian just
what's
said hello.
up?
All right, let's
I
check.
wish I knew Russian for hello.
Privet.
What is it?
Privet. Privet.
Please.
Sean was learning German. You're still learning German.
82 day streak.
Oh, I'm doing Swedish for Duolingo.
Okay.
Because Elite Prospects, who is my employer, this is my opportunity to say get the draft guide.
Yes.
It's big. I have literally nothing to do with it. That's the mark of quality.
I was gifted it by the lovely Cam Robinson,
Wow.
who is amazing, and so it will be discussed at length.
Yeah.
When it comes to draft days on the show, because we're not really draft guys.
Yeah.
So-
I just watch college hockey. I don't.
So
I don't
we'll
watch
talk to
Major
you.
Junior at
I'm
all.
sure we'll try and beg you to come on the show.
Yeah, no
because
problem.
we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. For draft
I
guys.
don't know anything, but one of my favorite times of year is after the Stanley Cup, learning about prospects and stuff like that, getting excited about prospects.
Well, you gotta get the draft guide.
Of course.
Like literally, I think Celebrini, like his entry is like 30 pages or something like that.
Oh, boy.
Some crazy amount.
I have.
like that.
I mean, I've been on the draft guide before in the years past, and it is crazy. Like they post like the scouting
game
updates,
reports.
the game
for
reports
every
from,
game they watch.
Yes, that is unbelievable.
I probably saw Celebrini play live 15 to 18 times this year.
Do you have to
something
like submit like your reports when you see him?
Oh, I don't do that shit.
Okay.
I'm not a scout.
Okay, I didn't know if they like. I mean, I know that you work for Elite
I'm sure
Prospects,
they would
so-
take them
yeah.
if I took them, but I'm very pointedly not a scout. Like I can watch him and I can go, oh, these are the reasons he's good. But like they're going like, now if you compare him to these four guys out of Moose Jaw or whatever, I don't know any of that, right?
Yeah.
So I can tell, like I can look at a guy and be like, that's an NHL player. That's not an NHL player.
That's how I feel. Like I'm like, oh, that guy's better. Like,
But like I can even differentiate between, just from watching a lot of college hockey, like this is a guy who is an insanely good college hockey player who has 50 games in the NHL ahead of him, maybe.
Okay.
You know, versus a guy who has
like the first time I watched Lane Hudson, I was like, Lane Hudson fucking rules.
yeah.
He's going to be awesome.
I think he will be very good. I wonder. I mean, I don't think he's going to have the kind of offensive impact that he does because he's 5'10". You know,
Don't hate on the small guys.
no. Look,
As a defenseman, though, it's not amazing.
It's tough, and like you know, the thing is, like he's unbelievably mobile, but more guys are mobile at the NHL level, and so like I do wonder, you know, but like I remember like writing about Gaudreau and all these Oilers fans be like, he's 5'4", he's gonna get crushed the first time. I'm like, I've seen this guy play 50 games. I've never seen anybody come close to hitting him.
He got hit for sure.
Oh, at Worlds.
At Worlds.
He got
Well,
smoked
no, I
at
mean,
Worlds.
yeah,
And
but, like-
that was like,
but-
Johnny's had a hard year. Please leave him alone.
Yeah,
He's going to
no.
Worlds to fucking play for a good team.
Right, but now he's also like 31, probably, and maybe lost.
It
a
was one of
step
the
or
most
whatever.
like, not violent hits, but one of the most sad looking. Like he got hit and just like in the circle and just got thrown to the corner.
Yeah, that was
It was
rough.
so egregious.
We're super, super invested in T. Ginla and where he goes.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Where
Mainly him going.
what pick is he gonna go? What's the latest pick you could see him going?
I don't think he's getting to Calgary.
And Calgary's what?
9, I think. I don't think he's getting that.
We
long.
wanted
Because it's Ottawa at
Saw
7. I
Ottawa
think.
loves him apparently.
He won't make
Ottawa
it to my
said
Sabres.
Ottawa's like in trade rumors about sending that pick somewhere though.
We'll move up
Fucking send Linus Ullmark to Ottawa
for T.
for the 7th overall
Sure,
pick.
yeah.
I'd be sick.
You know
And
what?
give me T.
I'd be so sick.
Send him to San Jose for the first pick. What do you say? You know,
Who says no?
right?
I
Bruins
can
might
think
have
of
to throw in a
somebody.
third, but you know,
Brady Tkachuk in the 7th overall pick for Linus Ullmark.
Linus
says
Ullmark and Charlie McAvoy.
Charlie McAvoy got hair plugs.
So
I'm not selling Charlie McAvoy just yet. You haven't seen
haven't seen
Charlie
confident
McAvoy
Charlie
with a full
McAvoy.
head of hair. That man has a new lease on life. Watch out, league.
did he
Norris
go to,
incoming.
Did he go to Turkey? That's the move now? Apparently,
No, he went to Dr. Matthew Lepresti.
Okay,
So we have yet to see the the fruits of that work.
Sure.
But
He's got the whole summer off.
I've seen Matthew Lepresti's work, and he does good work.
Great.
So Charlie McAvoy with full head of hair, fucking Norris. That's all I'm saying.
Although I have so much respect for the guys who go Hulk Hogan mode and just like have long hair, even though they're like
They got
knee
nothing up
level
here.
ball, like
Like you can say the name, it's like Austin Matthews.
He's getting
no, but I mean, like, I want Austin Matthews to have like long hair. You know what I mean?
His hair's pretty long. It's just
Nah,
not.
but I want it longer. I want it like shoulder length.
Okay.
Like I want it like William Nylander level.
What do they call it?
Like-
Like skullet?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly right. That's name a guy who has that look and isn't insanely tough. You
Well,
can't fucking do it.
That's why I don't think Austin Matthews can have it.
He could. That's what I'm saying. Like you have that hair, it's because you have like a tough guy mindset.
Yeah, fair. Maybe that's what the Leafs are missing. Austin Matthews just doesn't have enough hair.
He's got too much. No, he's
In
got
the
too much
wrong
hair
way
right
that-
now.
in
Yeah,
the-
it's in the wrong
yeah.
spots.
100. This is such a good idea.
That should be our. Anytime we go interview a player, being like, "Have you considered shaving the top of your head and growing everything else out?"
Yeah, like a
to be
guy
tougher.
from Shogun, one of the Portuguese guys. Did you watch this?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Shogun was amazing.
Yeah, it was sick.
It took a while for it to like not get off the ground because it was interesting from the beginning, but like in the middle of the season, you're like, all right, where is this going?
Did you know that's based on a real guy?
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
That guy stayed in Japan until his death.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a really cool Wikipedia
Shogun
entry.
rocks. I've been like very into
Showed up during the Tokugawa shogunate.
ooh. I've been very into
Instead
like
of Torah.
Japanese
You gonna
stuff
play the new
recently.
Assassin's Creed when it comes out.
Is the next one Japan?
It is
Japan
cool.
with,
It's
Black
a Black
Samurai.
Samurai.
People were pissed.
Also based on a real thing.
But exactly.
There was
Yeah,
a Black
exactly.
Samurai.
But that's
back-
that's why people are upset because it's like there's like a lot of interpretation or something.
Sure.
Yeah, it's
And,
fair. They take definitely
yeah.
take liberties for sure.
If I'm remembering right, it was Chadwick Boseman had the rights to the book about that the Black Samurai
Mm.
and was going to play him and then died.
Mm.
But also like that project maybe was just never going forward. But this is a theory I have about the early 2000s. There was a lot of white samurai culture.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise. But like I can't remember all the examples, but there were like 3 or 4 things where it's like, what if we put a white guy in samurai armor?
Well, I mean that's a Hollywood thing too. Is like let's cast a white person in an Asian role.
Well, I mean, pointedly, Tom Cruise was not playing
Correct,
A
but
guy,
that's
yeah.
like it's part of a bigger thing.
for sure. But I think Shogun is going to bring back. We like samurais and shit, right? Like societally.
I started
that
playing
and-
Ghosts of Tsushima
Yeah.
immediately after Shogun.
Oh yeah, I played that the day it came. That was a classic pandemic game for me.
I didn't get to it. People recommended it to me, and I was like, yeah, whatever. I fucking love that game.
Yeah, it's sick.
so good. I've also watched
That's-
Tokyo Vice. It's a pretty good show.
Yeah.
Not amazing, but
yeah,
pretty
good. I think
Yeah.
is about right for
Yeah.
that show.
I don't like Ansel Elgort.
That is the big problem.
Yeah, it's a hard problem to ignore in that show too.
Yeah,
And-
given that he's the main character.
Yeah. He also like I thought that he was a good actor for a long time,
Ooh,
and then I
tough
watched
bounce on that one.
and
huh?
then I watched him in that show, and I was like, I don't think he's a good actor.
And then you went back and watched like West Side Story, and you were like, "Uh-oh."
That's true. Well, the West Side Story I think was like the first inclination that I was like, maybe he's not that good of an actor. Like Baby Driver was great, but he didn't have to do
I was
very,
gonna say
very
his
heavy
whole
lifting.
character was him being kinda,
That was a time when quiet guys who are good at driving was a big movie trope.
True. Drive. Famously, Ryan Gosling is a good actor, though.
Yeah, that's right. But he's also in The Place Beyond the Pines, where he plays a stunt driver who doesn't have a lot to say and does crimes. Ben Mendelsohn's in that one.
Place Beyond the Pines is a fucking wild. I have to rewatch it. But
I watched it on the plane coming back from the Frozen 4. It was like just on the Delta.
Did you
thing, and
like
was
it? I remember-
yeah, it fucking rocks.
I
man.
remember liking the first half of it and then it completely shifting into a different movie and then me being like, all right, what are they doing here? But that was also a long time ago and I feel like my movie taste could change and I could go back and watch it and be like, Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's sick. It's a really good movie. The cast is insane.
That's where he met
Ava Mendes.
mhm.
Yeah. Mahershala Ali is in that for like 4
Really?
scenes. He plays her new husband.
Who plays the the politician father?
Oh fuck.
Is it Bradley Cooper?
It is. No, Bradley Cooper plays. Yeah, no, it is. You're right.
Okay.
He's a cop who shoots. Spoiler alert for The Place Beyond the Pines, a movie that came out in
Ryan
2015.
Gosling.
He shoots Ryan Gosling, and then like
So
his
Ryan
dad
Gosling's
is
the
like-
main character in that movie, and then he gets
He
killed,
dies
and then
halfway
the guy
through.
who kills him becomes the main character, basically.
correct. Well, then both of their sons become the main characters, and one of the sons is the kid from that movie Brooklyn, the Saoirse Ronan movie about Irish people coming to Brooklyn.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, you know, it's a good game. Speaking of video games and movies, the Mad Max game from like 2015.
Really?
Yep. It's a lot like Ghost of Tsushima, where it's like you run up to a fort, you kill everybody inside, and you collect all the treasure and you leave. That's like the whole game.
In
But
cars.
you do get to do like big car chases against convoys and stuff like that. And it's currently $5 on the PlayStation Store. So it was a winning combination.
I could
for
be in
me
on that.
as a guy who is, I was obsessed with Fury Road when it came out
Did you see Furiosa yet?
twice.
So I assume you liked it.
It's very good.
Okay.
It's not Fury Road, but it's sick.
I mean, Fury Road is probably one of the 2 or 3 best action movies of like the last 15 years.
I would say ever, period. Like,
Wow.
I think you could make a very strong case that it is one of the 20 best movies of the 21st century. And it isn't 20, as they say.
I love that movie so much.
It's so sick, man. I've seen
my
it 100
Fallout-
times.
Fury Road. And there's got to be something that Top Gun Maverick are probably like my top 3 action movies of like the last 15 years.
All sick. Every single. Well, here's the thing though, because then you're like, well, and then I guess there is Mission Impossible, Rogue Nation, and if we're saying Rogue Nation, I guess we do have to say Ghost Protocol. Like then you're just like saying
Fallout is the best one.
absolutely,
Yeah.
because of Henry Cavill.
Yes, 100%. Fallout is unbelievable. Sean, you a Mission Impossible head?
Never seen any of them.
Any of them?
Nope.
Oh my God. So this
Sean,
summer, what you need
I'm
to do.
very behind. There's so many movies I haven't seen.
Yeah, but let me tell you what. I did this recently, like about a year ago.
They're all on Paramount.
Exactly. Get Paramount Plus. Even do like the free month trial.
I have Paramount Plus,
And do like one night a week or one movie per night. Just go through the movies in a week and you will have the best fucking time of your life. Smoke a bunch of weed.
So sick.
I
Man.
mean,
I
It
did that
sounds
for a
fun.
week and it was like the best week of my life.
First one directed by Brian De Palma. Second one directed by John Woo. Third one directed.
Second one I didn't like.
It is the
3
most
on, it is the
1999
best franchise like ever.
It is. The third one is directed by J.J. Abrams, if I'm remembering right. The
I don't
fourth
know.
one is Brad Bird. And then 5 through 7 are directed by Christopher McQuarrie, who is like the creative force behind the whole franchise. Like post, they tried to write Tom Cruise out of a franchise, and Tom Cruise was so good that everybody was like, "Never mind, he's back in."
no, I wanted to watch them. I can appreciate a good action movie.
They're so sick. Like,
And-
they're beyond good action movies.
Fair.
They're so far beyond good action movies. Like
At the beginning,
Philip Seymour Hoffman
is the bad guy
Is
in
a bad
3.
guy,
Mm.
and he is the most electric and like it makes you uncomfortable how good he
But,
is
like-
at being the bad guy. But the best part of doing them all in a row like that in like a week is that there are like staples of each Mission Impossible movie, and like when you get to the third or fourth one, when it happens in the movie, you're like, "Fuck yeah!" Like you have fist pump moments on the couch.
Here's all I will say to sell you on the Mission Impossible franchise. At the beginning of Rogue Nation, which is the 5th one, Tom Cruise runs up to a jet that is taking off on a runway and grabs onto the side of the jet, and the plane takes off, and it's not CGI.
Oh, that I do know he does his own stunts.
No, but like you see him on the side of a jet, and
Just
it
hanging
takes
on the
off,
jet.
and it fully like is in the air and banking, and he's just fully hanging onto it. And because they didn't want to have to CGI out the goggles, he just has like little contacts that are made of glass over like just the like exposed part of his eye because if a rock hit him during takeoff, it would have gone through his brain. And Tom Cruise was like, "Yeah, I'll do that stunt."
He like
He's a
learned how to
crazy
fly
man.
a helicopter for the Fallout fucking chase.
Yeah.
He's
Like
a crazy man.
He rocks.
he's insane.
He is
I did
willing
love
to
Top Gun
die
Maverick. I
for
have seen that.
movies. That's why he's the best. That's
It's-
why everyone loves him.
I love I've seen like a couple of things on Twitter and stuff where they're like, Tom Cruise is the perfect man if it wasn't just for that one thing.
Yeah, he's an insane person.
Also, like the Fallout movies have like the James Bond thing where they somehow find like the hottest person in the world.
And every time it's Rebecca Ferguson, and you're just like, yes, there she is again.
But Haley Atwell like joins Rebecca Ferguson, and then they also have Vanessa Kirby. Like for all the talk about Bond girls, the Mission Impossible girls are like equally, if not hotter.
Fair.
It's
yeah,
incredible.
Rebecca Ferguson's in these movies. I was mentioning that earlier.
Did you watch Silo?
I cannot watch an Apple TV show that isn't For All Mankind. They're
Silo's good.
They're so mid to me, especially Silo. It's just like here's the premise of Silo. We got to find out what's going on in this silo.
Yeah, but it's fucking riveting.
I can't watch it.
It's very good.
I
All
don't
right,
like
puck
a
is
mystery
down on the
box
second
show.
period, by the way. We're at 18 and
90
30.
seconds ago. I just can't watch a mystery box show anymore. You know what I mean?
I love it. I still love it. Silo is Silo has a lot of Fallout vibes. You did a oh boy.
Let's go.
Warren Fogle!
UNH.
We got Warren Fogle goal! Check this out.
I'm Team Pregame.
Man. That's what the Oilers need.
They needed a goal from a guy who's not McDavid or Draisaitl, absolutely.
Yes.
Or Ekholm, I guess. One of the other offensive
Your two goal
juggernauts.
scorers for the Edmonton Oilers through 2 and change in this series. Matthias Ekholm and Warren Fogle.
Yeah, that's right. You know, Warren Fogle went to the University of New Hampshire. Did you know this?
I did not know this.
It's true. I saw him play a lot when he was in college.
A Hockey East
That's right.
legend.
Almost wore my Hockey East sweatshirt that my friend Pete got me.
We are a big Hockey East show.
You gotta be, man.
All right, Oilers. I like to see the life. DJ is probably fucking losing his shit.
He texted us. And
He texted. I just accosted one of our friends.
What does that mean?
Oh yes, because DJ loves the off the board guys too. As much as he loves a McDavid goal or a Draisaitl goal, I think like Dylan Holloway is his favorite player.
Well, Zach Hyman is, but
True.
Dylan Holloway, University of Wisconsin.
You're the Pierre Maguire of the show.
I just love college hockey. This is like.
But do you love college hockey?
I do not. I don't pronounce it that way. I respect it too much.
We have the college hockey respecter RL on the
That's
show.
me. Put it on my fucking gravestone. This man respected college hockey.
How upsetting to you is it that John Bouchard has been on the show like twice? It doubled your appearances.
Oh, I don't give a shit.
Okay.
He's a lot more famous than me.
I
I wouldn't even call myself famous. He's famous. He's on ESPN all the time. What can I say? Oh, you know, it's fucking bullshit. Tom Cruise gets to be in all these Mission Impossible movies. I should be on the side of that plane. I got nothing to say about that.
Would you do the plane thing?
Hell no.
I don't even want to get in the plane.
calling Hockey East the worst conference in college hockey is
Oh,
crazy.
fuck out of here.
That's crazy.
Classic chokers. Yeah. Well, didn't go great for them at the Frozen Four this year, I suppose.
We got a moss pit look.
Wow.
Moss pit was going crazy. Much like the Philadelphia Flyers of yesteryear, a lot of guys on the Oilers look the fucking same.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Like red tinted beard.
Yeah. I see what you're saying for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. You know, the classic thing from Slapshot. You go up to them. You guys brothers?
Yeah. I watched that movie for the first time like a week and a half ago.
Really?
Yeah.
I went to like I guess it would have been the Fleet Center at this point, obviously, but like pretty soon after they opened, like the idea of a video scoreboard was so novel, you know?
Yeah.
And I went to a game with my uncle. He had Bruins season tickets at the time. And like they showed the Hanson brothers on it was like a Bud Light ad, I want to say. And the whole place is fucking cracking up, you know? And I'm like, who are these guys? Because I'm like 11 or something.
Yeah.
He's like, you don't know the Hanson brothers? And I'm like, I've never heard those words in that order. No. And he's like, and like on the way home, we rented Slapshot. And like, I watched it and I was like,
It seems extremely
this
your
is
shit.
inappropriate for me. I love, when you're 11 and you know,
Boobs. There's a whole scene where they have a conversation and there's just boobs there.
yeah, it's the mom from A Christmas Story.
Oh, wow.
Mhm.
I did not make that
Yeah.
connection.
So, but point being, watching Slapshot became a thing I did a lot, you know?
Yeah.
Back when you're a kid, like you can just watch the same movie over and over and over, and
Yeah.
it's just like, I got no problem. I can watch
That
this
seems like a
alone.
big comfort movie too. Like an easily rewatchable movie like a billion times.
Yeah. Oh, it's super funny. You can't say half the stuff they say in that movie these days, though, in my opinion. But
Okay, Jerry Seinfeld.
But my point is, it gets to the point where when they say we're bringing an AHL team to Lowell, the Lowell Lock Monsters, folks.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the hat. This hat is, I know. This hat is from the inaugural season. So like 95, 96, I want to say, or 96, 97 maybe.
It's a good hat.
I agree. To promote the team around town, they brought the Hanson brothers to a bar in Lowell.
Of course they did.
And they were like, we're going to do like a Slapshot trivia night. And my dad brought me to a bar in Lowell to do Slapshot trivia with the Hanson brothers.
Did you murder?
They told me I couldn't play anymore because I was winning all the prizes.
That's incredible.
I have a sign. I don't know if I still
You were
do, but
you were a Slapshot Rain Man.
I was.
That's amazing.
I don't know if it still exists. It's at my parents' house. A Pooh Bear Bruins jersey signed by the Hanson brothers.
Dude, that rules.
Yeah. And I was like, will you sign my my VHS copy of Slapshot? And they were like, we can't. Like contractually, it's a thing. And then they apparently told their tour manager, whoever, go get that tape from that kid. We'll sign it on the bus and get it back to him. So I have a signed.
Legends.
So like, it says like to Ryan putting on the foil or what, whatever the fuck it says. But yes, so Slapshot became a big part of my personality for my early tween years, I guess.
That's
you would
amazing.
say.
I didn't realize that Slapshot wasn't about the Hanson brothers.
Yeah, no, they are
it's-
tertiary characters.
And I also didn't realize that was Paul Newman until after I watched the movie.
Yeah, sure.
The
Very
Slapshot,
Oh, wait, after you watched the movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
at least part of Slapshot, famously filmed at my former workplace of the War Memorial in Syracuse.
Arena or whatever.
Yeah, On Center it's called. War Memorial in Syracuse. I've stood right where they've stood.
Legends.
Mm.
The four of you.
Not a very nice place anymore. I don't know if it was back then, but it's not.
Well,
anymore.
isn't the whole thing that the town and the arena that they play in are very shitty?
Well,
Yes,
if it was
that's right.
then,
Yeah.
it is very much now.
Huh?
I said if it was then, it is very much so
Yeah.
now.
It was based on the Johnstown Chiefs, I want to say. Of some, again,
Factory town.
yeah. Well, they mentioned there's a flood. The dog. Remember the thing about the dog, the statue for the dog that saved a bunch of people from the flood.
Yeah.
And Lily Braden goes, "Well, fuck him."
Just got a text from my electric company telling me that I don't have power.
You do here.
That's
they
right.
they
Sleepover.
texted me 30 minutes ago saying estimated restoration 10:30 p.m. and then just texted me again estimated restoration 11:45 p.m.
It's not
So
good.
Trending in the wrong
not-
direction.
That means
trending-
that you won't have
feels
power
like
when
a
you wake
flight
up
that keeps
tomorrow.
getting delayed.
The Johnstown Jets, I'm being corrected in the chat. That's what it is. But Johnstown, famously the site of a huge flood. There's a song, the night of the Johnstown flood.
It was Jonestown with the Kool-Aid, right?
Yeah.
Different thing.
Interestingly, not Kool-Aid.
It was billed as Kool-Aid.
It
right?
was I can't remember the brand, but as you could imagine, it was
bet it was
tremendously
Kool-Aid and then-
damaging to the Kool-Aid
I was going to
Corporation.
say, I bet it was Kool-Aid, and Kool-Aid paid a bunch of money for it to not be Kool-Aid.
It was. I can't remember what it was, but like, there's a whole thing like on the Jonestown Wikipedia page that's like, it's not Kool-Aid, by the way.
Sounds like Kool-Aid had something to say
contributed
about
by
that.
the Kool-Aid man from Kool-Aid University or whatever. I know Nancy Dowd wrote it. George Roy Hill directed it. He also directed Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, The Sting, among many others. Prolific director. Good shit. You ever see The Sting? It's Newman and Redford, 1920s.
No, but
It's con men. Any movie about a con man, I'm like, yeah, let's fucking do it.
yeah, I'm two things that I'm
Robert
trying
Shaw's
to
in
do a lot this summer is read more and watch old stuff. Watching old stuff rocks.
Be in touch with me about this. I
Give
love
me old Rex.
I watch a lot of old movies. You ever see Chinatown? That's one you can start with. Nicholson.
No, I don't think so.
Cooking in that one.
Okay.
Faye Dunaway.
John Bouchard has weighed in on Deathgate.
Uh-huh.
He said they stole it from the Tim Hortons across the street.
Checks
Mess
out.
ripped it right out of the floor. No one said anything.
That's
Honestly,
true.
if
Messier
Mark-
doesn't
yeah.
have the swing to get a better table in fucking Edmonton.
That's a great point.
That's yeah.
It's a great point.
Also,
That man should be able to get whatever the fuck he wants in Edmonton.
But
Yeah.
if he did want the table out of a Tim Hortons across the street, like that motherfucker's walking in, ripping it out floor,
Oh,
and then
for
a person
sure.
is saying a goddamn
yeah.
thing.
He doesn't have to rip it out. They'll come in.
Yeah,
with
they'll be
the-
like,
with
"Do you
the-
need help,
with a screwdriver?"
Mr. Messi?"
Yeah.
Also, the picture that he quote tweeted looks like they're afraid of girls because Emily Kaplan has far too much distance than the rest of them. Look at this picture.
This is
There's
the,
like double the distance between them and Emily Kaplan.
Yes.
I know that Jim, you recommended I want to say like The Great Escape, like a couple
Great
years
fucking
ago.
movie.
Jim
Oh,
recommended that. I
boy.
still haven't watched it, but I want to.
Yeah,
I still have it. Like
it's super
it's
sick.
crazy how my memory is so bad, but a movie recommendation that was made to me like 2 or 3 years ago that I haven't watched still sits in there.
Mhm. Steve McQueen. They reference The Great Escape quite a bit in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood
Oh, really?
because they keep saying
Did not
like,
register because I haven't seen it.
right. They keep saying DiCaprio's character almost got that part, and he's like, no. But they like CGI him into a scene at one point.
I do remember the CGI stuff.
Yeah. So that's one of those. Did you ever read the book Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
I read like
It's very good.
I read like a quarter of it, and
It's
that's my experience with books most of the time.
Mhm,
Is that I will
sure.
read a quarter of it and then forget about it.
I feel like I should probably watch more of this game. What do you think?
Yes, I think I should also do that. But this conversation's been unbelievable.
Yeah, look, I don't want to fucking talk about hockey. That's what I do for work. I'm not at work right now. I'm at your work.
It's true. I feel more obligated to watch the game for the stuff that I have to do right after the game, because I don't want to get tossed to and be like, "Hey, what'd you think of the game?" Like, didn't watch.
We were talking about Roman
movies.
Polanski movies.
Yeah.
You ever see Rosemary's Baby? And they're like, what?
From what I have seen, which I've seen a good amount, I'm liking the Oilers game so far.
Yeah, this is more what you would have expected. I
Right.
think, like, overall.
This feels like the first real game of the series.
Yeah, which is bad news for the Oilers because
I was
they're
gonna
down
say,
2-0.
Yeah.
Still very close. I mean, I know the series is over if they go down 3-0 regardless, but it is double over if they have another game where they're the better team and lose.
Oh yeah, like
Yeah, there's no more
matter
Just
how
don't
they
even
lose,
cancel
they
game
lose.
4.
I did look at the fancy stats in between periods, and very, very even.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Like at 5-on-5, scoring chances were 4-5 in favor of the Panthers. High danger chances 3-2 in favor of the Panthers. And then like in all situations, basically even.
So what's that? 3 high danger chances in the last 4 periods for the Oilers? 4?
No, they at
Oh, they had 4 in game, but like 1 or none at 5-on-5. Was that it? I think they
No,
had
in
0
game,
at
in
5
game
on
2
5
they
in
had
game
1 total.
I thought they had 0. Because remember,
At
0 at 5 on
it was
5.
0.
Oh,
1 at 4
totally.
at 4-on-4. It was the McDavid breakaway. Like even the Ekholm goal was not a high danger chance.
Right.
They had 2 odd man rushes, and those were the 2. Can we get a deserve to win a meter?
It's going to be like 53% Edmonton.
Ooh.
Okay, now it's going to go up to like 54.5% on those 2 chances.
Deserve to win a meter right now. We this started as like us hating the deserve to win a meter, and
Sure.
then it just has become.
It's so useful. Like it's just like a one shot like stat that goes, does it, you know, how well did this team play? It's
65% Oilers right now.
Wow. Good for them. Your boy Lark, I think that says.
Oh yeah, Jesse Larkin, he rocks.
Okay. Well, Jesse, I am quite good at bar trivia. Yes. I don't know anything about popular music though, so that is a big hole in my game. But
That checks out.
that I'm not mad about it. I just kind of accept.
Yeah.
But like if you go to pub
I would be
trivia,
upset if you did know a lot about popular music.
but if you go to pub trivia and like there's a sports question, there's always like an audible groan from like the dorks who are like, sports ball, who won the, you know, like all that
Jeopardy.
shit.
Worse.
Some of my favorite things though is when there's a sports category on Jeopardy.
Yeah, because
everybody's
it's
like,
a bunch of nerds not knowing who like Scottie Pippen is or whatever. But like the guy where we used to do trivia when me and all my friends still lived in Boston, was a place where like a lot of like the guy who was the MC had been on Jeopardy, and a bunch of people who played also had been on Jeopardy. And so like those were the people who were like, sports question, whatever. And he would always say, it doesn't make you smarter not to know about sports, man.
Yeah, that's always been my thing.
And meanwhile, like if
it's
there's
never
a
good
fucking,
not to know something.
if there was a question about like Harry Potter or Hamilton, I wasn't like, oh, I know this one, because I don't. I'm not a fucking nerd.
oh,
Nice, man.
Is that Cody Cece on the wall?
Wouldn't surprise me. I'll tell you that.
It sure was. They got right to him.
Eating them alive, folks.
Man.
Tough scenes, and yet not unexpected.
Yeah. Just be.
Oh, Stu.
Hot dog, interfere with them at that point.
I
Like, just
know.
take the fucking penalty. That's the exact play that happened
Exactly. Game 1.
in game 1.
Yeah.
Like,
But it was Cece.
Nurse
Went
was in
through
the
Nurse.
slot.
Yeah.
It was just like, oh shit. Like,
What was Stu doing? It seemed like it was taking him a while to get back.
he was expecting the puck. It looked like he was expecting the puck to come out like short side.
Damn.
I am shocked we have not. I mean, I know it's just getting to halfway through the first game at Edmonton. Shocked we haven't gotten boobs anywhere. I thought
say
they
boobs?
I thought we were definitely going to see more boobs in this series just because it became such a big deal last round.
That's poor Stu.
I mean, what's he like? He didn't play it ideally or anything,
No.
but like a guy got the puck in the hash marks and nobody else was anywhere near him. What's the outcome there is pretty locked in, I feel like. Ben asks, why is Cody Cece back in? Because they don't have enough healthy defensemen.
Yeah.
That's why. It's that simple. Nice move by Bouchard.
I love the idea. It's always so funny to me when people start banging the conspiracy theory drum. And by so funny to me, I mean it's literally my biggest pet peeve, and it drives me crazy every time. The idea that Gary Bettman is like has the fix-in for Florida because he's so protective of his southern small market franchises,
yeah.
and the Arizona Coyotes just fucking got sold. And
Well,
that was his pet project.
if you're gonna say he's not overcommitted to a market because of the Arizona thing, like they went through.
Oh no, he is definitely committed to them. I just don't think he is
No,
actively fixing the
of course.
games.
Well, no, he's not like okay. If we're gonna say like what part of that goal was something Gary Bettman had any control over?
Yeah, that's my thing. And it's also like people will spend all season. People will spend all season talking about how bad refs are, and then think that the refs are good enough to fix games in the moment, like they're actively rooting against a team.
Well, what my podcast partner Sean McIndoe always says is like, what you want when you complain about the refs, the perfect ref officiating job is one where your team got 4 power plays and the other team didn't get any.
Yeah,
right. Like that's all you
like,
fucking want. Like, I could accept it if it was X, Y, and Z. It's like you put all these like fake hypotheticals, but what you really mean is I want more power plays for the team I like.
And it's also like, do you think the Florida Panthers are here strictly because they've been favored by the refs?
I also hate the assumption from a lot of people that like a well officiated series is only a series in which both teams are called for the same number of penalties.
Yeah, it's almost as if
that's
teams
not how that
play
fucking
different
works.
kinds of hockey.
No, to your point, Pete, the thing I always point out is like, look up where at the end of every regular season Connor McDavid is in like minor penalties drawn per 60. It is always in like the 140s or something, and it's like the fastest and most skilled guy in the world like is drawing fewer penalties than like a fourth liner on the San Jose Sharks. What are you fucking talking about?
And it's also like, do you really think it's more valuable for the NHL for the Florida Panthers to win a Stanley Cup than it is for Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers? Because I don't believe that.
I think it is. I think
Really?
if you can establish Miami as like a really good market,
I guess, but I feel like that doesn't happen until you get an arena in Miami.
you're probably right.
So like, and I don't see that changing anytime right now. And generally speaking, I still think it would be better for the NHL to have their biggest star win a Stanley Cup.
Wouldn't be bad.
It definitely wouldn't be bad.
But the problem is he's playing a fucking buzzsaw.
And I also think like if he was really wanted, like I think it would have been better for the NHL for New York to be in the final than it would be for Florida.
Of course it would be.
I also don't think the NHL is well run.
That's
and
the fucking thing.
That's what
I
I'm
don't think they're
saying.
well run enough to
That was my
rig
point with the
anything.
refs. It's like you can't complain all year about the refs not being good and then think that they're good enough to
Although
fix
I
games.
will say though, Chicago winning the draft lottery. Yeah, okay, man.
I mean, if there was my thing with conspiracy theories always comes down to there's way too many people involved for it to not have gone public.
Sure.
And especially when an organization is this poorly run.
Right.
Like-
yeah, it's not like
and when it's the team that everybody would expect
Exactly.
it to be rigged for.
right. It's not like
It is funny though that they like got like all those accusations of rigging it last year, and then
it's chalk.
this year was complete chalk.
Well, also,
It's like, so, see, we didn't rig it.
you know who's never had a first overall pick? His
beloved
Arizona Coyotes, the team that he would not give up
They had
on.
sure had plenty
team
of
he was
chances.
always trying to rig, and the team that was always bad could have definitely won a
I'll tell
lottery.
you this: if Utah had won the draft lottery this
Oh
year,
my God.
rigged. Absolutely.
People from Phoenix would
Oh
have.
man!
Oh boy.
Oh boy!
This is getting ugly. Oh no, that's a tough scene.
That is.
Wearing the
Man,
full orange
Can I
Dumb and
tell
Dumber
you the
suits.
funniest sad fan cutaway of all time? The first, I think it must have been the national title game.
Darnell Nurse, brother.
It's always the same people. It's
Darnell
so sad.
Nurse.
What are you doing? Where are
Brutal,
you?
man.
Oh,
Great
no.
shot. I mean, great shot by Sam Bennett, but like, yeah, you can't.
You can't just give him the puck.
No, you really can't. But they cut away. So it's the first Frozen Four after COVID. Like they didn't have the Frozen Four in 2020, and then in 2021, it's in Pittsburgh, and it's UMass versus St. Cloud, and UMass won like 5-0, 5-1, something like that. Just killed them. And on like the third or fourth goal, they cut to the crowd, and there's just some guy in a St. Cloud jersey, full face paint, like just just reaches down and picks up his chicken finger and just kind of takes a bite out of it. And I was like, nobody has ever been like, this guy's at a super spreader event, watching his team get gutted for the national title, and he's got his face paint. It was so funny, man.
Stop.
I'll walk back the conspiracy theory parts because Gary Bettman was definitely involved in giving Darnell Nurse $1 billion.
Yeah,
and
no,
then having him be
that's
bad at
something
hockey.
that's something that benefited the league for sure.
Big time.
$9.25 million with a full no move clause for Darnell Nurse.
Just so the Panthers could win a Stanley Cup in 2024.
Look, Ken Holland's a company man, you know. It's ideological. That's the thing people always say about conspiracy theories, right? Is like, oh, there's so many people. Like when it's an ideological conspiracy theory, like you get a group of people who really believe that you have to do it, such as making sure the Florida Panthers win the Stanley Cup. They like believe it, you know, constitutionally. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
DJ gonna fling himself on the ice. Is DJ okay? Need a wellness check. I will check in on DJ.
This is a really, first of all, Micah, unbelievable last name on this guy. But second, Micah says we're gonna have double sweeps in the finals. It really fucking feels that way.
Yeah.
Brutal.
They feel very different to me though, and I haven't watched nearly the NBA nearly as much. But like, and like the Celtics were always winning.
Yes.
Yeah, like it didn't feel
They're
like I
playing,
feel
what,
like
the
that
fifth
was
seed?
that was predicted
Dallas?
like 2 rounds ago
Yeah.
that the Celtics would cruise to a championship.
Yeah.
This one, like I thought the Oilers.
I picked the Panthers in every series they've been in for sure.
Thought they'd put up a fight.
I didn't think it would be like
that's
that,
exactly what it is. Yeah, for sure.
Also, but I mean, again, the Oilers are going to enter the third period with their backs against the wall, and if you're telling me that the Oilers end up tying this game, I'm not going to be surprised.
Not shocked, but I mean, the Panthers.
They don't look like they could do it right now,
Best
but-
third period team in the league too.
Yeah, fair.
That is the tough part. Huh? You can't do that. What was the stat you said earlier? Like 67
0 4 after 40 minutes.
Feels like it's about to be 68 0-4, huh?
It's a full 82 game season. No, it's not. That's 72.
71 games.
It'll be 72.
It'll be 72
Yeah.
if they pull it out.
I'm good at
tonight,
math.
yeah.
God damn.
That's brutal, man.
And the thing, and I know that we've hammered like must win, but
This was a must win.
there is like a zero part of me that believes the Oilers can win 4 games in a row against the Panthers.
I mean, they can, but the odds of them doing it are
To me,
excruciatingly
it's more
low.
about I don't see the Florida Panthers losing 4 games. in a row.
That's exactly a
Correct.
great way of putting it.
Yeah.
You know, like I was listening to a podcast today that was talking about the Celtics, and it's like they've won 9 playoff games in a row. And it's like that's hard to do in the regular season when you're playing bad teams on like weird travel nights. To do it in the playoffs, and especially the second and third rounds of the playoffs, second, third, and fourth rounds of the playoffs is fucking crazy. And like obviously the Panthers didn't sweep the Rangers, but like there wasn't. They won the last 4 games of that series, right? They were down 2-0, and no, they weren't down 2-0. It was 1-1, and then they won in 6, right?
Yeah. It obviously doesn't matter because every team's got injuries, but I'm going to be very fascinated to see the Oilers injury list when the series is done.
Yeah, sure.
It's just like, I mean, somebody in the chat said Skinner's fraudulent. Like, I
What's
don't.
he supposed to do? Look at these fucking looks they're getting, man.
This is sad.
They're shooting it on him one-on-one off the rush like so often. This is brutal, man.
So DJ just tweeted,
Oh no. Oh no.
"Where can I find a glass of poison in Edmonton?"
Oh no, dude. This is so
This
bad.
is brutal. But like, watch this transition.
Yeah.
Effortless.
Gary Bettman.
Boom.
Gary Bettman.
Boom.
This is Gary Bettman.
See ya.
Oh.
And that's Bouchard and
Yeah.
Ekholm getting torched too. That's not your CC Nurse combo.
God damn.
That's
like I don't know
brutal,
how
man.
like back to the Skinner thing. Like the you can make a claim on him playing a very dumb bit of hockey on the second goal, but
Sure.
none of the other ones I would.
What is this? 3 goals in like 6 minutes?
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
This sucks.
Corey Perry needs to fight somebody. Like, just beat somebody's ass. At this point, you got nothing. You got nothing. Like, you got to just get something. You got to get some fire somewhere.
After the craziest season that we've seen in like decades, we're gonna. It seems like we're gonna go out with a fucking sweep.
I mean, you said it before before the postseason started that we're gonna end up having a bad playoffs just because it was so chaotic. And the playoffs haven't been bad necessarily, but like for it to end like this, and for this playoffs to have included the Washington Capitals,
I know
then to have a chalk draft lottery in the middle of it, very funny.
Yeah, they already went to the Corey Perry shot. That guy. It's a tough run.
Yeah, Brett, especially with the way he's playing tonight, Brett's absolutely correct.
Yeah,
I think
Barkov
Barkov gets the Conn Smythe. He's made McDavid look invisible.
He clinched it.
Yeah, I think that goal was probably about it. Yeah,
and not to mention like the way that this is going, Bob's not really having to do a whole lot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They scored that one goal, but it was because he didn't put down his Sudoku in time. Didn't have shit to do back there. This guy brought a fucking book to read.
Love of your life, resident Canadiens fan. Oilers know that Slavkovsky will win it for Canada. if Slavkovsky and the Montreal Canadiens are the ones that break the drought, that'd be very funny to me.
What are we thinking? Like 2035,
right?
Something like that?
Because like
for them,
they are.
Slavkovsky is the 38-year-old veteran sticking around.
They're the second worst team in Canada right now. I would say without thinking about that all that much.
Do I think that they're worse than Ottawa? I guess is the real question.
Yeah, right. Like that's the only.
Well, you know who's
worst team in Canada you're talking about?
Yeah,
I would say it's Ottawa and Montreal are the two worst.
I think Montreal's worse than Ottawa.
I think they're worse than Ottawa.
Yeah.
But with a they're worse than Ottawa. I don't even want to say they have a brighter future because Ottawa's got like good talent there.
That's
Ottawa,
right.
Yeah.
They just got to put like some adults in the room.
Yeah, exactly. Ottawa.
They need to get a guy who can like stop a puck. They need to get more than two good defenders. What they really need. I say this about a lot of teams. Like, do you think Dylan Larkin is a number one center?
Not on like a Stanley Cup team. I think he's
even a conference final team.
I think
could you see him leading these Detroit Red Wings, or 3 years from now, the Detroit Red Wings?
That's how I feel about
when Larkin
Thompson.
left that lineup. That team.
That's all smoke and mirrors, though. Like,
it depends what else you have down the middle. Like if you're strong down the middle.
When he was out for the Sabres 2 years ago, they won like 3 games out of 20 or some shit like that, and it's like, do I think Matthias Samuelsson is the glue holding the fucking Buffalo Sabres together?
But when you look at the Red Wings, like in their offense, when Larkin's there versus when he's not, they do nothing offensively.
Yeah, because they have nobody that can put the puck in the net on that team. So like, it's not a Larkin thing. It's like he's good, but if you're like a real actual good team, he's your very good number 2 center.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's why I said like on a great team, he's probably not a 1C.
Right, but like I don't. But my point is, Ottawa doesn't have Ottawa like caps out at like we have a Dylan Larkin in our lineup right now. As much as I like Tim Stützle, like that 90-point season was again smoke and mirrors.
So you think the best center out of those two teams is Suzuki?
Ooh, no, I guess I don't think that. I guess I think that's not true. But
who's hurt?
Who is that?
Oh, Ekblad.
Again, Ekblad's hurt. You're not really a surprise. Good for him staying out there though.
He wanted to get off. ABC already promoting the Cup being in the building on Saturday. Well, famously, it was in the building on day one.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't they say the Cup's going to be in the building?
They had to bring it back.
Oh, I guess the point is they're saying the Oilers aren't coming back from down 3 goals against the Florida Panthers.
I mean,
maybe
kind of a crazy move, but also...
Oh, you can't even score on...
This is tough, man.
I feel
is
so
hard to
bad for the
watch.
Oilers.
I can
just
like
for the individuals on the team.
I can like barely hear it, but it sounds like McDonough like doesn't want to be there.
That's what a lot of people in the chat are saying. It's
Really?
very monotone. I've seen a couple people say in the chat it's very monotone and making it not great. I feel defensive because he's a Syracuse grad, but
Pete, is
I
there
don't
water
actually.
around here?
Yeah, we have like a little water machine.
Hell
over
yeah.
there.
Oh yeah, I see it. I got it.
There's some red Solo cups over there too.
Thank you.
Yes,
it
sir.
takes forever to fill up. Fair warning.
It does pour very slowly, but it is clean drinking water. That's true.
You can leave it there and come back to it. It is that slow.
Chat says he looks sick as well. Ah, this is sad, man. It's very slow. I mean, Chat says I feel bad for McDavid. I feel bad for that. Like, he's gonna catch so much flack for how quiet he's been. And like to a certain extent, it will be deserved. I don't care if you have to get matched up against Barkov. Like
You're the greatest player in the world.
You can't be this quiet. But nothing fucking else has gone right.
He's not the problem.
Yeah. They had one high danger chance in game 2, and it was a breakaway for McDavid. Didn't score on it, but like literally nobody else did anything.
If you were like ranking Oilers' problems in this series, where do you put McDavid's not scoring?
I mean, it's pretty high. Like that was your best chance. It's always the Oilers' best chance is that those two guys at the top. So it's always going to be high when they're not there.
Is it second or third, I guess, is the question. Like, where do you put the goaltending versus
the
McDavid
goaltending's
on?
not a problem for me. It's your defensive lapses.
Yeah.
Because they have played well defensively at points in the series. But like game 1, the reason that they lost was because they played like on a few separate plays. They were bozos defensively.
Yep. Yeah, they had a CC nurse pairing out there.
Yeah.
Right?
Which was a completely self-inflicted wound that didn't need to be didn't need to happen because you had so much tape on it and you just won a series in which you didn't play that pairing.
Yeah.
Corey Perry looks like he's going to cry, by the way.
He was not happy. That was
not
fucking
happy.
awful, he said, as he was throwing his gloves.
Yeah,
Tell
I mean,
him
like
when he's
if you're diagnosing the problem in a very, very zoomed out lens, they've scored 2 fucking goals.
in eight periods of hockey.
Yeah.
Not good enough.
And they're a team whose calling card is that they score goals in bunches.
Was there goal in the last game on the power play?
It wasn't.
No, that's what I thought. So
Yeah.
they're 0 for on
It
the
was
power
4
play
on
too.
4. Yeah, 0 for on the power play. Historically good power play.
Yep.
Update, I got power back.
Hell yeah.
That's what's up.
I don't understand the cope thing because people just say cope. Like, we're not like making excuses for the Oilers. Like, this isn't cope. It's diagnosing why a team
Analysis.
is being. Yeah, right.
It would be cope if I was like, well, I mean, the ice was. I mean, in Florida, the ice. What are you talking about?
You mean like Florida's
cheap?
Like Florida was doing last round when they were complaining about the ice in New York, which I mean, probably rightfully so, but still,
It looked fucking awful. It did. But like,
complaining about the ice is so funny to me. Like both teams don't play on it.
well,
And I get it's one thing if it's consistently like that and it's like a home ice advantage, but still.
well, the other thing is like you can definitely build a team where you're like, oh, we have shitty ice, so we need to build a team around that. You know,
Yeah.
like that is a thing. But like, I don't think that's what the Rangers did.
Yeah.
You know, if anything, their problem was that they also couldn't get enough from their star players against the paint. Wait a minute, I'm starting to feel like there's a pattern here. Wait, Artemi Panarin didn't do shit in that series? Wait a second. He's their best offensive player, and they had Barkov on him? Wait a minute. Yeah, I guess he does.
Team
Barkov
can't
is one of
win.
the best
Time to
players
blame
in hockey.
refs. When did we blame the refs? I don't know if you're talking about what we're saying, but
I think they got to be talking about, because I have been on here consistently complaining about people complaining about the refs.
Yeah.
I feel like
they're
talking about chat.
saying that they haven't scored a power play goal is not complaining about the refs. That's saying that your power play has been bad or ineffective.
Oilers fans understand that the team is just worse.
I
mean, it's pretty hard not to understand.
Pretty
that at this
understanding
point.
though. They've
down
been worse in this series.
3-0 in the series.
Florida's been great.
Yeah, the Panthers are doing the thing of like the tall bully just holding the other guy at arm's length and being like, okay, that's funny. You're swinging at me.
I mean, the reality of the series was always going to, like, if the series were to go like this, the reality of it was always going to be that the stars, like, were going to be the ones that are going to get the attention. Like, Connor McDavid is the biggest
of course,
name in
he's
hockey.
the best player in the world.
He whatever
needs
happens,
to be better
win
than this.
or lose, he is going to be the one that gets the attention.
A 4-on-3 power play.
Oh, Karen McKenzie in the chat. Karen is like a OG PHNX diehard.
Hell yeah. Don't forget to hit the like button and the subscribe button. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. Please, please, please. We'd very much appreciate it.
We've got an
oil man check-in. Hey, bud.
Do you know how much I hate that I can hear you guys totally, perfectly, and clearly, easily? It's just very easy to hear in here.
I bet.
It's extremely easy to hear.
Yeah.
Pretty quiet, I'm guessing.
It's easy to hear. It's easy. I haven't lost my voice at all. I've been gabbing the whole fucking game. Totally tolerable volume. I think I would actually qualify as being on vocal rest, despite the fact that I'm speaking.
Is it like depressed in there? Despondent? It's
depressed.
Angry?
It's despondent. It's fucking horrible. It's very, very bad, and the vibes are bad, and people aren't happy. Oh, we have a special guest. Let's see. I just called in, checking in real quick with the phones.
We're going to snip the 2 counters in the bathroom, get this party started. Hopefully that'll fix the power play.
Anything, please.
I did not expect a Biz.
No,
Biz in the Heritage Classic jersey too.
I know.
Yeah,
I
looks
think it's a
fucking great on it
Bissonnette
too.
Heritage Classic jersey.
It is. It's a number 12 Bissonnette Heritage Classic jersey. It looks fucking terrific on him. It's the only fucking good thing about this goddamn night.
Where are you, by the way? Like, what's is this the press box or?
No, I'm in a suite.
Okay.
And that's very nice of Mike Grinnell, friend of the show, to hook it up. But I mean, it's also very. I don't want to make a joke. Shouldn't joke about that thing. I was gonna make a joke about how high up it is, but I'm not gonna make that joke. So I'm not gonna make that joke.
Somebody in the chat already made it.
I'm not thinking about that joke.
Yeah, somebody in the chat already made it, so they were thinking about it for you. They said DJ is going to redacted himself on the ice.
Make himself like a plastic rat in Florida.
DJ, would you say you're at the being forced to say you abandoned your child stage of being an oil man right now?
No, I thought about it. My child would probably be Stu, and I wanted to abandon him after the second goal. I mean,
that's not his fault. We were saying this. That's not his fault.
Were you more CC? Were you more CC than
both?
Stu
A
there?
million. Yeah, he misplayed it, but like they gave the puck to a guy between the hash marks.
It was very much my feelings towards Darnell Nurse on the play that happened in Game 1, where if CC didn't lose the battle, it wouldn't have went under Nurse's stick. If Stu didn't give the puck away, CC's losing the battle or getting beat to the wall wouldn't have mattered.
Yes, and also you gotta. I trust Stu more than I trust CC. So also there's you have to. One's been an all-star the last 2 years, and one has been Cody CC the last 2 years. So
then Cody.
Yeah, I don't feel great.
Longer than that.
I don't feel great, but you know what? Just from a little riff that we had earlier, if any team were to come back from down 3-0, we were trying to get, we couldn't even remember what was the last sweep. What was the last sweep? 98, I think we ended up coming up with.
Sweep in a cup final was before the cap era for sure.
Yes, right. Definitely pre-cap era. '96 Panthers were swept, but then 2 years later, I think there was a sweep. RA is somewhere here. He just had it like immediately. He's a savant. But I don't know. There's nice people here, I suppose, and there's food. DJ on Edmonton. There's food.
Oh no! And you have like what? 2 more days?
Oh yeah.
You
2 more
going to game
days.
4?
I mean, I'm going to game 4.
Tough to see, man.
Tough
This
to
is-
semen indeed. Yup.
If you told me that maybe they'd get swept, I'd say, all right. I wouldn't expect it to look like this. That's the thing. They just look so cooked.
They do. After the second one, I feel that it was kind of cooked the clock. I just give so much credit to how the Panthers have fucking adjusted and like
They're unreal.
altered the way that they play. Which like, why did I have the Oilers in this series? Because I thought the Oilers were best suited to play against the way the Panthers had played the whole postseason. Why didn't I consider that the best team in the playoffs would just fucking change and just be like, okay, well, let's adapt to our opponent? I didn't think about that. So hand up on Isle Dave.
I didn't think that like the coaching disparity would be as big as it's been too, because I mean we were talking about game 1 and how putting CC and Nurse back together really made a tangible difference in that game.
Yes.
And that didn't need to happen from Chris Knobloch.
Yeah, there's been a few didn't need to happens. Warren Fogle, though, how about that?
Another UNH guy, right?
A UNH oil man. Like, that is a premium oil man.
It's true.
I did say I was like DJ loves off the board goal scorers. I bet he was going nuts for Warren Fogle.
I hope somewhere there is some footage of like when Warren Fogle scored that goal, because I grabbed both hands of Empty Netters host Chris Powers and just like grabbed both of his hands really hard, and he was like kind of looking at me like, why you gotta let go of me? And then I just like ran around and high-fived everybody else. But for a second, my reaction to that goal was like, hey Chris, you're mine. I don't know why I reacted that way.
I'll tell you what, I had some FOMO that you were going on this trip. I have zero FOMO right now.
Advantage peak. When do we... I need the Oilers to fucking come back and win this game, because tomorrow we'll do the Pro Shop Wars reveal. And I got you guys such
so
fun
high.
stuff. I need the... Oh, man. If we fucking do like hey, guys, I fucking spent $800 on...
In hindsight, the smarter decision would have been to wait until tomorrow, which you were going to be there anyway to do the Pro Shop Wars, and you would have had a better read on the vibe of the series.
You're aware that I'm FaceTiming you from the Edmonton Oilers in the Stanley Cup final. In hindsight, the better decision flew out a million years ago.
It's a good
In
point.
hindsight, the better decision that was off the table when I fucking booked this trip. I'll be honest, I booked this trip after Game 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lock it in.
Nobody sold any stuff for it. I still don't even know if we've sold anything for it. Maybe I'm just gonna like go broke because I did this trip. Maybe this ruins me financially. I'm not gonna have any wells drilling.
Out at Coyote Hills, right?
Yeah. Back to Little Boston I go.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, though. Something about being able to not walk down the street in Edmonton just does feel very good.
That's a good takeaway. Like you are reaping the fruits of your labor right now.
That's right.
I could get a 1972 Corvette convertible, top down, roll down the streets of Boston like 1 mile an hour, and the only thing that will happen is people will be like, move, go faster. What's wrong with you? And Edmonton can't leave the hotel.
How's the arena?
Accosted. The best.
Is it?
Yeah.
I heard they have a
it's
very
really
nice
good.
arena.
Have you had any chicken tenders?
Yes, but I had like the
You had
like
the bougie
rich
suite.
person.
The what?
Yes,
Yeah.
Rich person, I believe.
rich person.
That
but-
you can't get a read on that. You can't glean the arena chicken tenders
Yeah,
from
no,
the
not
from
at
the
all.
suite.
Do you know what the chicken tenders are for the regular podcasters? KFC. They have KFC here.
I thought they were a
Really?
Popeyes place.
Wow.
Oh, yeah,
Brother,
they
I
had the
saw
Popeyes
Popeyes
cups.
as well.
That's
I
tough.
think that Edmonton is a big fried chicken town.
It appears so.
Yeah,
But they're
we'll
oil men.
have to crunch some numbers on that tomorrow. Well, that's what they do. They toss the chicken in the oil.
That's what I was what I was
I
getting
like
at.
that.
Yeah.
That was very good.
They're
that was very
going to
sharp.
go from being oil men to being like the guy from Gastown in Fury Road. You know,
I'll
So I
also
guess
say-
instead of saying that
The
the Oilers
people
are
eater?
cooked,
I
I
guess
should
it's
say
the
they're
people.
fried.
I'll also say, like, this is like the sickest suite in the world, and like everyone's leaving. Like, people don't want to stay in this amazing situation because the thing that they have to look at is so bad.
Sure.
Like, it's
I
like,
mean, I can't
it's
really
like
blame
me and
them.
a few other people now.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't leave a Stanley Cup final game, but they're making a compelling.
There may be
case
other
to
things
leave.
more
And
interesting to
this
do
is
at
gone.
that Stanley Cup final game.
Have you ever, Pete? Have you ever been to, or DJ? Have you ever been to a final as a fan, like a game in the final of anything as a fan?
So this is number one for me.
Number one, yeah.
Well, no, I go to. I've been to the NBA Finals, fortunately, a few times.
Like
That's pretty
is nice.
sick.
2 days ago.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, you went 2 fucking days ago. That's right. I
And,
went to
that is like, I mean, the best.
yeah, I went to game 1 of the World Series in 04. Like the one close game in 04.
That's
We were
incredible.
like 8 rows behind the Cardinals dugout.
Oh wow!
It was unbelievable.
How'd you get those tickets?
My uncle, I have an uncle who is
He's an oil man.
he's not. He's just like super like connected, like he just knows everybody. And he got these tickets, and my other uncle who lives in Arizona was going to fly up. And then my uncle was a youth football coach at the time, the one who lives here, and his team made the state final. And he was like, I can't, like the next day. So he's like, I can't fucking go. And they were like, do you want to go? And I was like, yeah, I think so. I think that'd be
Good
all right.
choice.
So that was Mark Bellhorn off Pesky's pole and all that.
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
Yes.
That was an unbelievable fucking game.
Quick
Maybe
fun-
the best baseball game I ever went to.
Quick fun baseball thing that just happened. JD Martinez just hit a walk-off home run for the first time in his entire career.
That seems
Who's he play
incorrect.
for now?
The Mets,
That's
The 9
crazy.
Metropolitans.
300.
The only thing that guy does is hit home runs.
I
Exactly.
know. He just
It's
hits
his only
unimportant
skill.
home runs, apparently.
Yeah.
who's never when they count.
Fuck, I can't. I have no words for you, DJ. I'm
That
like
sucks,
the Tampa Bay
brother.
Lightning Twitter account in 2018 or 2017, whatever it was. That's me right now. I know it's
Yeah.
not what you want to hear.
Yeah. I mean, I have a lot to think about.
I don't
A
even
lot
like.
to think about.
I got to talk about this game after the fact, and I don't even like. I don't know what I'm gonna say. It's like how do you sum this up without just being like, well, the Oilers played like assholes, and it all crumbled right under their feet.
I think you talk about how it's like the Panthers keep getting the game they want. Like the Oilers are doing nothing to make them deviate from their plan. Their plan is working perfectly. It's a real
I mean,
Ocean's
even
11 situation.
Exactly. You know what I might do? What if so I'm like not near where the game is. I'm like over on a couch in the back. There is some tinsel.
Oh, you know.
What if I
That'll
just
come
like
handy.
take some tinsel? What if I just take some tinsel, wrap it around my finger, hang out with you guys? People here don't know whether or not I'm married. I'll just say that like, oh, I was on a FaceTime with my partner, and it was a serious thing. And I just won't watch the rest of the game. I'll just sit here, and
Why would
if they're
they,
like,
like-
hey,
Why would you have to
Why-
like,
wait,
give
why
an
are you-
update to the other people?
Yeah, it's
Like,
very convoluted.
people are
Because there's like
actively
4 people
leaving.
here.
That's
Because I'm one of 4 people here, Peter. Because they'll say, why is one of the 4 people here not watching the game? I thought that when people stayed, they watched the game.
oh yeah.
And instead, there's a man there strangling his finger with tinsel. I think he's going to try to trick us into thinking he's married.
Is it
Yeah,
worse?
they-
Is it worse to leave completely though, or just like stay and not watch the game?
I mean, I like this room and I like you guys.
We got a super
You know
chat
what?
from Puck Follower. He says DJ therapy Bill when he returns from Canada.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You know what? The boys are taking the ice. I will go back over. I need to like explain to Chris Powers what I was thinking when I grabbed him. I still don't know what I was thinking, but
You weren't. That's the thing. Oh, but they got a
I'm gonna
beer
be like,
snake. They got a
I'm gonna be
beer
like,
snake in the
look,
moss pit.
And
It's
that's gonna be another thing. Like walking out of here.
pretty empty moss
All right,
pit.
I'll
Moss
check back
pit's pretty
in.
thin.
Love you.
Moss pit
Love
was
you.
Later,
pretty
brother.
thin.
Moss pit's pretty thin.
I mean, if you're
Hurts
not
to
in the
see,
game,
man.
I'm not standing outside at this point.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like especially if it starts getting thin and I hadn't spent any money to get there, it's like I was only here for the environment to begin with. If the environment's gone, I'm gone.
Yeah. What am I gonna do? Watch the rest of this game?
Yeah.
Fucking.
If
see
I'm
you
gonna if
later.
I'm not gonna be there, I might as well watch it in my home. If
I
the
don't know what
environment's
shows
gonna
are
suck.
on Thursday nights, but they probably have like The
the
Border. Remember that CBC show, The Border? There was always ads for it on Hockey Night in Canada in like 2008. Okay, well,
I was watching.
Little Mosque on the Prairie, maybe.
I was watching Hacks. That was on Thursday nights, but now
that just
wrapped
ended, right?
up.
I'm like halfway through the season.
Oh, it's a good show.
I like it.
It's a good show.
My girlfriend does not. She says it bums her out.
What? It's a lovely show. I mean, it's not always the most serious show.
I see where she's coming from. It's like it all works out in the end a lot of the time, but like the path there is not the most fun. I had just finished watching the episode where she like breaks her leg in the woods.
Oh yeah, that one.
And
That
she
was
was
like their
like-
Sopranos episode where they
Yeah.
get stuck in the woods.
Yeah, she was like, "Can we not watch this for a while?" And I was like, "No problem."
I've been watching a lot of Summer House recently with my girlfriend. It's
I don't know what that is.
horrible behavior, but I'm locked in. It's just the worst people. But
I don't know.
it's a Bravo reality show
Cool.
about rich people who go to a summer house and rent it for the
I
summer.
see. I watch Top Chef on Bravo. Good show.
I feel like I honestly feel bad for DJ because he now has to go to Game 4.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
I don't know, man. Like you get to see someone lift the cup. Like I know it's not the team he
Well,
wants, but like
Maybe not.
Yeah, if
I
the
guess
Oilers
that's
won,
true.
honestly, the Oilers winning would be like the worst.
that's
thing
the worst outcome for
because
DJ
then
for sure.
then they're just gonna lose Game 5. And
Yeah, but at least like he gets to continue doing the show. Like he doesn't have to go back to Florida. It is the absolute worst outcome for all of the people traveling back and forth to both cities.
Well, I mean,
because like there's no way the Oilers are going to win the series. Assuming they lose tonight, no way they're going to win this series. And if they win Game 4, it just forces people to go back to fucking Florida.
yeah, but I mean, he's got a long flight anyways. I don't know. I'd rather, I guess, the Oilers just win.
What's
tonight.
that John Evans super chat we got?
Can't wait tonight. Got a work thing, but thank you for thank you for your show, making the work trip that much more tolerable.
John Evans, I appreciate you so much. Thank you very much. And good luck with your work thing.
What if the work thing is he's going to go play the third period of the of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup?
It's
final?
Calvin Picker.
He's the
That's
emergency.
right.
I was gonna say he's the emergency backup goaltender.
Anthony Stolarz.
Honestly, throwing Calvin Pickard in wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Galvanizing is
Like
the
light,
term.
you can't
I mean, it
fire
worked
the whole
last
team.
time.
It's not Stuart Skinner's
Force them
fault.
to be slightly more defensively
Yes,
responsible.
man.
Or
Absolutely.
at
I
least think
actually
they need
like.
to
I
be.
don't hate that idea.
Fuck it.
Get him some
You got
rest.
what other recourse
It
do you
just
have?
feels it just feels unfair to Stu, like because he's not played bad.
I got it then. You put Stu in Cody Cece's jersey, Calvin Pickard in the crease.
Dude, that'd
all
be
your
so
problems
good.
are solved.
They're just like our defensemen are so fucking bad. One of our goalies is gonna play defenseman. Cody Cece, take a fucking seat.
But like he's in Cece's jersey, so everybody's just kind of like, did I ever notice that Cody Cece's kind of good at skating? And wait a second.
The series recap doesn't do the series justice because the Oilers were good in game 1. But the 11-2 goals differential certainly does.
I mean, that's the stat. Oilers 0 for 9 on the power play.
Yeah.
They're getting 3 power plays a game. They are 0 for. If they get, I mean, obviously all these games are like multiple goal wins, but like 1 goal in game 2 or whatever, we're having a whole different series here.
Yeah.
Like 1 power play goal. I know they scored, but you know what I mean.
I continuously forget that they scored in game 2.
They may as well not
know.
have, It's one of those.
All right, you can get one here. It's not crazy. Emergency recall Jack Kimball is the correct play.
I was going to say it couldn't go worse. Yeah, it definitely fucking
definitely
could.
could.
100% it could go worse.
This does actually feel like the first game, like in a weird way to say, like both game 1 and 2 felt like a very, very different like aberrations.
I feel like I actually know what's going on in the series now.
Exactly.
Yeah, game 1 was like definitely had the like kind of a feeling out process for Florida.
And you knew that they weren't going to be that bad again.
That's so I was comparing it to the second Celtics game where it was like they shot so badly from the floor
It still won.
and they won by 7 or whatever it was. And it was like, yeah, if the Mavs didn't win that game, they're not winning in this series. Like it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with that where like the Oilers got the best possible game against the Panthers in terms of like how well they played, and they got outscored 3-0. And it's like, well, you know what? Then fuck it. Like, why is CC out there? What are we doing? How is he not stapled to the fucking bench? Maybe they just don't have the bodies. They'll play like 4 shifts this period or something. But like, Jesus Christ, man.
This does feel like the first game that you can glean something because like you knew the Oilers probably weren't going to be as bad as they were in game 2 again in this series.
Yeah.
And now both teams are playing okay games
Right.
as a baseline, and the Panthers are just much better.
Yeah.
It's going to be so hard to talk about this team in the offseason without cap friendly.
The Oilers?
Yeah.
It's going to be hard. Well, we got Puckpedia.
I found one the other day that was cap-space.com. Very like minimalist version of it. Like it's just like plain text.
Okay. Like natural statric-esque?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe a little more designed feeling, but yeah, that's the general idea. And the guy, apparently it's been up since like 2021, and now he's like really ramping up the features apparently. But like he has a change log on the website.
Okay.
And one of the things he says like at the beginning is he's like, I was really inspired to make this website because of how bad cap friendly is on mobile.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
And I looked at it on mobile and I saw that and I was like, yeah, this looks great. This guy, mission accomplished, big dog.
I don't think I've ever gone to cap friendly on mobile.
Well,
It's not a pleasant experience.
I like the cap space.
Yeah, it's good. It's a
dash space.
Yep.
It's just so simpler, cap friendly, basically.
So last time I did the deserve to win a meter, it was 65% Oilers.
Yeah, and that was before the Panthers scored 3 goals.
Correct. I'm gonna hit the refresh button and see where we stand.
Okay,
now.
I can't wait to hear this number. The face.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, that looks
No,
interesting.
I'm gonna say it's probably still like 58% Oilers or something.
buddy. It's
Wow.
58% Oilers.
Wow.
Right on the
This
dot.
guy knows puck,
They
baby.
do percentages, like decimal points on this deserve to win a meter.
58.0.
It is 58.0.
Damn.
The kid knows puck.
Check that out.
I believe you. Imagine if you lied to me about that.
Yeah, you turn it around. It's 78% Panthers.
What? Huh?
That's wild.
Yeah,
Let's do cat dash space.
it's good.
I do like it.
Thank you. I said thank you. I had nothing to do with it. I saw it on the internet.
It's a new band that you put me onto. You get credit.
That's right.
Yeah, it's like a simple. It's a minimalistic version of cat friendly.
Not as feature rich, obviously.
No, not as it's harder. It's harder to consume with the eyes.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Does
text is too close together.
Is it defaulting to the like show more columns thing for you, or do you have to click that and oh no, that's exactly right then. You got it right. Yeah. And he'll, now he has a
the information will be available online.
Yes,
it's
that's
just
right.
the thing about Cap Friendly is that it's super user friendly and it's got a lot of great tools that other places may have a hard time replicating, and it's updated so fucking fast.
Yeah. Yeah, they have a staff of multiple people at Cap Friendly. Now all of them, or a good chunk of them, are going to work for the Capitals instead. How she goes. It's funny that like the Oilers ultimately, like, you know how it was always like, oh, they just need a winger for Connor McDavid, and then they got one, and it's Zach Hyman, and he's fucking sick with McDavid, and then they're like, oh, who else is out with McDavid and Hyman now? And it's like, well, it's Corey Perry, and you're like, and it's 2024. You mentioned, is that right? Like that's the crazy.
And we're in the
part.
Stanley Cup final, and we're losing. How? Well, you have Corey Perry.
Do you see what I'm saying though? Where it's like even when they like fixed the problem, they didn't all the way fix the problem. They like 80% fixed it.
Well, they still don't have defensemen too. That's a problem.
Well, in theory, they have Ekholm and Bouchard, but those guys play together,
right?
And not good. It's not good.
Unfortunately, and not to pile on, and I know that he's hurt, but like Darnell Nurse needs to be so much better for that team to look so much better.
Do you remember? I think it was Jordan Greenway yelled at, like, made fun of him. I hate to use the word chirp. I don't know why, but I hate to use the word. But like,
I don't remember this specifically. No.
So like they got in a shoving match, and like it just got picked up on the mic that Greenway goes to him. Make $9 million, you don't do shit.
Yeah, now that's ringing a bell. Yes.
And I was just like, it is exactly like you're saying, man. That's the problem.
Got to be the best part about being a guy like Jordan Greenway. It's just, you don't get paid anything. So anytime, if you're mixing up with anybody.
Like $3 million, he's doing okay.
Well, that's fair enough. But like mixing up with a guy that makes $9.
I feel like we talked about this chirp on the show because I want to say that you had to take like your is it good behavior to chirp that like a guy's making 3 times as much as you?
I mean I guess it depends. But like I think generally speaking, I don't know, because generally speaking, like I hate
it is a weird chirp, right?
It is.
Like it's weird to make fun of somebody for being
rich.
Way richer than you.
So the thing is, like these guys, like so much of their like self-worth is tied up in their AAV, right? Like that's why you see these guys like when McKinnon signed
Marner's
his extension.
dad like tries to fight the entire Leafs front office to get
Or like
$1 more than
when McKinnon signed his big extension. Do you think it's a coincidence that he made $100,000 a year more than Connor McDavid? Because I need to have the contract that's better than that. And like, so if you say to a guy,
I also think that a lot of that's probably the agent too.
Sure, but like, nevertheless, like this is something Sean always says on the podcast. Like, how many years in a row do you think Nathan McKinnon heard, you got the best bargain contract in the league? And he was like, I'm going to kill the next person that fucking says that to me. Right? Like, it's just like, hey, you ever think about how much money you left on the table with this deal? You could have like $15 million extra dollars, but you fucked up so bad. Like, he doesn't want to hear that shit.
You know who that is now? It's Gus Forsling.
It's Gus
Forsling. Like,
totally.
If Gus Forsling went to the table this summer after the fucking Panthers win the Stanley Cup,
well, think about like what Sam Bennett's going to get this year.
Much money.
The difference with Gus Forsling though,
Reinhardt
or Sam Reinhardt.
Yeah, Reinhardt's gonna.
But like,
see you later.
Right, but like that's what I'm saying is like, it's like a huge thing for them to make that money. And so to be like, you make $9 million and you don't fucking deserve it, you're a joke. Like, that has to fucking hurt.
Gus Forsling probably left double-digit millions on the table.
Oh, let's go.
I'm Team Pregame.
Such a depressing moss
That
bit.
sucks, man.
Hey, Deej.
I'm Team Ficino.
How are the vibes?
Hold on,
Alright.
let me.
He doesn't have the headphones in.
Oh, that's a crazy bounce. Holy shit.
Oh, the
Wow.
vibes are crazy.
Yeah,
That's
you
a
couldn't, you
crazy
couldn't
elbow
recreate that
goal.
if you tried.
Listen, that's the puck luck that they didn't have. Also,
1000%.
that's a wild, like, that's way too high. Put that on TV too high, the subreddit. That TV's way too high.
Get it down from there.
Yes.
Absolutely, brother.
All right, like, you can't complain about, you can't be picky about the goals that you get at this point if you're
No,
the
no.
Oilers. You take a off the elbow goal
They got no
from
puck
Philip
luck in
Broberg.
play.
Hey,
Game one, they'll take it here.
hey. They don't ask how, they ask how many, and then you have to answer 3. The whole series.
DJ, would you say that this is comprehensive proof that the Oilers have a competition in them?
They hate most people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They want no one else to succeed.
That's exactly
what,
right.
That's what I think people miss about the Oilers. They want no one else to succeed. And really, Ryan, I'll be honest, I recently asked my therapist, just as like to gauge how good she was, what she thought drove Daniel Plainview.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what was his ultimate goal? Because I don't think it wasn't money, clearly. I think I said my guess was it was just like pure domination, but I think it's just that line that he wants no one else to succeed. All he cares about is that nobody does well. And
Yeah, no, the great thing about There Will Be Blood is like the thesis is so clear, you know, like it's stated in textually in the movie. They're just like, the thesis of this movie is they both want dominance, right? Like he wants dominion over Eli wants dominion over the power that Daniel Plainview has, and Daniel Plainview's like whole thing is, I want no one to have power over me.
Yeah, oh yeah. And Eli's like, hey, I'm the one who sees you. I know what's going on here. I get it. Sean recently brought up, like, when Bandy brings him to church, Eli knows. He's like, God damn it. Now I'm fucked.
Yeah.
Because now he's going to get what he wants. I understand it's all a ruse, but these idiots don't. But he comes back, he's like, hey, so about that money. And then, you know, spoilers. Oh, boy, though. Man, there's an energy in here. There is an energy in here.
You guys are buying the Bandy tracked up right now. That's a great view.
Nice.
That's a great view.
Is it not? What did I give you?
That's unreal.
What did I give you?
That is as good a view as you
Oh,
can hope.
so you're being sincere?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, cool. I thought I was like giving you the desk or something.
Can we talk for a second? 3 games into the Stanley Cup final, and the Oilers have 3 goals. Matthias Ekholm, Warren Foegele, Philip Broberg.
That's right, brother.
That's insane.
Philip Broberg's elbow.
It wasn't even Philip Broberg's
Yeah, it was
elbow. It was
Nico
Nico Mikkola's
Mikkola's
elbow.
elbow.
Oh, my God. Oh, yes. Right.
That is something. I got to see the Moss
God.
pit.
Oh, are they doing regular Moss pit check-ins?
Yeah,
I
it's
wouldn't-
tough.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's going well.
You know what sucks? I'm trying to use my phone to cleanly and not aggressively document all this so we can make some content out of it. But every big moment there's been in this game, or like the saddest moments, I've just been talking to you guys, which I kind of like. We'll just splice in parts of the
You're
live
sneaking
stream.
away to do the thing that you left here that you would have been doing if you didn't leave.
Like, hey, a big goal was scored. Hold on. What do you guys think of There Will Be Blood?
10 out of 10 masterpiece. Arguably the greatest American film ever made.
Yeah, I'm kind of in hysterics right now. I won't lie. I'm like overtired. And...
I don't get it. Like I tweeted the 3 goals thing, and the two of the responses are like, Bob is on fire. Skinner is pathetic. Like, I'm not really thinking about the goaltending in this series.
No.
Skinner had a bad play
First
tonight.
period, I said, yeah. First period, I said, damn it, Bob. Like the Connor Brown, you want to have better chances, but then I think you want it to not be Connor Brown. Oh my God, there's an oil man wearing a Chargers shirt, and he just flashed, or a Chargers hat, and he just flashed the crowd.
Flash the crowd?
Wow.
Yeah, that guy just could not have matched my freak more.
What do you mean, flash the crowd?
Chargers hat. He had an Oilers jersey on, a Chargers hat, and then bore his breasts to the crowd.
Oh, I thought it was like a slap shot thing of like, I'm going to wiggle it at him. Remember that part from slap shot? It's pretty funny. Yeah. And every person in there, with the exception of my wife,
Yeah.
is going to be running for the exits.
And he fucking does it.
He does.
He does it.
Well,
you hear
the
the
best part, you
screams.
just hear the screams off screen, and the guy, I think it's Joe McGrath, is just like, oh, God damn it.
He wasn't lying.
We never talk about Slapshot. That's crazy.
Well, I
That's
saw it
crazy.
for the first time like a week and a half ago.
I love that for you.
Every once in a while on our Patreon.
Scene in here, boys. It's a scene.
That's a save? We'll see it in 35 seconds.
It's a scene.
Oh.
Every once in a
it's a
while on
scene
our
in
Patreon,
here.
we do like we watch like a hockey movie and do like a commentary track kind of over it. And we haven't pulled the trigger on Slapshot yet. I think the most recent one was The Love Guru, which I'd
okay.
never seen.
I also haven't seen it.
Like, to say it sucks is like not, you can't go far enough like how bad it is. It's I think it's like 84 minutes, and there are 3 full song and dance numbers, like of just like him singing an existing song, like but with his fake Indian accent.
Oh no.
And like dancing like it's a Bollywood movie. It's like, so like there's like 78 minutes of plot in this movie. Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, you know what would be nice in that 78 minutes of plot is a single laugh.
Oh no.
And yet they couldn't deliver. So
they just showed the graphic of the goal scores in the series. 6 combined goals coming into the Stanley Cup final. And I believe that's on the season.
I was going to say, is that
No,
can't
that
be
can't be.
playoffs.
I was gonna say life.
Ekholm doesn't have 5 goals. Like
Yeah, but
Broberg just
Fogel
slotted
scored,
in
didn't
recently.
he?
I don't think Fogel scored 4
Yeah,
goals.
Fogel had 20 during the regular season.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Damn.
So it had to be in the playoffs.
Yeah. Wow.
I
I wouldn't have guessed that.
When Fogel scored, I said I had that guy off the team like 100 times this year, and he had a 20-goal season.
I didn't think that he had 20 goals this year. That's a bit surprising, but I know he had a pretty active role on a team that scored a lot of goals.
That's right.
If the Oilers get the next
you know
one,
what's? Yes.
we
If
gonna
the
believe?
Oilers get the next one. Oh no, I can't. Oh, I guess I could DFS from here. I'll be honest, I forgot to. But I said when the Oilers going into this period, I was like, "Yo, how do I DFS the Oilers to win in 6 right now?"
I was gonna say, like, your vibe shift has changed quite a bit after that second
Can
goal.
I be honest?
Yeah.
I've had a cookie since.
Attaboy.
I had a cookie. So what you're seeing is I just got like a spike of sugar.
So like I was wondering if you felt like it was possible that they win this game, but then I remembered that you're on with us right now, and I don't think you would be on with us if you were locked into this game.
So what fucking happens if they score now?
I mean, it becomes a conversation.
We'll
And
cut to
I don't know,
we'll cut
like
to
they
the
scored
scene.
9 minutes left. Jabronis.
If they score, we'll cut to the scene from There Will Be Blood where they're like, "What is this? Why don't I own this?" And the guy explains.
Why don't I own this?
He explains to him it's the bandy tract. You know, we tried to talk to him. He wouldn't do a deal with us or whatever.
At this point, I'll say whoever wins this game wins the series. Because if the Oilers somehow come back and win this game, I mean, that'd be insane.
Great.
That would be insane.
Great call. I don't know what odds you can get on that, but if you could get odds on that,
next goal wins the series.
Oh, well, I mean, you could just.
Oh, that's a goal. Oh, dude. Yes. Say next goal wins the series. Just tweet that. See what happens.
It'll get 71 likes. Everybody will move on with their day, I feel like.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do it.
Yeah. But, McDavid has it. McDavid has it.
Actually, I can't say next goal wins the series because it's very plausible the Panthers just win 4-3.
Right.
Oh, good stick, Bouchard. That's a good fucking stick. Fucking beat them at their own game.
I heard a pop from the crowd, and I was expecting an Oilers goal, but no, they made one defensive play, and everybody was shocked.
No.
Jumped up out of their seats.
Me and CP saw a good stick out of Bouchard. We're both very excited. Uh-oh.
I'm still not. That was the plan.
Yeah, that was what I was like. 2 people in this suite were hooting and hollering, and I feel good about it.
Oh, this must be it.
This must be the play. Yeah.
All right, there it is. Yep. Good stick.
Yeah, sure.
Nice.
Yeah, they're beating the Panthers at their own game, just playing defense.
Occasionally getting back. I like that ad behind the goal for Cat, the Cat brand.
Oh, that everywhere.
There is no off season. The Oilers are like, oh, green.
Oh, I mean, I have to be careful with what I say about this. Pete knows why. For business reasons, I just have to be careful. We have not talked about the fact there's fucking Ozempic ads all over the place in this series.
I haven't seen any,
Are you
but
not? Oh,
that's hilarious.
It's on the boards.
Oh, we can't see the
We
boards.
can't see the boards.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I mean, can you see in the corner right now?
Yeah, there they are, the boards. Guys,
don't be showing us the game. We'll get
we're gonna get in
copyright
trouble.
Shoot. Oh, fuck. Did not mean to do it. That was a different game. That would have sucked.
YouTube's probably just like people who can watch this game on TV are not even wanting to watch this game. So.
Yeah, they're like, oh, it's fine. No one's making or losing any money off this game right now.
I think have you seen the ESPN desk? I think ESPN's losing money on this game because the desk keeps shrinking.
I could see you could see the Ozempic ad easier than I could see the desk if I was standing right in front of the desk. The desk is on Ozempic.
Yeah,
that's an Ozempic
yes.
desk. The desk has Ozempic face.
The exchange rate hit the desk hard.
Oh, fuck!
It's very fascinating when he does something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing to the fucking front of the net.
It's nice, like, knowing that I.
Are you mad that he passed it?
For him to,
yeah.
For something worth reacting to.
I know.
Nothing is getting. Nothing's getting to the front of the net.
That's a step in the right direction. Unless you mean for the Oilers, in which case it's more of the same, I guess.
It's getting to the side of the net off their defenders' elbows.
That's right. Get 2-3 more of those, you're in business.
Oh my God, Florida Panthers! Don't you dare let the Oilers score a goal and make it 4-3. With 6 minutes left, don't you dare do that, Florida Panthers.
I wouldn't worry about it, brother.
Don't you even think about it.
Double the offensive zone time.
2-1, basically. What are power plays in this game? Like 4-1, 4-2, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
Oilers.
What's the Jumbotron information like of it?
Wow.
Oh, no way. No way.
Wow.
Oh, come on. Show it to us, baby.
How could you do it?
30, 40 seconds from now.
They got like over 5 minutes.
Let him come back in this game. These silly boys.
McDavid?
We're alive. We are back. We are so back for now. Oh,
This is unbelievable.
we stayed.
Oh, Bouchard? I bet on Bouch to score. I've totally forgot about that because I just thought that nobody would score.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Team Pregame.
Wow.
I'm an oil man.
All right, now I'm hitting next goal wins the series.
Oh, it was McLeod, it looks like, with the tip.
All right, get bodies to the fucking front of the net.
That's what it's all about, man.
Oh, this is getting spicy now.
Wow. That's
This could be
cool.
hilarious.
Man, when they said McLeod was drawing in, I was like, Jesus Christ. What are we doing here, man?
Come on, baby.
So again, your goal scorers: Matthias Ekholm.
It only gets weirder.
Warren Fogle. Oh, McDavid! Come on, McDavid! Oh my fucking god! Jesus fucking Christ!
This is electric. I know. I'm not even worried. I'm not even like annoyed that it's getting spoiled. It's just the content is just so good.
Yeah, it's good.
That was, tweet it out. Get people in here. That was a fucking.
Sean,
It was a
can you pull a
Ryan
clip
McLeod
of his
legacy
goal
moment.
celebration? Scene. Oh, no one there. Oh! No way!
See, I knew he wasn't
Yeah,
going to score
yeah.
there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I figured, but even still seeing that, I was
Yeah.
like, what?
They're finally
Did
letting
DJ
him cook.
miss
This
it?
is what it's
Yeah.
all about, man.
In the third
Oh.
period, no less.
Come on. I mean, that was like a Ryan McLeod legacy moment, and he fucked up.
This
First
is
take is going to be all over him tomorrow.
It is truly such a shame that this series is not 1-1 right now because
Oh!
like,
Come on! Ah! Sir, pretend there's a penalty. Come on.
Well, they're really pushing
Oh,
here.
my
This
heart.
is the best they've looked in the
I
entire
know.
series.
And no ice. Oh.
3 minutes.
Well, you suck.
what I tell you, you gotta sit in hot water long enough for the flavor to come out.
for sure. This is good. This is
Oh.
good shit. Ooh.
Oh, we know they do.
You guys getting
score.
people in here? You guys tweeting out, getting people in here for this electric finish? Here comes McDavid. Oh,
We have live commentary in the building from DJ.
And it's
I did not expect DJ to be doing joining the stream live in the building doing
Here's the thing.
commentary.
Here's the thing, though.
Grow up.
Here's the
Oh,
thing, though.
fucking,
He knows this.
Ooh, it's
He
a
knows
penalty.
this.
Shut up.
I could do that if I wanted to.
You could.
I could do that with my eyes closed.
Well, I was just going to say, me and Lambert could close our eyes and it'd be like we listening to the game on the radio and we get the scoop before anybody else does.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, that'd be really cool. Fucking, oh, man.
2 minutes. When do they get him
I
out?
really don't. Yo, don't let this game go to overtime. Florida Panthers, don't you do it, boys. Don't you do it. Oh. Also, I've lost my voice.
I didn't consider
You
the
sound
people
beautiful,
watching this on YouTube who our stream is delayed for them.
Oh.
So DJ is lined up with their TV.
Whoa!
Sure.
Wow.
That's crazy. All right.
Wait, how is DJ lined up with
Draisaitl
their
will be-
TV when DJ's literally because
Because
we're delayed?
there
Yeah,
are,
okay.
yeah, we'll be doing for them.
All right. Draisaitl kicked out. McDavid will take a face off.
Like when my stream is live, I'm like 20 seconds or no, I'm like 10 seconds ahead of what's on your TV.
Sounds very loud there. Yeah.
Bouchard to Ekholm. Ekholm will regroup in the defensive zone. 134. Oilers need one to get back in this series. McDavid through the neutral zone. Back to Evan Bouchard. Bouchard will gain the blue line. Dump off to McDavid. McDavid is going to lose the puck, but regrouping for the Oilers as
I think he's not allowed to do this.
Bouchard the blue line. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. And I also haven't done play-by-play in like 100 years. It's going to be bad.
I don't know if he is allowed to do this. I think
I
What?
think he's
Probably not.
I would imagine. DJ, you can let me know. Do you have the express written consent of
don't
the
you
NHL to do this?
I have express written consent. It was
Okay, well,
expressly-
then there you go.
I said, can I do this? And they said expressly.
Isn't there a comedian that has a thing of like,
Cool if
what
I
if I
do
have
this
the implied oral
expressly?
consent of the NHL?
You have my express consent, and you know what? Let me put it in writing.
Thank you.
I'll fax it over to you. All right.
Fuck, I want to take a video of this so I could... Let's see. No, can't do it. Can't use your camera for two things at once. Rude.
That does check out.
Oh, yeah, cool fan. I don't know, AI.
Oh, hits the post. Ay, ay, ay.
All right.
I mean, what?
Oh, that kid's gone tarps
All right,
off
what's
now.
the story? We
Is-
got
has he-
RA's
They
doing
just, they
laps
just,
right
they
now.
just cut to Maurice. Oh, that guy's feeling it. They just cut to
Okay, so
Maurice
that was
and the
just
kid
RA.
was.
I just caught up with RA. He's doing laps around the suite, and he said Edmonton is about to tie it up.
Okay. You heard it here first.
Wow.
We have Zombie Nation. Oh my god, what a fucking scene this is. This looks so cool. Ekholm at the blue line.
Oh, yeah.
Over
Tarps
to
off.
Nugent
There he
Hopkins.
is.
Nugent
There
Hopkins
he
coming back
is.
down from the point. Doesn't get through. Barkov's going to throw it the length of the ice, and this will be an icing. It will become
There will become
an icing. It will become 20
That's
minutes
such
later
an
an icing.
unnecessarily dramatic thing that only Doc Emmerich could do. It will
I know.
become an icing.
All right, Draisaitl on the faceoff. Loses it. Panthers try to get out of the zone, and they do. Ekholm will watch Bouchard bring it back into the defensive zone. Oilers have to hurry. 40 seconds remaining. Evan Bouchard. Up to Leon Draisaitl through the neutral zone. It'll be Draisaitl and Nugent Hopkins entering the zone with Ivan trailing. Fans want to call. They're not going to get it.
More ice.
Another icing.
We are not going to be live tomorrow because our YouTube is going to get shut down.
Yeah, we can't
Oh.
risk our YouTube getting shut down for like totally.
But it's a parody. It's a parody.
It's a
Very law.
parody.
I would love to see
It's a bit.
that defense in court. But sir, I wasn't being serious.
Boys,
Yeah.
Florida Panthers have taken a 3-0 lead in the Stanley Cup final.
That sounds
You
about
hate to
right.
see it.
Vibes suck.
Yeah.
At least they made it fun.
Oh,
It did become
They
fun.
made
The
it.
series was fun for like 15 minutes.
2-3 minutes of game time. Yeah, absolutely, man.
All right, I have to do this. So you boys talk amongst yourselves.
All right.
Sean, if you could make sure you save this stream because I'm gonna have to use like clips of it for the I went to Edmonton video because all of my time in Edmonton was spent just doing this stream.
And crying. Yeah.
Oh man, Ryan, did you think this was gonna be an easy series? I did not. I
Not
thought it was
this
gonna be
easy,
like
but
like
I would have.
Yeah.
Nobody asked me. Thank God, nobody asked me to do like, blank and blank prediction. But I would have said
Yeah.
Panthers in 5 or 6 for sure. Gun to my head.
Yeah. Oh, so you're Plainview's brother, the guy had a gun to his head.
That's exactly right. Well, it's not really his brother,
Sometimes
though, is it?
What? I thought it was. We discussed on a recent episode of What Chaos. I totally thought that when Daniel Plainview had an oil strike and his brother just happened to show up a few days later, it was for sure his brother.
No,
It had to be. What are the odds?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That is. Oh man, I haven't watched that in a couple of years now. I think, like maybe a year and a half. What am I doing?
Oh man,
It's
I did an interview today with CTV, and I just basically did the whole thing in like There Will Be Bloodisms. They probably didn't air it.
you have to.
I was just like, I'm a fucking oil man. I've got like wells drilling as we speak.
I've traveled
Barrels.
over. You've traveled over half this continent to be there tonight.
That is true. So when I tell them I'm an oil man, I think they'll agree.
No, thank
God.
you. Right? That's you leaving the
No.
arena tonight. All set.
Oh,
no,
shit.
Mr. Bean, come back.
I wish I had that clip. Tell Pete after to do that. To grab that clip, say, DJ leaving Rogers' place tonight. No, thank you. I wouldn't take this lease if you gave it to me as a gift. Motherfuck. Brother, wish it were a better ending. You going to be here game 4? God, I know. Shit. All right, I have to jump off, boys. Sean, treat Ryan well. Don't
Will
let
do.
Ryan twist in the wind, but he's an amazing presence, so he'll be able to handle shit by himself for a few minutes anyway. But I feel rude that we had a man on our show and then both abandoned our boy. Talk soon. Love you both very much. I'm sure I'll text you in like 5 minutes. Ryan, for sure tell Pete to do that clip because it would be funny. Love you, boys. Talk soon. Bye.
Adios.
I don't know what clip he's talking about, John.
I have no idea. That's one of my favorite sounders that we have.
Yeah,
What did the score actually?
he's abandoned his child, right? That's what it boils down to.
Oh,
He's abandoned his boy.
I guess I could also put myself on camera.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Hey, howdy, hey. I make it's like actual appearances of me on the show are quite rare.
wow.
Oh, I did not think this was going to happen to the Edmonton Oilers. Cannot lie.
I didn't think it would go this bad for him. That's for
At
sure.
all.
That's for sure. But it was. I would say it was always within the realm of possibility that they just got like completely. Well, I guess they didn't get like boa constrictor
Yeah.
style game tonight. They gave up like 35 shots or whatever.
I thought if they were going to, like, if the series were to have gone like this, I thought it was going to be because Stuart Skinner just forgot how to play hockey.
Yeah,
and they just
yeah.
didn't have a goalie.
Right.
I did not see a path to them getting embarrassed in this series without Stuart, while Stuart Skinner was like a good goalie, which I would say
He's been perfectly fine. And like I think I said it earlier, like in my opinion, they needed him to steal one or two, and he hasn't been that. But this is the first one where he even had the opportunity to really steal one, right?
Like, I guess the goal that he gave up, that was kind of his fault, but also CeCe's fault was the difference. Ultimately, I guess.
Yeah, I mean technically, but
all you could say that about any of the 4 goals,
right?
But even then, it wasn't entirely his fault.
And also, okay, well, they don't give up the goal on the CeCe play, right? But then they only have the same number of goals, so they need another goal on top of that.
Yeah, still need another goal. Yeah, the problem is that no one's scoring goals.
Tough. It's tough.
Bad time for their bottom 6 to disappear, and I guess their top 6.
I wouldn't say their bottom 6 is providing all the offense. Warren Fogel's going ape shit out there, brother.
That's a very good point. I guess they haven't disappeared. But I guess the certain people, like tough for Kane to be hurt to the point where he can't even play.
Let me pull up some stats here really quickly. But like here's what it boils down to for me, right? Barkov, goal and an assist. Bennett, goal. Reinhardt, goal and an assist. Tarasenko, goal, right? And then it's like Warren Fogle, Ryan McLeod.
Yeah. If Warren Fogle is your best player, when their best player is actual good players.
McDavid created 2 of those goals, right? Like
he was noticeable tonight.
Yeah, he played 23 probably plus minutes. Does my box score show that? No, it does not. But he got up over 23 minutes. He had 2 assists. Like they scored when he was on the ice.
Yeah.
So somebody else has to pick up the slack. We're all talking about McDavid. I'm going to look really quickly here. Draisaitl. Oh, no points, -1.
Yeah, McDavid, 25 minutes, 14 seconds.
Yeah, wow.
On the ice. Nugent Hopkins had 22-18. Draisaitl had 24 even. Hyman had 23-51. So, yeah.
Like, they're playing the big guns.
They
but
had
like,
opportunities.
Do we want to say it's a Draisaitl thing and not a McDavid thing? I mean... McDavid's got 3 points on 3 of their 4 goals in this series.
Yeah, I mean,
so
it's. I mean, you can definitely blame Draisaitl more than you can blame McDavid,
and I'd love to, man. Because again, like he's the captain, so he's he's gonna get the flack because he's the #1 center. But like, Draisaitl is
Draisaitl. Yeah, he doesn't have the excuse of playing against one of, if not the best defensive forwards.
Yeah. Not great.
I think. I mean, I feel like it's close enough that Game 4 can decide it, but I think Barkov gets the Conn Smythe at this point.
And especially, frankly, Bobrovsky gave up 3 goals tonight. That might be enough to.
I think so.
And I mean, goal and an assist tonight for Barkov. He's obviously still great.
Came back from an injury. I think
the
big
story,
the narrative
kind of
part
a thing.
Of it, and he's the captain of the Florida Panthers after they're going to win when they win their first ever Stanley Cup.
Yeah, that's cool.
The story of it seems
Barkov's
like it would
sick,
lean
man.
Barkov. Yeah, I agree.
He's so cool.
I agree.
Damn.
I like this Panthers team, man.
Yeah, it's funny because like as a whole, you would go, "Oh, they're a dirty team," or maybe dirty's not the right word, but like they play with an edge, and they have a bunch of guys that you would say like, "Oh, that guy is dirty," maybe.
Yeah.
But as a group, I watch these guys; they're fun to watch, and I just go, good for them. You got to hand it to them at a certain point.
I know there's plenty of people in the city who disagree with me, but I love Paul Maurice. I think I love everything about him.
I wouldn't have said he was a good coach. In fact, I said he was like the definition of like a mid coach.
Okay.
When he went to Florida.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
And like, what can you say? He's been fucking revelatory. Now, he comes in the same time as Matthew Tkachuk and gives them like this huge weapon. So that helps, and obviously, does the emergence of Gus Forsling happen if he's not there? I don't know.
I mean, it didn't happen with other coaches. Sure.
But also, like, he didn't draw that out of anybody in Winnipeg.
Yeah.
I would say.
No,
right?
I would agree.
So, like, I'm always kind of like unsure of how much credit to give a coach in any given situation.
I agree.
Right? Like, 4 or 5 coaches in the league that you would say like that guy has a positive impact on his team, right? Like Rod Brindamore, John Cooper, obviously.
Yeah.
Who else would you say? Like maybe you would say Jim Montgomery. I mean, he's probably averaging like 130 points a season with the Bruins. So like maybe it's hard to not say that. Like getting more out of less, I think, is what really is the mark of a good coach. And like John Cooper obviously has a lot to work with, but the guys that he's like Nick Paul had like 30 something goals this year or something like that, right? Like he gets a lot out of those guys.
Yeah. I mean, any team to go to as many Stanley Cups as that team has gone to, it requires everyone to be pretty good at their jobs.
Yeah, of course.
With Paul Maurice, it's just like, especially when you compare it to this Oilers team, when you look at the pressure that they've been under and how like guys like Darnell Nurse have dealt with some of that pressure, and then you look at a guy like Paul Maurice who clearly acts the way he does to take pressure off of his team.
Sure.
Like, if he doesn't have much of an on-ice impact, I think he is important to the vibes that team has. And I think there's very few teams in this league that run more off of their team's vibe than the Florida Panthers. Like, they just seem very bought into what they're about.
Yeah.
And I feel like it takes a special kind of a coach to embrace that. And he does that.
They have an identity.
Yes.
And Bill Zito has done a phenomenal job of finding players who fit that identity.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day.
We were saying it earlier. Like they have a bunch of high skill, like highly drafted players who play like shitheads.
Yeah, yeah,
and that rocks.
And yeah, it's easy to find shitheads. It's not easy to find shitheads who are also good at hockey.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. To me, like I said, I don't know how much. I think he's done a good job, but like I don't know that like you can say, well, Paul Maurice showed up and the Panthers took off. Like obviously that's true, but I don't know that there's that 1-to-1 like is correlation 100% causation there. I wouldn't.
And I mean the interesting thing is that it's hard to know how much of it particularly is you can put on him, maybe other coaches, but like part of the reason that we talked about that we thought the Oilers might have a chance is because of how aggressive they play.
Yeah.
And like obviously that has not been the story. I mean, they've played aggressively, but it hasn't cost them in the way that we thought it might have against players like McDavid and Draisaitl. And I feel like them playing aggressive to begin with, I think you can credit the coaches, and then whatever adjustments they've made to be who they are without putting themselves in bad situations, I think you can give the coach credit for. So yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest X's and O's guy, so it's hard for me to really say how much they deserve credit for from a tactical standpoint. But I think there is plenty to praise Paul Maurice for. For
sure. Like the way they play is they force you to make mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Like they make you make mistakes. And to their credit in this series, almost every mistake has ended up in the back of the net. I don't think the Oilers are like fucking up big time unless Cody Cece's on the ice, in which case somebody, but like when they make a mistake, it's like, you know, the thing they were saying about Grant Fuhr a few weeks ago, I can't remember what series it was, but Gretzky was like, he might give up 5 goals, but he won't give up that 6th.
Yes,
and will get that 6th goal. And it's like, I mean, that's a crazy thing to say, you know, but like they needed Skinner, I would say in the last 2 games, to not give up that 3rd goal or that 4th goal. And he did. And I don't fault him for it. Yeah, right. Like
that's the difference between a good team and a great team. Like
I think that's what Bobrovsky's doing. I think Bobrovsky
did that in game 1.
Yeah. Like in game 1 and in this game, it was a lot of bend but don't break.
Yes.
And I mean, obviously they broke a little more in this game because they gave up 3 goals versus the 0 in game 1.
But it was always going to happen. There was no way you were keeping this Florida Panthers or this Oilers team to less than a goal a game.
Of course, goes without saying. Yeah. And like I said, like it's they've got 4 goals. McDavid has an assist on 3 of them. I don't know. Are they all primaries? I don't know off the top of my head, but like. Regardless, even if one of them's a secondary or 2 of them's a secondary, they're scoring when he's on the ice, and that's all he can really control.
I know the goal in game, the assist in game 2 was a primary.
The Ekholm goal, like he
was
broke
the
it to
only assist
Ekholm out
on
of the
it.
corner.
Let's see here. Why are they only showing me?
So ultimately, like I say, my point is like they're scoring with McDavid on the ice. That's not the problem.
Yeah.
Their power play, shit. In terms of results, obviously they're moving the puck pretty well, but like they don't have a power play goal.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
What are they 0 for 10 now in the series?
I am shocked by that. Like that's the thing.
Shit.
And the Panthers are good,
I knocked
but
my phone down.
I am surprised.
Yeah.
That
Nope. Stunning.
they have gone this quiet. And I was talking to Craig Morgan, who used to cover the Coyotes now at this point of one of our sister stations, and he was like, special teams never carry a team to a Stanley Cup, which sure, but I just didn't think it was going to go. They were going to go completely ghost.
It's tough,
Crazy.
man.
Peace back.
What up? Yeah, so basically my takeaway there was that we've seen 3 games. They've all looked incredibly different, and they've all ended the same way.
Yep.
For the record, the McDavid had a secondary assist on the McLeod goal, but the other 2 were primaries.
Yeah.
Wait, he had 3 assists?
In the series, they have.
Oh, okay.
But like the Ekholm goal and
Right.
The Broberg goal.
the Broberg goal, he has the primary assist on them. So like we were saying, like it's not really his fault.
And I mean, even the
No.
McLeod goal was a tip-in.
They're,
So, like,
they're
he
quiet
had the-
points, though. Like, you know?
They're what?
They're quiet points. I mean, they all count, but like, it wasn't
him
there's
being a
never a
game
feeling
breaker.
like Connor McDavid is
Yeah.
taking over a game.
Yeah.
For sure. Well, I mean, he took over the third period
Yeah.
here tonight. But my point that I was saying earlier is like, you know who doesn't have any points in this series? It's Leon Draisaitl. Doesn't have a
Yeah.
single one. And that's their fucking problem.
I wonder if he's hurt.
I wouldn't be. I mean, right. Sure.
Yeah.
He
Hey,
did,
you've
he did
seen-
have like 3 shots tonight or something like that.
He had a good power play one
The
time.
power play across the.
But
yeah.
that's like the last. I feel like he's had a few power play one timers, and those ones which he usually scores on,
they're not.
whether he's
going in.
not getting enough on them, whether he's hurt, whether
I
something.
think it's a mobility thing because when he's shooting the puck, it's noticeable. When he's shooting the puck on the power play, you're like classic Draisaitl, and he's just not doing
not
anything
scoring.
else. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's tough for him to move. I don't know anything about
Got
that
a
shit.
lot
But
of
even if he
shots
can't
from
move,
goal.
he's like one of the best stationary players in the
Well,
league,
that's
and
what I
always
mean.
finds a way.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, Bob was really good in the third period.
He
And,
was.
Yeah. I heard you say it earlier, and it's very, very correct. The Oilers aren't making a million mistakes. Every mistake that they make is
In the net.
ending up in their own net.
Yep.
Like that. That's the difference between a great team and a little bit of a worse team.
Yeah. The
Like, they're just
Oilers are
not
a
taking
very good
advantage.
team.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
It's-
doesn't want.
Panthers
I
are
mean,
great.
you can be a very good team and win the Stanley Cup, but not.
You got to face
You
you got to
need-
face some better circumstances than playing a great team.
you
that's
also need your
outplaying you.
goalie to be better than okay.
Yeah, fair. I
He's
gotta
been
say,
okay.
I don't see it happening.
I don't. Do you think they get one?
I think they can get one.
Yeah, sure.
Like any team can win any game, and if it's a 1-game sample, it's just whether or
I
not
think it's Joe.
are they mentally cooked?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it's Joe. I
just think
I don't think
it's-
they're gonna lay down.
It's
or
really
anything.
hard for a team to sweep
that is true.
when just in terms of like when like everybody's going to talk about how fucking easy it's looked for them now, and it hasn't looked easy, right? But like again, I'm thinking about the Celtics. Everybody's just like, well, so you're fucking winning on Friday, or I guess
I
that's
honestly hope not, because I hope they win at home.
yeah.
That's how confident I am in the Celtics. Where I'm just like,
I
give
mean,
them
when you
one.
go up 3-0,
It's win at home.
like it would literally take one of the greatest collapses in the history of professional sports in the United States in order for you to lose the series. Like it just doesn't happen in 7-game series. You don't lose 3 games.
Yeah.
And I don't know who said it earlier, but like you can see the Oilers winning 4 games in a row. It's much harder to see
the
the
Panthers
Florida
lose 4,
Panthers lose 4 games
Right.
in a row.
Yeah.
Even
100%.
when they were down 2, we looked it up, and only 5 teams ever that have gone down 2-0 have come back to win a series.
Bruins.
The Bruins did, and the Penguins did 2 years before them in the Cup final.
But that's like the only 2 in like the last a long time.
I think the one before that was in like the mid 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then everyone before that was in like the 40s.
The hosts who keep making excuses for the Oilers and that they are the better team, eat shit, you dumbass clowns.
I mean, I think all three of us had said that they are the best team in the last 5 minutes.
The Panthers?
Yeah.
Yeah, like we are not
way better than the
we are
Oilers.
not making excuse for the Oilers, and we are not saying that they are the better team.
We're talking about how to apportion blame, I think, with the Oilers.
By diagnosing a team's failures is not making excuse for why they are failing.
Yeah, making excuses is like saying that the refs are fixing the game.
Which they are, by the way.
Yes.
We talked about
Yes.
this earlier. Obviously, the fix was
Subscribe to
in.
the channel to get our full
Gary
breakdown
Bettman.
as to why the Oilers are being
We
robbed
have a
of the
big
Stanley Cup
corkboard
final.
over there.
Gary
You
Bettman,
can
it
check it
started
out.
years ago, and Gary Bettman forced them to sign Darnell Nurse to that contract, and it's all been downhill from there. The plan has been in motion ever since.
9 1/4 for Darnell Nurse. I think another 5 years on it, 6 maybe. Brutal shit. Full no move. And I want to say also very bonus laden, so you can't even buy it out.
You can't. We already went into that earlier.
Okay,
this
great.
year. Like it's like $10 million for 5 straight years.
Yeah, last year the contract is $29.30.
Like it is a albatross.
I hope I'm a dad by then.
Huh?
I hope I'm a dad by then. like 6 years from now, I want to have started my family.
The idea of like knowing something is going to happen 6 years from now is fucking crazy.
I know.
Right? Like, again, I just watched Furiosa. Like, how close are we to the water wars? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I lived in
haven't seen
Arizona for a few
Furiosa.
years. Close.
That's what I mean, man.
Close.
Like, there's a pandemic that happens in the Mad Max backstory.
It's not great.
No, man, that's what I'm saying.
You think Canada has a Stanley Cup by then? Who is Canada's best hope for it?
The Edmonton
Is it?
Oilers.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
Well, I
don't-
mean, the Canucks. You know how the Canucks are gonna
I don't
progress.
buy those fucking guys.
I just like. I'm just very curious how the Oilers make themselves better, because they obviously have to.
They eat 50% of Darnell Nurse's contract and send him to Utah.
He's got to have a no movement.
Oh my
He
god,
has a full no move. That's
Yeah.
right.
Darnell Nurse.
But
will
like
get eaten alive in Utah.
this is one of those things where like people see no move and they're like, that means he's never moving. And it's like,
No,
no,
of course
a guy can be like, you can say to him, listen, you're getting third pair minutes for the rest. You can make your 9 1/4. We don't care. Like we can't
your
fucking
career
play
is
you.
basically over.
It's
like
just like
number
the
one.
play that what was it the Bennett goal?
Yeah.
You just can't just fucking give them the puck.
Yeah.
And Bouchard did that. Was the last game, game one?
Yeah. Where you just
You
passed
just
it straight to
fucking
somebody
gave
else.
it to him.
Yeah, pass it
You
right to
can't
him.
do that.
Nope.
And then you can't lose the battles along the walls. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Cody Ceci.
To me, the biggest story of this entire series is the fact that their defensemen are just bad. Because like you can talk about McDavid and Draisaitl, but like this is what the Panthers are a good team. Like they're especially the first top line. Like the McDavid getting shut down by Barkov is what it is. But you can't have every single one of your defensemen be bad at hockey.
I mean, none of them have looked good. I'll say that. Like,
You can't have your two best defensemen or two highest paid defensemen.
They're making more mistakes, and they're doing a worse job at converting on the mistakes that are given to them. And Florida, to their credit, like
Isn't making a ton of mistakes.
no,
first of
right?
all.
That's
yeah.
what the Edmonton's making way more mistakes.
Undeniable.
How
They're
much
getting
of
the
this-
better goaltending. They're getting the better forward play.
How much of this? Because we obviously talked about it before the series with the whole Buffalo Bills comment. How much do you think of the fact that they've been here before actually is helping the Panthers?
It's funny.
It doesn't always matter, but like it's hard. They've been here before, but it's hard to compare these two runs because last year Florida was just fucking decimated by the time they got to
That's
the Cup
right.
final.
Yeah.
And they were also playing a very adult team.
Also,
Florida
yeah,
is
yeah.
the adult team
That's
in
a good
this
point.
year's
Yeah,
matchup.
I have a theory that you kind of need. Ideally, your roster has its best players are like 24 to 27, and then like a few other guys who are difference makers are like 29 to 31. And if you have like a big gap in your roster between guys who like are like 18, 19, and 20, 21 and good, and like you know, like the Dallas is a great example of this, where like they have a few players who are like 26, 27 and good, but like they're older, like they're 31, 32-year-old guys, like can't carry the water. You're Jamie Benn and Tyler Seguin. And they're younger guys like Stankoven and those guys, like they aren't ready to do that yet.
Honestly, though, like Jamie Benn and Tyler Seguin were probably their best players at the end of this playoff run.
Yeah, but that's not
right.
It's not speaking well to them.
It's like the Oilers.
Sustainable.
Their
it's
goal
not what you
scorers
want.
have not been the people that are supposed to be their goal
Well, right, but what I'm saying is like who on the Oilers who's like 31 is like a huge difference maker? Ekholm, he's probably 29, 30, 31. But like other than that, they don't really have anybody that fits that mold. And you need those guys in my, you know, again, this is just my theory.
Yeah, I mean, they also just like don't they don't have enough good players. Like
No, they don't.
I don't think
they just don't. Like they have very good top high end players. I just don't think they're middle of the pack guys.
No, they don't.
Are good enough.
Well, yeah, I mean, you look at like their two big grit guy, like forwards, and Kane and Perry. Like Perry's obviously just old now, and Evander Kane was hurt.
Yeah, losing Evander Kane that sucks for that team.
He wasn't good even before they
but
lost
also,
him.
yeah, exactly.
But
like,
he's been hurt for like the entirety of the playoffs. He had a sports hernia before the playoffs started.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I
So
forgot about that.
He's been battling through the entire fucking playoffs.
It's so funny. Like the playoffs go so fast. We're like less than 2 months in, and yet you saying that, I'm like, that was 40,
forever
50 years
ago.
ago.
yeah. I
Yeah,
just feel like the regular season was a year ago.
Yeah.
totally. It's crazy.
It's just a fucking grind because you're doing it every single night, and like we're not even fucking playing. You imagine how those guys feel?
Yeah.
They're fucking battling every night. It must feel like it's said a lot, but like it truly must feel like a different season.
totally.
Oh yeah.
They started playing in October. Think about how long ago fucking October was, man.
We didn't even have a show.
No.
The show started in November.
Wow.
We did not have a show. We had a super chat 199 from Puck Follower. Shout out Discords, Puck Soup, and What Chaos. You guys Discord boys?
Oh yeah, you got to be on our Patreon to be on the Discord. Though.
Gatekeeping.
We find it keeps the riff-raff out, you know.
We embrace the riffraff.
Not
It's the
us.
difference between me
We're
and you.
we're big,
Depends
we're
on the
big
riff-raff.
elitists over there.
Depends on the riffraff. We've had not the Discord yet, thankfully. At least as far as I know.
There does seem to be a lot of crossover, which would explain why people were like, "Hey, get RL on the stream."
Sure.
So, all right,
Do we have
you
anything
want to
else?
call it there? I mean, we got to do a very interesting show with DJ tomorrow.
Oh my god,
it is going to be something.
Trudging around downtown Edmonton.
He was in surprisingly high spirits.
Yeah.
By the end of that game.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think the vibes shifted a little bit.
Yeah.
There was hope at the end.
Yeah, and now that he has to sit with it for a little bit.
I think that was the worst thing that could have happened. It's like he was dead. He was there already. And then they brought him back in a little bit, and then they just had to throw him right back out.
So he doesn't drink anymore, so he's not going to be like hungover tomorrow. But I imagine there's going to be a lot of drowning of sorrows on that scene. So I wonder if he stays out late.
I mean,
you
he was
could go
hanging
out
out
and
with
have a couple of Coca-Colas.
Pops.
Yeah, that's right.
He was hanging out with the
That's famously
Chiclet
a
Boys.
Pepsi. It's a Pepsi town.
Is it the whole town
I
up there?
don't
Is
think it's the
Pepsi?
whole town.
Oh, I'd hate to hear that,
You go up
man.
to Edmonton, and we just don't have Coke products here. That'd be devastating. Then I would actually start. I hate when people are like, "Oh, there's nothing." To do."
Quick,
Well,
rank the
there's nothing
Coke
to do.
varietals.
Like,
I'm not too deep in the Coke game.
you mean like Coke, Pepsi?
No,
No,
like
like
Coca-Cola specifically.
I love
Oh,
cherry Coke.
Cherry Coke is
Vanilla Coke
is
is
so good.
tremendous.
Cherry vanilla Coke.
Really?
Yeah.
You ever done
I'm
cherry
not
vanilla?
a big vanilla in my soda guy.
Really? I
Yeah.
do like vanilla Coke.
Yeah,
What I do, I'll say when I do the Coke freestyle, I'll do like 75% Coke and then like 25% vanilla Coke. So it's not overwhelmingly vanilla, but you get the little taste.
I was betrayed by the Coke freestyle recently because my go-to was raspberry Coke Zero, like 75% raspberry Coke Zero, 25% lime Coke Zero.
So I do that exact same thing with ginger ale when I go to the movies.
My man.
A little raspberry
Yes,
and
brother.
lime.
Ooh,
in the
I'm a
ginger
big
ale.
like mix, but I'm usually like a light soda guy. If I'm drinking soda, I'll go like a Sprite or something like that. Mix in some high C
I
or
hear
something.
that Sprite from McDonald's is crispy and it hits different.
Oh,
that's
it
what
does.
that's what the kids are all
That's
saying.
the only place that I will do Sprite.
I usually
Is a
am like
nice
if
little
I'm
fountain
drinking
Sprite.
something that is not water, it's usually like a tea or something. We got a very important question. How do all you hockey snobs feel that both teams in Florida are dominating the NHL? Too bad, too sad, you blue blood losers.
I don't give a fuck.
I famously,
I'm not a market guy.
I root for the Buffalo Sabres and the Arizona Coyotes. So I'm not. If anything, I'm rooting for the small
I'm
markets.
truly not a market guy,
Quote-unquote
and
small
as somebody
markets.
who like wants to see the NHL succeed, it makes me happy when non-traditional markets have
Because you
good
know what team's never leaving? The Edmonton Oilers. You know
Yeah.
what team would leave
They
if they're not
threatened
good?
to leave when they couldn't get their new arena like 6 or 7
Yeah.
years ago. They were like, "We'll fucking pack up." Daryl Cates was at like a 49ers game, acting like he was going to move him to San Francisco, and everybody in Edmonton was like, "Come on, we all know this is bullshit." And except the city council, who was like, "Take all our money, please. All you
idiots.
want." Dumb shit.
Yeah, like I care about teams, players, and like enjoyable hockey.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
I root for every team to fucking succeed. Like, are there teams that annoy me based on the identity that they accept and like how they like the Carolina Hurricanes are fucking annoying to me.
They're
but
a boring team to
they're-
watch, unfortunately.
But they have a rabid fan base.
Yep.
I'm glad that they work there,
Yep.
and they're a well-run organization.
Yep.
But I just find like their energy annoying.
Yeah, like when it comes to the series specifically, like I genuinely don't care who wins. It'd be awesome if Connor McDavid won a cup. It would be awesome if Florida won a cup. It would be awesome if Kachuk Barkov, like those guys.
Somebody's
won a
getting
cup.
their first cup.
Yeah,
It's either
like,
Connor
it's gonna be
McDavid
cool
and
either way.
Draisaitl, or it's the entire Panthers organization.
The only teams that I end up actively hating are the Blue Bloods. Like honestly, I do not like the Bruins. I do not like the Toronto Maple. Those are my two least favorite teams in hockey. I do not like the Ottawa Senators.
the thing that I'm most a fan of this Panthers team is Bill Zito and the balls that it took to
Trade Huberdeau.
trade Huberdeau, your leading point scorer, after a President's Trophy winning season.
So sick. What a
And
cool
changing
fucking
your
trade.
coach.
Yeah.
Changing your coach and
That
trading
was
your
an all-in
top
move.
point getter after a President's Trophy winning season.
Really
Because
sick.
Put his
you
whole job on the line.
identified something about your team that you were like, we just can't win looking like this. And that happened after they lost to the fucking Tampa Bay Lightning, who were at the time the back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. It would have been so easy to just be like, this wasn't our year. We'll fucking run it back next year, and we'll deserve a better fate.
Like,
He was like, no, we're not going to win being this quiet,
Yeah.
high offensive team. We need to be grindy. We need to play with a little grease, and went out and got like a top 15 player.
Also, Paul Maurice is my favorite personality in the sport. So I'm gonna throw that out there anytime I get an opportunity.
that guy's
I
so
love.
funny.
I
Isn't
love
he so
him.
funny, folks?
I
He makes like a C. Here's the problem.
Oh, people were doing the freaking epic stuff.
Yeah, you know, the problem is he's kind of funny, and he makes a joke, and people act like the NHL media specifically acts like it's the Bernie Mac "I ain't scared of you motherfuckers" thing from DEF CON. You ever see this? Hit it.
No, I don't think
It
so.
is-
But like,
He is doing pretty okay, like early '90s comedy. Like it's funny for sure, but it's not like unbelievable. But he just comes out and he goes, "I ain't scared of you motherfuckers," and then like does a bit where he's like, "I love sex. Sex is good. If that came in a can, I'd be shoplifting every day or whatever." And it's like, okay, sure. But then he like goes, "Hit it," and the DJ like plays music for like 3 seconds, and he goes, "I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. You don't get it." It's so good. Like this place is going ape shit. This is anyway.
Paul Maurice's
Maurice-
press conferences feels like doing stand up to like a second grade classroom.
Yeah, they're like they're laughing at it like it's the funniest thing in
It's
the world. And
definitely
it's like
got-
this is like C plus.
It's like corporate
banter
humor.
from The Office, man.
Yeah,
Come
it's
on.
like corporate humor. It's just
Yeah,
like everyone's laughing because they kind of feel like they need to. I don't like him because I think he's funny. I like him because
he's a great coach.
I think he's a good coach. I think he's entertaining, and I think he is proven. I get defensive of people that I think that people just don't like because they wish they had him. Because I think every fan in the NHL would love Paul Maurice if he was their head coach. And he has proven time and time again that if he needs to be thoughtful, he is the best at it. Like he's not just capable of it. He is the best at it. And he showed that last year with Jackie after the Stanley Cup. And I think when he's had to at multiple points this year, he has gotten serious. And that's what I love. Like, it's not like he's joke man all the time.
He's a good quote. Like, his quotes jump off the page, and he is also a good coach.
And I do firmly believe that he is doing it for a purpose. And he's not just doing it because he doesn't take shit seriously. I think he's doing it to take focus off his team, like keeps getting brought up. And I think there's value in that.
Who's saying he doesn't take shit seriously? Like, anybody's saying that, it's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, not that he doesn't take shit seriously, but I think people think he just, like, jokes just because he's goofy and he jokes. Like, I think he does it for a purpose.
Yeah. No, like it all to me, like it feels like he's like, okay, I got to have a couple of zingers ready to go. You know what I mean? like when he was like,
it definitely feels like he does do some of them in the mirror before he hits the.
That's what I mean. Like they're a little rehearsed. Like, did you? I'm sure you saw the clip where he got into it with Wyshynski.
Yeah.
Where he's like, oh, a New York guy. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Like.
Well, he said
the Boston guy. And he's like, I'm from Brooklyn.
It was during the Bruins series, like Boston guy, and he's like, I'm from Brooklyn, brother.
Yeah, and he goes and he's like, oh, New York. I'm sure you're really ready to root for. Like he's just like, okay, you got a problem with me. I'm gonna like make a like glib remark about it. Tom Cruise, right? Remember when he told Matt Lauer he was being glib? You remember this?
I don't.
On the press tour for War of the Worlds.
I don't remember this.
That was the press tour when Tom Cruise went crazy and jumped on the couch on Oprah and stuff.
I remember that one.
Yeah, he just seemed like he was under a lot of pressure at that point.
Something was going on.
I also feel like Paul Maurice is like very much understands media in a way that a lot of people in the sport don't at all. And like it's something that Jackie brought up when we had her on the show, that she wishes players understood that they could use the media to their advantage.
Oh, I definitely think Maurice.
He understands that. And I also think he's
undeniable.
He respects the media. Like he understands their role in all of this.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of people would be dismissive of them. He like will give them time. And even if he's joking with them, like I think that it comes from a certain place of like,
I don't think he sees it as an obligation as much as a lot of other coaches do.
Yes. And I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it.
As somebody who kind of pretends that they're in the media at times.
I'll tell you what. Somebody asked in the chat, do you think this is over? I absolutely think this series is over. It's just a question of how many games. I mean, I could honestly see Edmonton getting to 6. I don't see it going any longer than 6. I'd be surprised if they got 2 in a row, but I absolutely think it's over. And let me tell you what, the Florida Panthers Stanley Cup celebration is going to be quite something.
Very looking forward to
be something.
The Kachucks.
The Kachucks. You've got Maurice.
I think Bob is going to be on one.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. I think they got a lot of guys that are going to be quite outrageous.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, unfortunately, it sucks to be 3 games deep into the Stanley Cup final and feel like we already got the ending written for us, but it is what it is. We'll do 1 more, 2 more. And then we'll get ready for the summer and do it over again next year.
There's a weird. We haven't really talked too much. There's like going to be a weird period of time between this and like the draft.
So yeah, if it ends in a sweep,
you got a lot of time.
Week and a half. Yeah.
Yeah. People were talking about like the final day of the cup being like 2 days before the draft and be like, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
We might have some fucking time to kill. So
yeah.
Are we still doing Friday shows?
The cup really opens up that buyout window for the Kings
for PLD.
Yeah.
You actually think there's a chance they buy him out?
If they can get it at like, what is it, like 1.7 or something like that? Like it's a crazy low number.
Is it really? I haven't looked.
Yeah, so the way the rule is like whatever. The buyout window opens 2 days after the Stanley Cup final. And if you're 26 and under, I think, or maybe 25 and under and 26 and over, whatever it is, whatever his birthday is, it depends on how late the Stanley Cup final goes when his birthday that rolls it into. So if you're before that, whatever that cutoff is, it counts as 1/3 of the cap for twice as much time. But if it's after that, it's 2/3 of the cap. So like the savings would be insane.
Wow.
Yeah, right now, if they were to buy him out, the annual cost would be $1.13 million.
For how long?
Like
Seven
7
years.
No,
Oh,
like
14.
14 years.
14 years.
Oh.
But which is a lot of money, but
It's a long time.
Yeah,
But
total
it's, I
cost
mean,
is
that's not a lot
15.8.
on the cap.
it's not a lot on the cap, and from what I understand, the cap's going up.
Right.
Their total savings would be $31.6 million, $31.7 million.
Yeah, he makes what, 8 against the cap right now?
Damn. I'd definitely consider
Like
it.
what's his
AAV is 8.5.
Yeah. So like if you could get an AAV of 8.5 down to 1.1 whatever, like you have to consider it.
Has that contract even kicked in yet? Was this
Yes,
the
this
first
was
year?
the first
Okay.
year.
Yeah.
That's why it's 14 and not
Okay.
16 on the
No
buyout.
movement clause kicks in next year. So kind of got to get rid of him
Oh
now.
yeah, and that's the other thing. He has a no move clause that kicks in next season. So technically, I guess it would probably kick in on July 1.
Yeah.
Not that
I'd
like
fucking do it then,
that
I
of-
think.
Yeah, I think you got to.
I'm
Yeah,
saying,
yeah.
brother,
I think you got to pull the trigger.
That's so embarrassing.
it's a tough contract, man.
It was bad the day.
Where
they
is
signed
what
it.
is he gonna do? Where is he like? Where can he go and just
The
blend in?
Bruins.
Yeah, he just
Yeah.
needs to go to a team where he can be way less of a focal point, and he'll have a shitload of money coming to him, so like he can take a little less money to. But yeah, it's tough.
Well, we're already into bio talk. It's game 3
Oh,
of the Stanley Cup.
this is a great idea. The Cheshire Cat, the Bruins should give up Marchand for Marner. Yeah, that's a great.
I can't. This is gonna be a fun off season to just.
Yeah, this
of
is going to be a
just
wild
random
ass
shit.
offseason.
I also-
That's what I'm
go
going to miss the
nuts.
most about Cap Friendly is that
Yeah.
you get those trade
Yeah.
proposals.
That's right.
That tool.
Utah's going to go nuts. They're like 20 million under the cap floor right now. They have like $60 million.
And an owner
gonna
that's
They
gonna
don't have
want
a
to make
single
us laugh.
defenseman. signed
They're
for
going to
next
spend like
season.
idiots.
Well, that's the thing. Are they going to spend all that money really wisely? Are they going to leverage all their picks and
believe
prospects?
in Bill Armstrong. I think Bill Armstrong's a very good GM.
We'll find out.
And I don't think he is going to have to worry about some of the stuff he had to worry about in his last job with owners meddling.
He's no longer the they just hired somebody. It was another Armstrong.
The Coyotes.
It was a former agent. So I think that he's above Bill Armstrong now.
I don't know where I don't think he's above Bill Armstrong.
I think that he is.
Is
I
he
think that
really?
he's like the top exec in Utah. It's another Armstrong. And because I remember there's no relation.
That's none of my business, I feel like. You know?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. They hired Chris Armstrong as an alternate governor of the team. So it just.
So I guess you're right. Yeah, you would be above.
But that sounds more like
Neil Armstrong.
closer to ownership than hockey involved.
So that's
Yeah.
that's kind of what the arrangement is. It's like the owner's right-hand guy,
yeah.
but he is like the head of hockey operations, basically.
Well, I still think that's a better situation than what he had in Arizona, where you had people who didn't know anything about hockey inserting themselves into his job.
Well, certainly, yeah.
So if he was, and I think he did a pretty good job in Arizona given the situation
The
they were
constraints,
in.
yeah.
So I
Totally.
think given a real team, real owner, real arena.
Oh, I'm not like casting any judgment on the job that Bill Armstrong has done.
No,
I
I'm
just
saying-
think like there's so much money to spend, and you can like.
And I'm
Mistakes
always
will be
worried
made,
about.
yeah.
I'm always worried about the first year of a team arriving somewhere because the owner's like, let's make a fucking
Ambassador to Greece
splash.
makes a good point. Like they would sign someone like Stamkos to
Yes.
too much money because that's
Well,
a big
like
name.
I don't
But
think
they
it
can.
necessarily hurts them to give one or two players too much money,
I think
as long as they're the right players, right?
And
like that's
as long as they're not long contracts.
Yes, that's exactly
I
right.
think they're in a little bit of a Blackhawk situation where you could
Right.
you can afford to have a Seth Jones. Obviously, you want
Like if you want to pay
better
if you want to give
contracts than
Steven Stamkos like $12 million
That's
for
perfect
2
team to do it.
years,
perfect team to do it.
That I would get it. I wouldn't.
wouldn't be a
wanna
good
be
contract,
the-
but you can survive it.
Give
It's
him
not gonna
3
kill
years
you.
and wait until the Matthews contract ends.
That's a good point. Wait, Matthews was 3 years, right?
It was 4 when he signed,
years,
yeah.
and this was the first year.
I believe so.
That
yeah.
sounds right. Anyway,
Yeah, this was definitely the first year because I was wondering how much. Actually, I think it might kick in. Does it kick in next year?
I don't remember
Because
It's
I
too
was
late.
wondering like how much. It might have just been me wondering how much he would have made more had he waited until after he scored 70 goals.
Yeah,
but he never
started this
scored
year.
70 goals.
Started
So.
this year.
That's right.
Coward. All right. Thanks for everybody for joining us. RL, thanks for doing this. Much
My
appreciated.
pleasure.
This was a lot of fun.
It was.
It's about as fun as you can have in a 3-0 Stanley Cup final.
Mhm.
So
That's right.
lovely, lovely, lovely time. Thank you to everybody for joining us. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do that. If you haven't hit the like button, please do it. It's the thumbs up button right below the video player. If you could do that before you jump out of here, we would very much appreciate it. We will be live tomorrow at noon U.S. Eastern Time, 10 Canadian Mountain Time. So we got a lot to sort through. I'm sure DJ's going to be a fucking disaster.
Fun fact, did you know there's a part of Florida that is an hour separated from a part of Oregon? There's a part of Oregon that is for some reason in the mountain time zone and a part of the Florida panhandle that's in the central time zone. So
I knew about the panhandle.
I knew about
thing.
the panhandle. I learned about Oregon the other day.
It's fucking wild.
Right? Time's crazy, man.
Time's a construct. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you on Saturday for the game four stream. Could be the last game of the season. So hang out with us. All right. Bye, everybody. Love you.
We all silly like the mayor.